Chapter 221 Global Public Beta 45 Exploration of the Ring Tribe and the Star Gap. It is difficult to describe exactly what Wang Luan saw. The sounds interwoven by countless civilizations weave into a broken world. Wang Luan stood there and saw a huge bird spreading its wings in the sky. Saw the flickering fluorescence floating all over the world. Saw the huge mirror reflecting the prosperous mountains and rivers. Saw the broken light jumping in the air. And saw the huge mountain hanging upside down in the sky. The world strangely contains all kinds of creatures that cannot coexist, and blooms the limit of human imagination in front of Wang Luan. Then it was destroyed. The birds hovering in the sky fell. The flickering fluorescence froze. The picture on the huge mirror began to repeat the endless darkness. The broken light extinguished, and the huge mountain collapsed. Wang Luan looked up and looked at the farther part of this world, where more existences collapsed before he could see them. The blood gathered into a long river, washing the whole world. And the world was covered with a layer of bright red, drowning Wang Luan. Wang Luan's eyes were covered with blood, and the world was dyed with endless red in his eyes. He lowered his head in the long river of blood and looked at the ground under his feet. Blood flowed into the ground continuously. Wang Luan. Wang Luan. Wang Luan. Li kept shaking Wang Luan. It would be fine if the other party suddenly fell down, but it was a bit creepy that he didn't react for a long time. In addition, the two hostile bosses in front of them made it hard not to suspect that he was attacked by the Huan clan. Fortunately, Wang Luan soon woke up in Li's shaking. Wang Luan grabbed Li's hand with his backhand to prevent him from shaking him and giving him a concussion. His eyes were fixed on the ground, as if he was looking at something. What's wrong? When Li found that Wang Luan had responded again, he stopped shaking. He spoke quickly. What happened just now? Why didn't he respond suddenly? Shit! Did Star Gap notice us? The ground sank slightly, and countless sounds came into Wang Luan's ears from below the ground. Wang Luan took out the shovel and threw it to Li again, and then explained the situation to him briefly while working mechanically. The hard objects that would have appeared when digging a pit did not appear this time. The ground was softer than expected, as if it was soaked in something wet, and they easily dug a huge pit in their hands. Shit! This sounds a bit creepy. Li touched the goosebumps on his arm and waved the shovel mechanically. So, what is this skill of animal voice? The skill introduction says it's to listen to the voice of the animal. I said, why did you suddenly ask that just now? It turns out it's because of this. Li didn't care about Wang Luan's silence judging from the scene he just described. The other party's sand value is probably now at the limit. The bloody river drowned people directly. Li imagined the scene and subconsciously recalled the classic clip in The Shining. He shuddered and continued, then I am also very curious. How is the animal in this skill defined? You should have encountered the civilization's trap below. Right? If this is classified as an animal, then the planning problem is a bit big. Wang Luan's attention was mostly on those voices, and he didn't pay attention to what Li said at all. Li didn't mind his silence and said to himself, considering the official background of this game, I think this may not be to classify the civilizations below as animals, but to expand the definition of animals. For example, aren't humans also a kind of advanced animals? Or to be more precise, the definition of the word animal itself comes from intelligent creatures that think they are not animals. It is difficult to say whether there is a difference between non-intelligent animals and intelligent creatures in the eyes of some beings. Li's one-man show ended with a sudden hole dug through the ground. Li's hands were light, and the whole person fell down with the shovel. He saw Wang Luan rolling down with him. The two rolled along the passage from nowhere in the dark until they hit something. Li's blood volume was instantly halved. He immediately knocked a blood bottle on himself to ensure that his blood volume returned to above the safety line. Then took out the lighting tool and looked at the surrounding environment. The neatly arranged empty collection cabinets greeted him quietly, and Li was so scared that he stood up and quickly distanced himself from them. Li couldn't help but be frightened. After all, the target of these collection cabinets was players. But they were not used and were tricked by Li, so that they became decorations. Now that they appeared again, Li almost thought that Xing Zhishi had noticed their little move and was ready to send them to the small dark room. However, he stood up for a long time, and the empty and silent scene did not change at all. Obviously, Xing Zhishi did not notice their little move. Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look for Wang Luan. He saw Wang Luan, who was wearing a mining hat with a built-in light source and wielding a shovel mechanically, standing in the corner of this closed exhibition hall. busy digging a hole. Li went over and joined the digging team and said, "Let's dig all the way like this." Wan Lun pointed to his ear. "I can hear their voices." "Well, at least there is a direction." Li waved the shovel a few times and suddenly realized, "No. How long have you used this skill?" "We have been digging a pit for a long time." "And this skill is still working?" Wan Lun realized the problem at this time. He usually doesn't react so slowly. But when a person's ears are full of various sounds, it is inevitable that his attention will be distracted. Wan Lun quickly glanced at his personal panel. There was no abnormality in his skills. But there was a special state in his status. Beast Speaker Occupation Temporary Advancement. You have established a connection with them. And the cry from life allows the Beast Speaker Occupation to temporarily maintain the advanced state. Tips. This artificial profession has the possibility of advancement. If you can grasp it. Wan Lun's attention was focused. And the sound in his ears could not attract his attention. Li was keenly aware of his suddenly high fighting spirit, and approached him and lowered his voice. "Did you have an adventure? Look at what you said. Which player nowadays doesn't have a few adventures?" Wan Lun accelerated the speed of digging holes, and said, "After all, the world of this game is so vast. And there are so many different races." Li was too lazy to listen to his boasting. So he interrupted him, and said, "What adventure? The Beast Speaker profession can actually be advanced." Wan Lun was very surprised. "I thought that AI Xijin gave me a complete professional system at the beginning." Li recalled in his mind and remembered that the Beast Speaker profession, along with the Summoner, Berserker and Missionary, is one of the 4 advanced professions, and can only be obtained from AI Xijin. The ways to obtain it are, having the qualification to run for the head of the novice village, or exchanging it with a huge amount of credit points. Compared with the initial 3 major professions of Forger, Mage and Druid, these 4 advanced professions sound much better. Of course, the subsequent situation proved that the initial profession and advanced profession were not much better. But the degree of cheating was different. The initial profession of Forger. As long as the player works hard to forge iron, he will be able to upgrade sooner or later. The profession of Forger is very common among players. 7 out of 10 players are forgers. The popularity rate is extremely high, and it is the only choice for most ordinary players. However, this profession relies entirely on mechanical combat. The player himself has almost no combat power, and the upper limit of combat power depends entirely on the strength of the machine owned by the player. And the forger is a typical profession that is easy to get started and difficult to graduate. As the level of the forger increases, its requirements for forging and design talents rise sharply. This directly blocks the possibility of further upgrading for most players, and only a few players, like Li Ming, barely reach the edge of graduation. The initial profession is the mage. Compared with the mage, the forger is easier to get started. The mage is a profession that is difficult to get started, and even more difficult to graduate. Of course, compared with the forger, the mage has another advantage, which is that it does not require any talent from the player. For this alien world that transcends many restrictions, talent is not a factor that limits the power of intelligent creatures. The mage is a powerful profession. After all, everyone has seen the scene of the Mage Tuan's Thunder. As a profession that can use forbidden spells and create spell scrolls and magic tools, the mage is simply omnipotent. But the only problem is that the mage profession needs to learn too much and is too obscure. After completing the basic learning of the mage, the difficulty of advanced knowledge faced by the player is comparable to advanced mathematics. And this is just the beginning of advanced knowledge. The Arcane Academy, which has a long history, truly achieves that knowledge is power. Want to have power? Then learn it. The sea of learning is endless, and the pursuit of power is endless. As for the initial profession Druid, don't be funny. Dudu and his friends who have the opportunity to change to Druid through the task are still adapting to nature. And the advanced profession, Beast Whisperer, also known as teaching you how to be an excellent veterinarian, has already explained everything. The advanced profession, Summoner, also known as what is the meaning of the Summoner, who can't impress the Undead Canyon at all. At present, the most well-known summoned creatures on the continent are the skeletons in the Undead Canyon. But if you want to summon skeletons, then the Undead Emperor is watching you. So, the group of summoners at the moment changed the initial rudeness of direct summoning and began to form groups to brush the favor of the undead. The advanced profession, Berserker, also known as 1 second real man, in terms of the current situation of the players, basically burst out for 1 second and then return to the city on the spot. It's hard to say whether 1 second can change the battlefield. Bullshit. It has no effect on the battlefield at all. The power gap between the boss and the player makes it impossible for the berserker who bursts out for 1 second to knock out the opponent in 1 second. The advanced profession. Missionary. Also known as useless buff wholesaler. Although the warning given by Ezigen about this profession is very long. In the hands of players, unspeakable things have never been attracted. And the blessings of the gods obtained by the missionaries are basically useless buffs. Not to mention the powerful power gained from the ever-expanding faith. In short, these professions have their own pitfalls. And there is a considerable distance from the game professions in the concept of players. Not to mention the dragon-slaying sword, which can be given away by clicking. But the upgrade difficulty, that is almost as cruel as reality, is too bad. If the game is the same as reality, what game will players play? This is one of the important reasons why players have been greeting the mother of the planner for many years. But now, a turning point has appeared. Lee's heart was surging. And he couldn't help but sighed. I said why the professions in this game are not very reasonable. It turns out that we haven't really opened these professions yet. I prefer to think that the game has not been fully explored by us. Wang Luan waved the shovel and said, we haven't discovered many targeted designs of the planner yet. So players will think that the game is too difficult. But when we explore the entire game, we will probably be able to easily solve these bosses. Then can the blacksmith also advance? Lee said with a good wish. I hope that after the blacksmith advances, the upgrade difficulty can be reduced. Wang Luan was not optimistic about his beautiful wish. Advanced professions are different from initial professions. Advanced professions were originally derived by Azigen from other races. In other words, it is a replica. So it is normal to have room for advancement. But the initial 3 professions have basically been tested by time and formed a strict system. Unless the dwarf taught you a version with reduced difficulty. I can't think of how it can be advanced. It's a bit difficult to go further than the original. Right? Lee rolled his eyes. Because what the other party said made too much sense. So his tone became worse. Just dig a hole. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The scene became quiet, with only the slight sound of soil colliding with the shovel spreading all the way. Oh, Wang, who was pulled into the Shirong. Felt good. Shirong itself has a nourishing function for consciousness. Oh, Wang didn't notice anything when he was running around outside. When he returned to Shirong and felt a completely different comfort, he realized this function of Shirong. It was like being soaked in warm water, making people stretch their limbs. Fuck. There is no foothold here. Along with this sound, the voices of other players rang out. Is this really a cloud? Why do I feel like I'm falling down? Where is Oh Wang? Why is he gone? Wait a minute. I won't fall out of here. Right? The terrified voice woke Oh Wang from his comfort. He subconsciously looked for the players, and caught a glimpse of the players trapped in Shirong. Unlike what they said, these 5 players were firmly bound by Shirong. Like prey bound by a spider web. Struggling in vain on the web. Unable to get rid of the big web that was getting tighter, and tighter the more they struggled. This doesn't look like a scene where you need to worry about falling out of here. Oh Wang thought. And approached them. Are you okay? The players did not react to his words and actions. They were like performing a comedy. Tied up in the net. But using their hands and feet to try to stop themselves from falling. Oh Wang was stunned by the scene in front of him. Glanced at the Ring Clan, who were still doing their best to trap the Star Gap. And quietly approached those pupils that seemed to grow out of the clouds. The pupils trembled uncomfortably because of his approach. As if they were about to wake up. Oh Wang's instinct was faster than his reason. He grabbed one of the pupils, and pulled it out violently. The pupil that was forcibly separated from the Shirong suddenly opened. Layers of illusions were played around Oh Wang, trying to pull him into the illusion. Oh Wang couldn't help but waver for a moment, and increase the strength of his hand, crushing the pupil in his hand directly. The illusion surrounding him collapsed, and the light touch in his hand didn't feel like a physical entity. Oh Wang reacted and looked at the remaining substance in his hand. The rice-sized fluorescence dimmed and dissipated quickly. Most of it merged into the Shirong, and the remaining small part merged into Oh Wang's hand. A system notification popped up in front of Oh Wang. Congratulations to the player for opening the consciousness body form. Oh Wang was shocked. And he didn't care about the fact that the real appearance of the Ring Clan was just a grain of fluorescence. He clicked on his personal panel and found that there was indeed an additional consciousness body panel. Consciousness form in use, however. When the player is in the consciousness form, he will enter a special state, immune to ordinary material attacks. The perception range is also expanded according to the player's mental power. In this form, the player will have an additional 4 hours of online time. Tips: the consciousness form is another game experience. Please explore it yourself. Oh Wong Wong clicked on the unfamiliar word mental power, and a new explanation popped up. Mental power, the name of the ether contained in the consciousness of intelligent creatures. This ether needs to be learned in the consciousness form. Currently, no player has triggered the corresponding mental power training system. Oh Wong Wong's eyes continue to look down, and he caught a glimpse of the complete system tree diagram of the consciousness body, just like those professional levels. The names of all different stages are locked in gray. And you can't see the names? Only the first starting point. Consciousness level 0. You can switch between consciousness and flesh and blood. You see a sea that has not been explored yet, but you have not yet stepped into it. I always feel that this game suddenly has a lot of unknown content. Oh Wong Wong carefully searched the personal panel and confirmed that there was no other new content before closing the personal panel and focusing on the present. The pupil in front of him was tightly closed, and the eyeball under the eyelid moved slightly uneasily, as if it would be awakened at any time. Oh Wong Wong stared at them for a long time, until Wu Xing's voice came from behind. Fuck. What's going on? Oh Wong Wong turned his head, and saw Wu Xing floating out of his body, and turned into a round ball. He looked at himself with a shocked face, who was tightly bound by Shirong, and then watched himself fall from Shirong and disappear from sight. Fuck. Wu Xing subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop the arrival of death. His hand passed through the mist lightly, fully showing the special state of his current state. So Wu Xing immediately reacted and turned to look at Oh Wong Wong. I entered a temporary special state. Wu Xing no longer cared about himself who fell down, and shared his happiness with Oh Wong Wong. I saw the buff on the personal panel. Oh Wong Wong was curious about why they were trapped in the Shirong but made a panic sound. So what did you see just now? Wu Xing thought about it, and made a long story short. I saw that I fell from here, and then fell for a long time. But I didn't see the bottom. I couldn't commit suicide. And I didn't find the exit button. So I kept falling down. Then what? Then I reached the bottom. Wu Xing said with a look of what else could I do. As soon as I landed and opened my eyes, I saw my face magnified in front of me. And then I really fell down. Wu Xing also had a question. What did I see? An illusion? A test? Oh Wong Wong scratched his head, not knowing anything. Wu Xing muttered and said naively, whether it is an illusion or a test, it is unexpectedly simple. As soon as he finished speaking, Oh Wong Wong looked at the other 4 bound players. 1, 2, 3. Only 1 player was still trapped in Shirong, and the other 3 fell directly from Shirong as if they had agreed. Of course, their consciousness bodies did not appear. Wu Xing looked over and said, why is Yi Quan the only one left? The elimination rate of this illusion is so high. Although he didn't know what Yi Quan saw, the other party was now using his hands and feet to scratch in the air. It felt quite intense. Oh Wong Wong shifted his attention back and shared everything that had just happened with Wu Xing. Then, another pupil was ripped off by Wu Xing. Wu Xing was stunned on the spot. The pupil was trembling in his palm, and it was about to break free, fearing that it would wake up other ring tribes after breaking free. Oh Wong Wong subconsciously pressed it down, but he didn't pay attention to the strength of his hand and accidentally crushed the eyeball. Most of the fluorescent light merged into the Shirong, and a small part merged into Oh Wong Wong's hand. Without the creator of the illusion, Wu Xing got rid of the illusion, and Oh Wong Wong stared at the system notification that popped up and fell into deep thought. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the incomplete version of the mental training system. Wow! These ring tribes actually have a mechanism for dropping special items? Oh Wong Wong's eyes began to look strange when he looked at the ring tribe. After Wu Xing finished listening to Oh Wong Wong's explanation, his eyesight also became strange when he looked at the densely packed eyeballs on the Shirong. This is simply a group of treasure chests. Wu Xing rubbed his hands and said, it's just that the number is a little small. Oh Wong Wong looked at the densely packed pupils, and completely forgot his initial thought that there were too many pupils when he saw these pupils. He agreed with Wu Xing's words. I don't know if this thing can be cultivated, I mean if it can be protected. After all, he is a member of the Special Investigation Bureau. Wu Xing's ideological awareness far surpassed Oh Wong Wong. You can't exhaust the pond to catch all the fish. Oh Wong Wong's pupils were shocked by the 4 words exhaust the pond to catch all the fish. When he looked at Wu Xing again, the meaning in his eyes was completely different. Is this the beta test master? It's so terrifying. After all, there are so many players. One for each person is not enough. Wu Xing was worried about the players. But he didn't forget himself. Just now, the Ring Tribe didn't open my consciousness form. I'll do it again. Please help me keep an eye on it. While Oh Wang Wang and Wu Xing were playing with eyeballs, Yi Quan, who was struggling in the illusion, was experiencing an incredible adventure. He fell from the cloud. Of course, this is normal. After all, it was a cloud. And it was natural that it couldn't bear the weight. Unable to commit suicide. Unable to exit the game. And unable to use skills and equipment. Yi Quan tried many ways to try to save himself from the endless fall. In the same scene, Wu Xing chose to wait patiently, while Yi Quan chose to save himself. So, Yi Quan's subsequent experience was completely different from Wu Xing. As a beta test master who is famous for survival in the wild, Yi Quan has rich experience in self-rescue. Of course, these experiences are useless for the special environment of the world gap. So when these rich self-rescue experiences miraculously collided in the hallucination and developed an incredible development, it only proved another thing. That the truth appeared in the hallucination. Yi Quan met a being named Yu in the hallucination. Chapter 222 Global Public Beta 46A Whale. In the endless fall, Yi Quan patiently changed his self-rescue method. From idealistic prayer to flailing his claws. Trying to grab something invisible in the gap of the world to stop his falling trend. From this, it can be seen that Yi Quan has run out of tricks. After all, countless players have used their life and death experiences to tell all players who jump on the grid of basic common sense. Once the player steps on the air and starts to fall endlessly, it is impossible to encounter other existences. This is a lonely journey with no other way to end except death. More than one player tried to find the limit of the endless fall after stepping on the air. But so far, all the players who tried to get this answer have chosen to give up. Intellectually, Yi Quan knew that his current situation was basically unsolvable. The only way was to return to the temporary resurrection point after death. And when he could not die, this was an unsolvable desperate situation. Yi Quan was not too worried about himself. After all, the holographic game cabin also has the function of monitoring the player's physical data. Once a certain value approaches the danger zone, an emergency rescue will be immediately provided. Of course, the accident rate of the holographic game is currently 0. I hope I won't be the first unlucky person. Yi Quan thought very optimistically, and continued to dance and try to grab the air. The air was loyal to its duty, and did not give him any feedback, making the flailing Yi Quan look like a guy with a paranoid attack. Yi Quan did not give up, and insisted on this stupid way of self-rescue until he suddenly really grabbed something. The endless fall suddenly stopped. Yi Quan, who had caught a certain existence and stopped under control, opened his mouth and slowly looked up. Although he did not give up, it was not because he believed that he could be saved by this incredible way of self-rescue, but because giving up did not conform to his outlook on life. But now that he really caught something, that would be too outrageous. Yi Quan raised his head and glimpsed the whole picture of that existence. A whale floated above, as if passing by chance. Their eyes met, and a human smile appeared on the other's face, as if greeting him. Yi Quan was stunned for 2 seconds by this weird scene. The whale's appearance was not strange, and even its size was the size familiar to Earthlings. Not too big or too small. But the scene in front of him was still very weird, because above him, there was only this whale. And apart from that, the space collapsed and nothing was left. In other words, behind the whale, there was nothing. Not the concept of nothing in the void, but even the space itself did not exist. Yi Quan looked around and found that at some point, the originally empty world gap had turned into a slightly narrow circular space, as if he had entered another world through the world gap. This change beyond cognition made Yi Quan's brain pause for a moment. In the conventional concept of human beings, the world is defined by 3-dimensional space plus 1-dimensional time. Of course, scientists have more dimensional ideas, but that has not yet been verified. And the area where Yi Quan is now is obviously not the conventional concept of human beings. However, Yi Quan himself could not clearly confirm this point. The biggest feeling he could have about this was, this scene is really weird. Yi Quan's brain restarted after shutting down, and his first reaction was to let go of his hand. He let go of his hand, but he still held the other person tightly. These two things sound contradictory, but here, they are indeed played out. One dimension is composed of length. 2 dimensions are composed of length and width. And 3 dimensions are composed of length, width and height. Creatures in the one-dimensional world do not have the concept of width, so they cannot understand the existence of width. And creatures in the two-dimensional world do not have the concept of height, so they cannot understand the existence of height. Then for humans living in the three-dimensional world, they also have an incomprehensible existence, because this concept does not exist in their world, so they cannot understand it. Just like everything Yi Quan is experiencing now. Yi Quan has a cognitive confusion about everything in front of him, and he can't understand how this is done. Fortunately, the other party interrupted his thinking. The circular world vibrated, transmitting the other party's information. Yi Quan didn't receive anything. He subconsciously wanted to shoot himself a telepathy spell. And the ether without feedback interrupted his naive behavior. There is no ether in this circular space. Yi Quan was stunned, not realizing what this meant. All new civilizations that border and are assimilated by other worlds will have traces of ether. Even in the gaps between worlds, there is ether that is difficult for players to control. The whale seemed to realize that this weak creature could not receive information. The space stopped vibrating. The whale shook its fins, and the circular world instantly shattered. At the moment it shattered, Yi Quan vaguely saw the shadows of countless dimensions through it, of course. For Yi Quan, he just saw a bunch of incomprehensible broken pictures. They passed through several dimensions. You traced the traces left on Yi Quan, and sent the weak life that strayed back to the world he should be in. This was very simple for you who traveled through dimensions. Just like there are intelligent creatures that can be seen and those that cannot be seen in the world. For you, there are countless coexisting worlds in. The difference is that for you, these worlds can be seen by him. The broken picture flashed, and when the scenery in front of Yi Quan was fixed, everything returned to the familiar appearance, but a little small. Yi Quan stared at the gap between the two building blocks in front of him, and needed enough effort to match it with the gap in the world. So the world gap looks like this in the eyes of some races? No. Yi Quan reacted immediately, and his eyes fell on the building block next to the world gap, which was barely considered a large piece. There were some imperceptible ups and downs on that building block, which was probably the trend of the mountains on the continent. In that case, the other building block was the outermost part of the continent. Yi Quan's eyes fell on another building block. When Yi Xingwen didn't know the detailed map of the outermost part of the continent, Yi Quan took advantage of this adventure to understand the complete map of the alien world. There is a small analysis between the continent and the outermost part of the continent. That is, the existence of the world gap. And the building block on the outermost part of the continent is actually full of gaps, which means that the world gap is almost all over the outermost part of the continent. And the interesting thing is that the building block on the outermost part of the continent is not two adjacent squares with the continent. In fact, it surrounds the entire continent, like a ring, formed with the continent as the core, and is the veritable outermost part of the continent. At the outermost edge of the outermost part of the continent, Yi Quan saw its end. It was necessary to get very close to see the scene of land reclamation. The outermost part of the continent was a large void, but the void was constantly bordering the incomplete new civilization, so that it was constantly expanding and extending the world map. You arrived at the original world of this weak life, and his eyes were fixed on this world. He became curious. So, you took this weak life and entered this world, passing through the layer of golden light surrounding the entire world, looking at a certain existence from a distance. The world gradually enlarged in front of Yi Quan. The rapidly enlarged world finally froze on an extremely familiar scene, the gap in the world with broken land floating. I don't really want to go back to the starting point. Through these scene changes, Yi Quan quickly realized the good intentions of the whale to send him home. But the problem was that he was not at home before, and he was trying to escape the fate of endless falling. The void flew in front of Yi Quan's eyes until it froze on the familiar cloud. Wu Xing was stunned by the illusion, and the illusion suddenly disappeared. He subconsciously crushed the eyeball in his hand, and then looked at the whale. Oh Huang Wang looked at the leaf dog pulled by the whale, and then turned his head to look at the leaf dog tied to the Chiron. His eyes went back and forth between the two identical leaf dogs, and he suspected that he was hallucinating. The whale let go of the leaf dog and showed a human smile to Huang Wang and the others. The leaf dog stepped on the white mist, as if floating in the clouds, and approached Huang Wang and the others in a daze. Wu Xing glanced at his personal panel and confirmed that he had successfully opened the form of consciousness. So he had time to deal with the strange scene in front of him. That's right. Just like what Yi Quan had seen before. The space where the whale was located formed an independent dimension. The surrounding world disappeared from this dimension, leaving only the whale, them, and half of the Shirong. The so-called half of the Shirong means that the part of the Shirong with the eyeballs did not enter this dimension. Of course, the reason why you did this was entirely to avoid disturbing the lively communication between the Ring clan and the Star Gap. Under normal circumstances, you respect the customs of different worlds. After all, it's too boring to use hot water to water ant nests. What's going on? Wuxing poked Yi Quan, whose eyes were straight. Yi Quan roughly described his previous experience. Wuxing was puzzled, but aren't you in a fantasy world? Wuxing turned his head to look at the Yi Quan bound by Shirong, and then turned his head to look at the Yi Quan standing in front of him, thinking that this world was too magical. Yi Quan also looked at himself wrapped in the mist. The shadow brought by the Ring clan made him doubt all unreasonable existences. Isn't it possible that I am still in the illusion? Oh, Huang did not participate in their conversation. He was staring at the whale. The whale was not looking at them. He was looking at another existence. The huge mirror reflected his figure. The two people who were carefully circling around it were frightened and staggered. Fuck. Why did this mirror change the scene? Is this a whale? When Huang and Wuxing won by lying down and painlessly opened the consciousness body form, the other two unlucky guys were digging the tunnel. Digging a tunnel is fine, but this tunnel has no end at all. They dug for a long time and almost injured their waist muscles. And they didn't see any hope. It was too quiet here. Enli made small talk. I wonder how Huang and the others are doing. Wang Luan leaned on the shovel, wiped his sweat, and once again deeply felt the sense of reality. Although these lands became extremely soft for some reason, making digging tunnels an easy job. The problem is that the workload is large, and even the easiest job will be exhausted after a few hours of mechanical labor. It must be struggling in the illusion of the Huan tribe. Wang Luan was not so despicable. He was exhausted like a dog, but he still had to imagine that others were living a bad life. It was mainly because of the reputation of the Huan tribe. This was a reasonable speculation. Li thought for 2 seconds and nodded solemnly. They must be at a loss as to how to open the consciousness body. The devil who planned it must have set up many traps on the road to opening the consciousness body form. Wang Luan waved the shovel again. Yes. We are at most physical labor, but they are mental labor. The two relieved their psychological fatigue by sympathizing with Huang and others, and began to dig pits in silence again. After a while. But Huang is so lucky. Do you think it is actually different from what we think? They easily found a way to open the consciousness body form? Wang Luan said firmly. How is it possible? Think about it. Will the planner be so conscientious? Li was convinced. Yes. Even if you are lucky, you must have gone through 5 levels and killed 6 generals. When Li said this, he remembered, then we have to move quickly. Don't wait for Huang to wake up the Ring tribe in order to open the consciousness body form. Interrupt the confrontation between the Ring tribe and the Star Gap. Then we will really become a collection delivered to the door. In this kind of joy that came from nowhere. It seemed that even the boredom and fatigue of digging pits were relieved a lot. In this atmosphere, the dawn of hope was finally smashed out by Li's shovel. An underground space appeared in front of Li and his team. Wang Luan didn't bother to look around. Among the noisy sounds in his ears, a voice suddenly increased, so that Wang Luan almost thought he was deaf. It is difficult to accurately describe the layering of the voice. It is extremely high and extremely low, fluctuating, and extremely restrained. It's like the sounds of the whole world are mixed together in an instant. Fuck. What kind of hobby is Xingjishi? Li didn't care about Wang Luan, who stopped in place and went straight through the narrow hole and entered the first collection area they encountered. A mirror about 1 person tall was placed in the middle of this area. The mirror surface was gray and seemed to be covered with a layer of dust. Apart from this closed space was empty and unobstructed. No matter how you look at it, this mirror should be one of the many civilizations collected by Xingjishi. But a mirror is a civilization. Isn't that a bit too much? It's as absurd as Li's hearing that the meteors that streak across the sky at night belong to intelligent creatures. It's unbelievable no matter how you listen to it. Li walked around the mirror and suspected that they had gone to the wrong place and entered the locker room of Star Gap. This mirror is placed here, and there is nothing else. Li glanced at the clean secret room. At least each player has a collection cabinet. But this mirror looks like it was just casually placed, with no additional measures to prevent the other party from escaping if a mirror can also escape. Li talked for a long time, but did not get any response from Wang Luan. He turned his head to look at Wang Luan standing motionless in front of the cave. Wang Luan took a while to relax, but still could not get rid of the sound. This time, he finally felt the disadvantage of the passive animal voice skill when he was too close to the opponent, and the opponent's sound was so intense. Then the impact on him would also increase rapidly. Li dragged Wang Luan from the cave to the corner, away from the mirror, and saw that Wang Luan's ferocious expression eased a little. Wang Luan reluctantly pointed at the mirror with his finger. His mind was full of resonance with this sound, and he could not control his vocal cords at all. Li was deeply aware of how unlucky he was. It was fine to dig a hole for a long time, and finally arrived at the destination. But the teammate directly took over. "Stay here and don't move." Li let go of Wang Luan's hand, straightened up and stared at the mirror, and confirmed with Wang Luan, "Is that really a civilization?" Wang Luan pointed at the mirror. "Okay. I'll figure out how to carry this mirror out." Li walked back to the mirror and continued to walk around it. Although he couldn't understand why a mirror would become a collectible, the way to save this civilization seemed much simpler than he originally thought. After all, it was a mirror. So why not just carry it out? Li did what he said, reaching out to touch the mirror frame tentatively. The gray mirror surface tried to brighten, but unfortunately, it was still gray, no different from before. After Li didn't feel anything unusual, he held the mirror frame with both hands, exerted force, and prepared to carry it up. The mirror in his hand did not move at all. Li tried hard, but the mirror did not move at all. Li let go of his hand, sighed, turned his head, and shouted to Wang Luan in the corner, "I can't lift this thing. Wang Luan, I'm on hold. Please don't disturb me." Li didn't get any feedback, and turned his head to look at the ordinary mirror. It was the most common large mirror, with some patterns carved on the frame, and a pillar behind the mirror supporting it on the ground. And the mirror couldn't even illuminate the figure standing in front of it. If it was placed on a grocery stall on Earth, no one would buy it. But now, it was carefully collected by Xingjishi, and even placed in the center of the room very formally, so that all the intelligent creatures who came here would know it was the protagonist at a glance. Li stopped in front of the mirror unconsciously, staring at the gray mirror and thinking, then there must be something wrong with this mirror. For example, this mirror. Li stretched out his hand to the mirror, trying to wipe off the gray substance. He didn't wipe it off. His hand went straight through the mirror. Then his wrist broke directly. The broken part was the mirror. The part that extended into the mirror disappeared uniformly, and the limbs left outside the mirror were intact. Fuck. Li stared at the neat cut on his wrist for 2 seconds and sighed. This is the first time I have seen such a neat cut. I always feel that it is a pity not to take this mirror to the vegetable market. Li took out the blood bottle from the space ring, knocked on the blood bottle, and turned his head to Wang Luan and said, "Come and see. This thing is awesome." Wang Luan, AFK. Do not disturb. Li's blood volume was restored, and the cut outlined the shape of the hand again, and everything returned to normal in an instant. Unable to discuss with his teammates, Li had to brainstorm on his own. "So, this is not an ordinary mirror." He said something nonsense. "Then Stargap can't really do nothing." Li's eyes fell on the gray mirror, then moved away and fell on the ordinary patterns on the frame. As an orthodox Western fantasy game, there must be a seemingly ordinary, but actually extremely powerful magic circle. Li picked up a shovel and scratched the innocent frame, turning the ordinary mirror into a scratched mirror. Nothing happened. Li put away the shovel and concluded, so this is not an orthodox Western fantasy game. Except for the frame. The mirror is left. Li stared at the gray mirror and fell into deep thought. This thing seems beyond his ability. But thinking carefully, players have never encountered anything within their ability in this game. Li took out a plain black stone from his space ring and gestured to the gray mirror, intending to completely rescue the trapped civilization and send it to hell. Wang Luan, who was on AFK, suddenly came online. The voice in his ear suddenly became quieter, which made Wang Luan, who was dizzy and lost control of his body, finally able to react to the outside world. And his first reaction was, "Stop!" Li put the black blood stone back into the space ring, turned his head and said in surprise, "Are you okay?" He spoke quickly and repeatedly shared the problem with the other party. Wang Luan stood up with a shovel, staggered around the mirror, and his eyes fell on the gray mirror. After a careful look, he found the blind spot. "Is this place cleaner than other places?" Li leaned in and stared at the gray mirror for a long time. The mirror was gray, and it was hard to confirm whether there was less dust in one place than in another. He was not sure, it seemed so. After he said this, he felt that the position of the mirror was familiar, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to gesture. A neat cut appeared on the wrist again. Lee suddenly realized, just now I reached in from here, and then I lost blood. When Lee said this, he reacted and looked at Wang Luan and said, this thing sucks blood? No. It actually needs ether, which is completely blocked by the star gap. Lee, who is actually an ether ball, took out the blood recovery agent. The official name of this thing is ether supplement. He replenished his blood, and after quickly outlining his hand at the smooth cut on his wrist, he met Wang Luan's eyes. The two asked almost at the same time, how many blood recovering potions did you bring? As the most basic material, blood recovering potions are the cheapest goods sold by Ezigen. For players who have been fighting against enemies who crushed them for years, the demand for blood recovering potions is particularly strong. Most players purchase blood recovering potions in large quantities according to the standard of filling up space rings. But more often, the enemies faced by players do not even leave them a chance to drink blood recovering potions. And every time a player dies, he can't help but go to Ezigen to buy a bunch of blood recovering potions to serve as useless psychological comfort. This little hoarding habit has not worked most of the time before, but now it finally has a place to be used. Wang Luan and Li each looked at half a mirror and started the process operation. Stretch out your hand. Break your hand. Drink blood recovering potion. Restore your blood volume. Grow your hand again. Stretch out your hand again. The process operation is boring and uninteresting. The two regarded the process of breaking your hand with blood splashing as nothing and chatted boredly. Oh, Wang and the others must be confused now. Right? Maybe they are dying in hallucinations. Fortunately, we are doing physical work here, although it is a bit tiring. At least there is progress. After such a chat, the boring atmosphere suddenly became cheerful. Chapter 223 Global Public Beta 47 Dungeon. The boring process of working is long, but it will eventually end. The two players who were taking blood medicine relied on mechanical labor to break through the ether blockade of the mirror by the star gap and pass the weak ether to each other. When the input ether concentration reached the lowest value, the gray mirror finally lit up. The unidentified object covering the mirror began to spread and shatter with one point as the center. The sound of the shattering was very weak at first. After the cracks on the gray fog continued to extend, the sound of the shattering gradually became clearer. When the gray fog covering the mirror was completely shattered, Li and Wang Luan heard a strong vibration, one after another, continuously transmitted from their location to a more distant direction, among the star gap that was dragged into the illusion and constantly killed the illusion. A star gap suddenly made a puzzled voice. Huh? What's going on? As a collective will of real-time shared communication, other star gap heard his last voice. No. The other party disappeared from the collective will, which only meant one thing. He was completely dead. The star gap was instantly enraged, and broke through several layers of illusions in a row. Almost the next second after star gap died, they rushed to the last layer of illusion. This was proof that they finally started to go all out. Just as Star Gap initially told the players that the Ring Clan is very weak. Compared to Star Gap, the Ring Clan as a consciousness is very weak. The Ring Clan needs to devote all its strength and constantly weave countless layers of illusions to barely trap Star Gap. After Xing Jishi got serious, those true and false illusions could not stop them at all. When Xing Jishi was about to step on the exit to end it all, the change occurred again. Xing Jishi arrived at the end of the illusion and found that it was a closed ring. This was not an illusion that the Ring Clan could construct, because to a certain extent, it was not an illusion at all, but a certain existence turned it into an independent plane outside the world. Xing Jishi, who mastered the ability of space, could clearly know how powerful this existence was. He created a world outside the world. What kind of concept is this? The Salpha Federation changed its form and became an undetectable existence, completely disappearing from the perception of the intelligent creatures on the continent. But the other party still exists in this world. For the intelligent creatures in this world, it is not difficult to let oneself enter another space. But the premise is that the other space is still in the world. For the other world, it assimilates all the incomplete new civilizations and turns them into its own part. In this case, the world outside the world, He Xingwen still has to do this through the agreement between Yitong and the Father God. But this existence easily turns the countless layers of illusions created by the Ring clan into a closed loop existing in the world constructed by the other party. Xingzixi has no way to go at the end of the illusion, and is once again engulfed by the illusion created by the Ring clan. Xingzixi can't even care about the Xingzixi who just died. An unbelievable voice echoes in their minds. What on earth is going on? The earth seems to be shaking. Li looked up, and for a moment, he thought that Xingzixi would wake up from the illusion because of the escape of the collection. But the vibration sound was still echoing, and Xingzixi did not move. Maybe it was an illusion. Li retracted his gaze and looked at the mirror. He was almost not like a mirror now. No mirror in the world would have such a clear and rippling mirror surface. Like some kind of liquid, and like a door to another world. Of course. Soon, the rippling mirror surface stabilized and a specific picture emerged. So, Li and Wang Luan were caught off guard and met the smiling whale. Fuck. Why did this mirror change the scene? Is this a whale? Wang Luan and Li looked at each other, not understanding why a whale appeared in the mirror, and smiled so humanely. They didn't stare at the whale for too long. After confirming that a whale appeared on the mirror, they gathered together and started whispering. Wang Luan, so, this mirror is a fish pond. There are a lot of fish. This whale looks cute, and seems to be quite humanized. Li thought, maybe the whale is the real collection of Xingzixi. I remember Xingzixi's collection likes to display its collection outside? Wang Luan raised a reasonable doubt. The whale is sealed in the mirror. So how can he appreciate his collection? That sounds reasonable. So the whale is not a collection? Then why does he appear in the mirror? Li turned his eyes and looked at the whale in the mirror. The whale looked very cute, and the smile on the corner of his mouth looked very friendly. Before Wang Luan could react, Li, who was talking, suddenly reached out his hand, passed through the mirror, and grabbed the whale. Wang Luan was shocked by this sudden development. Is this mirror used like this? But he always felt that something was wrong. It was like the sound in his ear, which had been low and long since the beginning, solemn and distant, while other noisy sounds disappeared one after another. This was very abnormal. Li didn't think too much. He caught the whale. His hand was not broken, so the next action was simply logical. Li pulled the whale out of the mirror. Fuck? X3. The three sounds that sounded at the same time came from Oh Huang Wang, Wu Xing, and Yi Quan, who were pulled out. The three people who were sharing how to quickly open the consciousness body form were not prepared at all, and were forced by you to the dark cave, and then looked at each other with Li and Wang Luan. How did you get here? Why are you here? The two sides asked each other a wave, and then they all reacted. Wu Xing, is this the Star Gap? He looked around the empty underground space, and his eyes naturally focused on the mirror he had just passed through. That was definitely not a mirror, but with a player's level in knowledge, it was impossible to tell what it was. Is this the Ring clan? Li, who was holding the whale, quickly let go, unsure if he had brought the big boss here, almost at the moment when the whale entered the Star Gap, or even earlier, when the whale appeared on the mirror. This piece of star fragment had died. The star fragments cannot accommodate him. For you, a piece of star fragment is too small. He needs to increase the other party's tolerance to allow him to enter smoothly. And this increasing tolerance behavior directly led to the death of this Star Gap. But this is not something worth caring about for you. After all, it is difficult for him to notice that he accidentally stepped on an ant. In fact, his attention is not on the player, because there is another existence that can barely communicate with him, talking and praying. You is not a god. Evil and justice cannot define him. In some extremely accidental coincidences, intelligent creatures can meet you who shuttles through the world and then change their fate. What are you thinking about? Wu Xing said, this is... Wu Xing thought about the adjective and decided to ask Yi Quan, the adventure triggered by Yi Quan. Wang Luan looked around the three clean people and realized that something was wrong. So, you activated the consciousness form? Among the three players, Yi Quan was the one who regretted the most. Why did you pull him? I was almost about to activate the consciousness form, but you pulled me over. I don't know if it will be so smooth next time. Oh Huang Wang simply described their experience. Li took a deep breath and concluded, so, you easily activated the consciousness form, didn't encounter any difficulties at all, and triggered the adventure? Oh Huang Wang asked Li, what about you? Li and Wang Luan, who had dug a cave for a long time and took a lot of blood medicine, said they would remain silent about this. But silence didn't help them escape. Wu Xing, you are covered in dirt. Were you digging a pit before? Oh, Huang Wang coughed and changed the subject. So, this mirror is the trapped civilization. It should be one of the trapped civilizations. Wang Luan stood in front of the mirror again and said, you don't know how perverted the star gap is. Wait, has the scene in this mirror changed? The other players came forward and stared at the mirror. There is no doubt that the scene presented by the mirror has indeed changed. After all, the whale has been pulled out by Li's hands. The rotating star is surrounded by fog and is dimly visible. The players looked at each other, and Li was eager to try. Do you think this planet can be pulled out? You've never heard of a suicidal man. It's fine if this planet crushes you to death. But what if it wakes up Star Gap? Wang Luan stared at this simple scene for a long time, and suddenly said, what does this scene mean? Li suppressed his urge to move and said objectively, from the whale's point of view, I deeply doubt that this thing in the mirror really exists. Oh, Huang Wang reacted quickly. After all, unlike humans living in the Milky Way, this world does not have a vast starry sky. And as we all know, Mangsing is an irregular shape. Logically speaking, isn't this world just one planet? Does the continent look like this? Yi Quan interrupted the topic. I just saw the complete map of this game. And the continent is definitely not a planet. What? Wu Xing's heart trembled when he heard this. And he quickly locked onto Yi Quan. Complete map? Yi Quan spent some time to briefly and clearly introduce his previous adventures, focusing on the huge world map he saw. Oh, Huang Wang's first reaction was, so it doesn't have to be the end of the South China Sea. Any end of the continent is a world gap. For Oh Huang, this probably means that the prize pool has finally expanded. As for others, fuck. Your hallucination is so amazing. You are out of the world. Wang Luan was keenly aware of the problem. Whale brought you to see the big map before returning here. Which means that when you first met him, you were not in this world at all. Yi Quan was confused. What? Are the Huan clan so awesome? I don't think it has anything to do with the Huan clan. Li said objectively. Xing Zhishi said before that the Huan clan is very weak. And he is not a liar like the Huan clan. I tend to think that what he said is true. What about Yi Quan? Space overlap is also possible. Wu Xing suddenly interrupted the topic. It is extremely accidental that the same position in different worlds overlaps. Seeing that other players were looking at him, Wu Xing seemed to realize that something was wrong and slowly stopped talking. When did you become so knowledgeable? Wang Luan listened to the professional term and asked suspiciously, aren't you a civil servant? How come you look like a physics expert? Oh, Huang Wang didn't notice anything. He praised Wu Xing. The internal test expert is awesome. Then he quickly changed the topic. The scene in the mirror has changed. Everyone quickly abandoned the previous topic and turned their heads to look at the mirror. It was still the planet surrounded by white fog, but the concentration of the white fog had dropped a lot, and it was almost impossible to cover the planet. Then all the players watched the planet slam into the transparent shell with a clang. The originally invisible transparent space slowly appeared with the opponent's movements. The planet was covered in a box. It kept spinning, obscured by the white mist, and then broke free from the white mist. But it was always in the box. Li suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. He touched his chin and hesitated. This cabinet is a bit like the display cabinet that Xing Zhixia made for players before. Yi Quan was shocked. So, this is the trapped civilization we want to save? He stared at the transparent box for 2 seconds, eager to reach out. Then I take it out? Oh, Huang Wang subconsciously stopped him before other players could speak. The scene in front of them changed rapidly, so fast that people had an illusion, like a mirror, fearing that they would really do this. And after the scene changed this time, the players finally met intelligent creatures that could communicate. A slender figure wearing a top hat appeared on the mirror. His face was almost completely covered by the top hat, and his hands and feet were slightly too long. His whole body was covered by a tight dress. Even his hands were wearing gloves, and his neck was covered by a high stand-up collar. The proportions of his body showed an inexplicable sense of disharmony. A disharmony between human and non-human. His image kept fluctuating with the mirror, so that the image presented to the player was not very stable. In short, this is a person, not quite like a human. Yi Quan couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. Why do I feel like he seems to have forced himself into a human shape? At this moment when the map of this game is gradually being fully developed by players. Players are accustomed to non-human intelligent creatures. It is really the first time to encounter such a considerate intelligent creature that considers the player's tolerance. A voice came out of the mirror. In just a few seconds, it changed more than 10 ways of speaking, and finally stopped at the language. Good day. Intelligent creatures belonging to the continent. The other party even greeted them politely. The player who knew nothing about the current situation skipped the greeting and went straight to the point. So, what happened? The other party slowly seemed to recall how to use language to communicate with them. Thank you for your help. But everything is over. The player showed a stupid expression of is it cleared now? We asked this person. The slender figure nodded slightly to the whale beside him. He looked more like an aboriginal on the mainland than the player. Help us get revenge. Wang Luan suddenly had an idea and connected the scenes just now. So, the one trapped in the box is Star Gap? This person condensed the illusion. The other party said, Star Gap will be trapped in the illusion forever. Unable to break free and unable to leave. Oh, Wang subconsciously said, what about the Ring clan? The other party said, as a matter of course, since the illusion was created by them. They are naturally trapped there. Li Mao lowered his voice and complained to Wang. I always feel that the moral values of this game are a bit problematic. Although from the perspective of the players, they know that the Ring clan and Star Gap are not good people. But it is hard to say whether Whale trapped the two in the box directly because he knew this, or because he did not consider the life and death of another race at all. What nonsense are you talking about? Wu Xing was very sensitive to this and raised his voice. The Huan tribe is the boss. So of course we have to lock them up together. Otherwise, will you fight the Huan tribe head-on? What do you mean by moral problems? Wu Xing, this is an absolutely righteous act. Why are you so excited? Li looked away at Wu Xing and asked suspiciously, are you the planner? He is a civil servant. Wang Luan coughed and said, I am very sensitive about this. Let's not talk about this. The NPC is staring at us. Li looked back and looked at the mirror again. The mirror really had something else to say. This person, let me tell you that he left you a key to enter the box. Oh, Wang, key. Wang Luan, box? Then they all turned their heads to look at the whale. And then, they found that the whale had disappeared at some point. My adventure is over? Yi Quan couldn't help but raise his voice a little. No. I didn't even talk to it. Didn't he say he left the key? Wu Xing looked at the mirror. What is that? The slender figure in the mirror raised his head slightly, and his chin was constantly moving under the brim of his hat. He didn't tell me more specific content. But you can go and take a look. The players took a step back. They had to step back. When this guy covered his face, he could barely be called a human. But after revealing a small piece of skin, he instantly changed from a humanoid creature that looks a little weird to a non-human creature that looks very suspicious. Something was rolling under the moving skin, and the granulation was growing wildly, which really challenged the psychological limit. Player, stay calm. Isn't it just mental pollution? I have encountered it so many times. Don't act like a novice who has never seen the market. However, the step of retreating in unison has fully demonstrated their stimulated mental state. The other party noticed the player's sudden alertness and covered the skin that was accidentally exposed again. Sorry. I just got out of trouble, and there is a lot of work to be done. Is the phrase a lot of work to be done used in this context? Before the player could express the doubts that floated through his mind, the other party continued, in fact, I am not a humanoid creature. As the other party spoke, the slender figure slowly melted, and a sea of blood and bones emerged in the mirror. In front of the mirror, the grass and animals appeared simultaneously, one life and one death, and existed symmetrically with the mirror as the axis. The grass grew as soon as it landed, and in a blink of an eye it occupied this underground space, transforming it beyond recognition. Rabbits hopped past, and bees flew around flowers, and the world in the mirror was also full of bones and a sea of blood. After a brief silence, Wang Luan broke the silence and said, this seems to be related to the Star Gap. Indeed, the mirror retracted the blood sea, and the grass disappeared from the ground. They are notorious in the outermost world of the continent, and there are hundreds of civilizations trapped by them alone. The slender figure reappeared, and the other party pressed the brim of his hat and said politely, but if you think that the civilizations collected by the Star Gap are harmless and peaceful, I can only say that it is a wrong idea. For some reason, the player subconsciously took another step back, probably because the Ring clan and the Star Gap left a deep psychological shadow on them, so that now they don't think anyone is a good person. To be honest, the guy in front of him is indeed not a good person. Most of them are very dangerous, including me. Of course. The other party retracted his hand and seemed to be laughing. But perhaps because he hadn't laughed for too long. His laughter was a little creepy, but compared to other civilizations, I have one advantage. I am very cautious. Yi Quan lowered his voice, and it was hard not to complain. You are cowardly. But you are also cautious. So, good luck to you. As the other party said this, the slender figure disappeared on the mirror. And then a mirror appeared on the mirror. It walked out of the mirror. Or rather, it walked into the other side of the mirror. The mirror in the mirror disappeared. The mirror in front of them also disappeared. So we broke through this dungeon in one go. Wu Xing thought, that's it. I see that the forums discuss this as a long-standing large-scale dungeon. Now that we have completed the land reclamation, the dungeon is gone. Wang Luan listened to the sound. Some noisy sounds that seemed to exist and were vaguely transmitted to his ears through something. No. Wang Luan took out a shovel and looked up. What's the sound up there? Li took out a shovel out of habit. Oh, Wang stepped up. Half of his body buried in the soil. The soil layer seemed to be completely non-existent to him, allowing the other party to pass through. Wu Xing followed closely. Yi Quan, who had not yet activated his consciousness body, angrily activated his exoskeleton armor and crashed into it. The soft soil layer was directly penetrated by this collision. Wang Luan holding a shovel. He put down the shovel and activated his exoskeleton armor. Li, who did not have an exoskeleton armor, made a puzzled sound. So, why did we use a shovel to dig a hole before? Still digging for so long? Wang Luan was silent for 2 seconds, and said to Li, you know, I was not in a good state at that time. He pointed to his ear. It's normal that I can't think rationally. That being said, Wang Luan still reached out and took Li to the ground. As soon as they got out of the ground, the players realized that something was wrong. The large piece of land that was originally composed of star gaps was only the one under their feet. And the rest of the star gaps disappeared without a trace. And the white fog that was originally not far away also disappeared. But the players were not in a hurry, because as soon as they looked up, they could see the small box half suspended in the air. It was like a projection. Or a door. There was a planet surrounded by white fog inside, repeating a familiar cycle. What is the origin of that whale? Wang Luan put Li down. Didn't the mirror just say that he left us the key to enter the box? Could it be this box? Yi Quan kept his eyes on the box and reminded Wang, you have activated the consciousness form. But I haven't yet. He glanced at the culprit, Li, who was so naughty that he pulled him out of the Shirong. Wang hesitated, turned his head and asked others, how about I go and see what's in this box? Let's go together. Li responded quickly, I don't think it's a good idea to separate from Wang. After all, what happened before has proved this point. Yi Quan and Wang Luan thought for 2 seconds and quickly agreed to this statement. They didn't know what was going on with the box. But Wang's Wang characteristics had already killed a lot. So, although it was not very wise, they decided to take a look at the box together. Wang gestured the distance between the box and the ground, jumped up and tried to take it. When his hand touched the box, time stopped and the scene froze. Just like a slow-moving picture, the scene in front of him changed at an extremely slow speed. When the players reacted, the scene in front of them became extremely familiar. Chiron floated not far away, and a large area of ground composed of star gaps floated in the world gap. And the two formed a confrontation. Everything was like time going backwards. Back to the way they first saw the two. But this is not time going backwards. Of course. Nor is it an illusion. But, instance the confrontation between the star gap and the Ring clan has been opened. Instance location, world gap. Instance description. The Ring clan and the star gap are in a confrontation here due to an accident, providing a best opportunity for ill-intentioned outsiders. Your choice will determine your gains. Now, the door has been opened for you. And start your carnival. Dungeon difficulty optional, easy difficulty, normal difficulty, extreme difficulty, hell difficulty. Dungeon clearance rewards. Depending on the player's performance in the dungeon, there is a chance to obtain the opening of the consciousness form, the incomplete version of the mental training system, the inheritance of hundreds of civilizations, and many other rare rewards. Dungeon failure penalties. Depending on the different failures of the player, one of the following penalties will be randomly obtained. Unable to enter the dungeon again within 24 hours real time. Drop random professional level 1 to 3. Drop random self-created skills. Drop the upper limit of attribute points, etc. The following players have been detected: Oh Huang Wang, Wan Luan, Li Mao, Hua Xing, Yi Quan. Do you want to enter in a team? If you enter in a team, the easy difficulty and normal difficulty will not be available. It is confirmed that there are two consciousnesses among the players, and the extreme difficulty cannot be selected. The difficulty of the team dungeon has been locked. Held difficulty. Do you want to enter this dungeon? Chapter 224 Global Public Beta 48A Short Vacation. At this moment, the whale that disappeared from the players is strolling in another place. The golden light is layered, with a monument standing in the center of the city as nodes, and slowly spreads across the kingdom's territory. Unlike the golden light extension scene that He Xingwen saw before, this is a more grand spreading process, and its main function is to entertain a guest from afar. This is the first time that you has entered this world. Of course, the reason why it is the first time is not for some special reason such as the ridiculous reason that the other world rejects outsiders, but because the world in you's eyes is almost endless, and the other world is not special in it. That's right. Even if the other world is constantly bordering other worlds. Even if for the Earthlings, the other world with countless civilizations at the same time is so beyond imagination. But for you, this world has nothing special. But the lack of specialness does not mean that you has no interest in it. After all, there are very few special worlds, and ordinary worlds are the most common. You, who is walking in the golden light at this moment, no longer looked like a whale. He also turned into a ray of golden light. But compared with those golden lights, he looked brighter and more human. It was hard to say how to see the human feeling from a ray of light. But the other party was indeed a particularly human golden light. Operation Program Error. New module detected. Copy module. Repeating operation. Operation successful. Module started. You did not talk to him. He strolled in the golden light and finished the tour after reviewing the program that still had divinity. He Xingwen yawned and handed the pile of documents to be approved to He Tong. He Tong, who was sitting next to He Xingwen, had a thick stack of documents in front of him. Of course, he did not need to approve the documents. He just needed to put them where they should be. So, what is that? He Xingwen and He Tong were having a conversation about outsiders. A passerby. He Tong fixed his eyes on He Xingwen's profile. He will not intersect with the world. For him, this world is too. He Tong thought about the wording. Too small. He Xingwen yawned again, scribbled a line on the report, and handed it to He Tong. So you know the existence of this kind of life? He Tong took the report and put it on a pile of reports, to be precise. This special existence is recorded in the database of intelligent life. He Xingwen looked at He Tong. Then this world is too small for you. He Tong paused and said honestly, if this world includes you, then it cannot be defined as small for me. He Xingwen did not give him a chance to avoid the topic. Since a world is too small for you, then what is the world you exist in? Are you interested in higher dimensions? He Tong said calmly. But that is just another world that is not so small. Rules constrain life. But without rules there is no life. He Tong, there is no absolute freedom. If there is an open world, it only proves that the cognition of the creature that came up with this idea is not enough to clearly define it. For me, whether it is a higher dimension or here, what is more important is whether you exist, not how the world is. He Tong, because the world is the world. It is there. It does not bear any expectations, nor will it respond to any emotions. He Tong, but you are different. You are my world. Ever since He Xingwen saw He Tong's data, the other party has been in this overly surging emotion, and countless love words can overflow at any time and place, praising He Xingwen's existence. He Xingwen has been completely immune. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds and did not continue to ask about the higher dimension. Instead, he changed the subject. Has the copy program been installed? He Tong, you helped a little and put the program into the main console of the game. He Xingwen muttered. It's hard to imagine why creatures like you exist and what kind of world you are looking at. This is human curiosity about the unknown. And it is also the eternal driving force that drives humans to go further. In other words, He Xingwen really can't restrain this curiosity, especially when the answer is right next to him. He Tong is as calm as ever about this. If it can be imagined, it will not be called a higher dimension. It is precisely because it does not exist in your cognition that it cannot be crossed. If we say why we exist, it's just like why humans exist. Life itself naturally has its reason for existence. And the world we look at is actually the same as the world you look at. To us, it is ordinary. That's different. You, who is wandering in this world, interjected. It's just ordinary for intelligent life. Right? He saw He Xingwen, and also saw the surging light on He Xingwen that supported this world. Then he moved his eyes away, and looked at the intelligent life more attentively. The He Tong that you saw was completely different from what the intelligent creatures in this world saw. Data flows in this world. Everywhere. It covers the other world, and the earth connected to the other world, which is part of He Tong's computing level. This is why He Tong is almost omniscient. And the more core computing programs and databases cannot be easily seen. After all, your database records everything. Knowledge, civilization, secrets. He Xingwen used human perspective to put He Tong's words into context, and seemed to understand what He Tong meant. His attention returned to the main business, since he won't stay for long. Let's get more wool while he's still here. What else is missing in the main console of this game? There are too many things. Players' complaints about the unreasonable settings of the game can be talked about for days and nights. But after thinking about it, He Tong answered his question. In fact, the main console of the game itself has the function of evolving corresponding functions according to the ability and exploration level of the players. It's just that the players were too weak and the exploration level was too low before. So the main console of the game only enabled basic functions. When he said this, He Xingwen remembered. It seems that the players haven't even enabled the private chat function yet. As He Tong said, although this game has gone through the process from internal testing to public testing, and then to global public testing. In fact, the progress of the players themselves is still at the initial position. And there is an extremely long distance to make the game have complete functions. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, and his attention shifted to what He Tong had just said. The exploration level is too low? The continent map has been opened, but the exploration level is still too low. That is the continent map opened by the kingdom. Players have not had in-depth contact with other races and forces. In fact, you may not understand what the new continent is like. As He Tong spoke, a map suspended in the air unfolded in front of He Xingwen. It took the kingdom as the center, outlined the familiar continent map, and then began to outline the new continent that had never appeared on the map, and a regular area surrounding the continent. The map did not stop there. It continued to expand, outlining the new civilizations that were constantly bordering the end of the world, which were constantly filling the area of the new continent and allowing it to continue to expand. He Xingwen stared at the continent wrapped by the new continent, comparing the areas of the two sides, and had to admit a reality that the two could be said to be about the same size. And the other side was even continuing to expand. But the continent would not continue to expand. Then the imbalance in the area comparison between the two sides would only happen after a period of time. For players, it is difficult for them to reach the end of their exploration, He Tong said objectively, because this world is still bordering the other world. He Xingwen responded to a question. This world is constantly bordering new civilizations in order to postpone the doomsday. And the emergence of the kingdom is to completely cut off the doomsday. After I complete the main quest, theoretically, the other world should stop expanding, because it no longer needs to postpone the doomsday by bordering new civilizations. In fact, the original purpose of the alien world bordering other broken worlds was indeed what you said. But after it bordered so many broken civilizations, it was no longer just for this reason. But other worlds on the verge of destruction hoped to preserve the flame of civilization by bordering the alien world. He Xingwen paused for a moment for this sentence. He already knew that the main task could not be completed quickly. So whether the player's exploration of the alien world could be completed in a short time was not within his consideration. In short, since this is a long process, He Xingwen said irresponsibly, it is something that China and the players need to consider. Anyway, I have done what I should do. Zhe, who hurried over after receiving the notice, arrived at the meeting room. Your Majesty, do you have something to ask me? He Xingwen gestured to the piles of documents in front of He Tong, regarding the exploration of the ruins of the Salfa Federation, the humanitarian rescue in the Beast God Wilderness, and the Dwarf Revenge War of the Diamond Empire. I have made a general arrangement. You just need to follow the documents. Zhe glanced at the thick stack of documents. A little puzzled. Do you have any other arrangements next? He Xingwen glanced at He Tong, who was looking at him. I'm going to go out for a walk. He Xingwen smiled at Zhe. So, the kingdom is in your hands. Zhe's expression suddenly became serious. You are the only one in the kingdom. I know. So I decided to take a short vacation. He Xingwen pulled He Tong and quickly slipped out of the meeting room, leaving a message for Zhe. The report on the top is how the kingdom operates in the absence of the king. No one can stop the king who has made a decision, let alone his loyal subjects. Zhe watched the king disappear under the monument, sighed deeply, reached out and opened the first report, and read it quickly. It was a preliminary idea about how to maintain the democratic communist system after the kingdom lost its king. Obviously, the king has planned a path for the future. Zhe finished reading this idea, closed the report, turned his head to look at the NPC standing at the door, and reported a series of names of leaders of various races. Go and call Yu, Yan, Huang, and Disu, Duodi, Nulita, to the administrative bureau for a meeting. He Xingwen meant what he meant when he said he would go out for a walk. The main console of the game opened up the right to travel. And the reason why He Xingwen did not go to the mainland immediately was entirely because the kingdom had too many pending matters. So there are a lot of reports, all about the follow-up plans for multiple projects currently being carried out in the kingdom, with the kingdom occupying almost half of the continent. The possibility of these projects going wrong has become extremely low. The kingdom can peacefully evolve the Beast God Wilderness, while also going to war with the Diamond Empire. With this strength, even if the undead emperor has a brain injury and wants to fight the kingdom, the players can teach the undead a lesson, under the premise of a high tolerance rate. He Xingwen stepped into the territory outside the kingdom for the second time, and cast a curious look at this continent that has almost bowed to him. He Xingwen gave himself and Itana a player template, and changed the template face, and decided to experience the fun of the game from the player's perspective. He Tong stared at the golden light surrounding He Xingwen 360 degrees, and the player's full-level template he pulled from the game's main console, and felt that He Xingwen was experiencing the fun of the game from the player's perspective. There may be some misunderstanding about this point. After all, the game experience of players comes from one point: players can be resurrected, and He Xingwen, whose body is in another world, does not have the ability to be resurrected. And neither of these two worlds wants to see He Xingwen on the verge of death. So, this so-called experience, the fun of the game from the perspective of the player, may be changed to experience the fun of the game from the perspective of full level, full profession, full skills and undead. But no matter what, He Xingwen and He Tong successfully arrived at their first stop, the extremely lively end of the South China Sea, ready to go to the new copy at the outermost edge of the continent. There is no way. This is the most popular term on the Earth's social media, and it is also the area that He Xingwen is most unfamiliar with. At the end of the South China Sea, there are crowds of people, and players are struggling to trek on the artificially constructed ground. The sound of hawking, conversation, quarreling, one after another. The sound waves hit everyone present. He Xingwen took a breath. There were too many people here. All the players who rushed into the crowd were swept up by the crowd and slowly lined up in a long queue, which was even more out of reach from the end of the queue. Of course, what followed was the rapid prosperity of the business here. The stalls for food, clothing, housing and transportation were close to each other on both sides of the queue, turning the originally boring queue process into a pre-war supply-style crazy shopping. He Xingwen did not rush into the crowd with the length of the queue. It would take him a long time to queue up. He silently took a step back, away from the players who kept pouring into the queue. The discussion of the players drifted into his ears. How long will this queue last? Players don't play games. Just queue up? Who told the registration point to have fixed working hours? Plus, there are more and more players. Didn't the demon lead the players to the dungeon entrance one by one? Yes. There are only 10 teams a day. Then when do we have to line up? So many players jump the grid by themselves after registering. What if they get lucky before their number is called? That's not a profit. Besides, this is a dungeon. But it won't be the only one. As long as you get in touch with the outermost civilizations of the continent, you can always open the second dungeon, the Old Dog Planner. At present, the dungeon has just been released, and the growing demand for dungeons by players, and the number of dungeons are obviously in an irreconcilable contradiction. Most players are attracted to the dungeon, but they can't queue up at all, which has caused the order here to be chaotic again, so that the Kingdom Knights appear and start to maintain order. But this can slightly relieve the pressure. But it cannot completely eradicate the contradiction caused by the player's desire for dungeons and the unsatisfied desire. He Xingwen has long been immune to being scolded by players. You are scolding the planner. What does it have to do with His Majesty the King? However, after seeing the situation at the end of the South China Sea with his own eyes, He Xingwen's sympathy finally moved slightly before. He was indifferent to most of the players' complaints. And most of the reason was that he had never seen the situation on the scene with his own eyes. The planner who was isolated from the players certainly would not feel guilty. But now, there are tens of thousands of players queuing up for a dungeon spot on the narrow artificial island. He Xingwen turned and walked out. After he distanced himself from the players, he said to He Tong, "Can the main console of the game build a fixed-point teleportation for them? If the mages and dwarves are asked to research equipment/scrolls that can be used in the world gap, it will probably take a while to get results." He Tong was not surprised by this question. In fact, there is no need for the main console of the game to interfere. "I can do it." He Xingwen paused, turned his head to look at He Tong with a template face, paused for a moment, and made a request. "It is best to be able to accommodate multiple players stably, but maintain basic order." Under He Xingwen's gaze, He Tong nodded slightly. Then he sent a system notification to the group of players. System notification: His Majesty, the Great King, heard about the enthusiasm of the people of the kingdom to explore the outermost part of the continent, and he said that this should be encouraged. So, the road emerged from the world gap, guiding the people of the kingdom to move forward. All the players scattered on the continent of the other world were stunned by this strange system notification. They had never seen a system notification so flattering, just short of singing the song of immortality for His Majesty the King. At the same time, the ruins of the South Federation suddenly shook. The etheric structure that was buried in the deepest part of the ruins, and almost completely shattered, suddenly assembled itself miraculously, until it retraced, to be intact, then soared into the sky, crossed the sky, and fell into the gap in the world. This big movement immediately attracted the attention of the players. The players in the ruins of the South Federation rushed to the shaking place, and then saw several deep pits leading to the deeper part of the ruins, which looked like a newly refreshed treasure cave. Players who came to check the situation, one by one, did not hesitate, and jumped down like dumplings. And the players on the land at the end of the South China Sea looked at the world gap that was close at hand. The etheric structure fell into the world gap. This area without rules, chaos and disorder, and difficult to control ether, had almost no effect on the etheric structure. In other words, the impact of the world gap on the etheric body was buffered by the structure of the etheric body itself. They stood steadily in the world gap, changing their forms, connecting each other's interfaces, and in full view of the public, they became an aerial corridor standing in the world gap, the kind that was fully enclosed. It was like a corridor located in a scenic area, with transparent glass allowing them to enjoy the scenery outside, and the cover above could isolate them from wind and rain. In short, this did not look like a building that could appear in the world gap, but because it appeared, it was more like a miracle. The voices of the players came together and finally formed a word: "Fuck." He Tong said to He Xingwen in a relaxed tone, as if he had done nothing. The ether construct has basic protective functions. When it encounters external attacks, it will fight back and will not be easily destroyed. He Xingwen stared at the sky corridor for a while. Where does the energy that supports its operation come from? He Tong blinked at He Xingwen. Have you forgotten? Attention. He Xingwen remembered that the reason he became a broadcaster was to gain attention and energy to play this game. Of course, this is almost useless to He Xingwen now, because the number of attention He Xingwen has gained every day is extremely amazing. Most of the energy was used to produce NPCs to ensure that the NPCs in the kingdom were sufficient to maintain the order of the increasing number of players. The remaining small amount of energy was still an astronomical figure, which was enough to support the sky corridor effortlessly and ensure that it remained operational. Seeing that the players were confused for a moment because of the appearance of the sky corridor, and then quickly stabilized, He Xingwen moved his eyes away. Let's go directly to the entrance of the dungeon. He Tong had no objection, and of course Jin Guang was even less likely to have an objection. So the main console of the game changed the teleportation location without complaint. Endless world gaps unfolded in front of him, and broken land and void became the only things in the background. Under He Xingwen's feet was the body of the dead star gap, a piece of star fragments that was stable in the world gap. And in front of him, floating in the air, was a box. Is this the replica? He Xingwen's eyes paused on it, and he deeply understood the power of high-dimensional creatures. Is he still there? He Tong, he is very interested in this world. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. Do we really have nothing to get from him? He tried very hard to get more wool. For example, the destroyed floating abyss? I think it is also suitable for a replica. And the Salfa Federation. He thought for 2 seconds. If you want to do this, why don't you stop him? You know what this thing is. You, who is traveling in this world, said casually you plan to imprison the dead and trap the living in a cycle? He said coldly if he wants to do this. I unconditionally agree with all his decisions. He Xingwen didn't know what this would bring to the floating abyss and the Salfa Federation. But he knew He Tong. When He Tong said this, it usually meant that He Xingwen would not like the consequences of this idea. Forget it. He Xingwen thought for a moment and gave up the idea. Since the main console of the game will evolve with the progress of the player's exploration, there is no need to rush to force it. What the hell is this dungeon? Hey! Who are you? Oh, Wang, who fell out of the dungeon and rolled to He Xingwen's feet, looked up at the two strange players and was a little surprised. Are you new players here to clear the dungeon? He looked behind He Xingwen and the others, but didn't see the devil, but saw the strange sky corridor. You came so fast. He sighed so innocently, and then made an invitation. It just so happens that we failed to clear the level. Do you want to join us? No way. Oh, Wang. This is already hell difficulty. You want to add more people? Li said with a grin. Don't cheat them. Let them choose the simple difficulty. Maybe there is still a chance to clear the level. Wu Xing took a bottle of blood medicine and couldn't help looking at He Xingwen frequently. For some reason, he always felt that this player looked familiar. Of course, all players have template faces. And in theory, everyone is familiar with every player. But this was different. Wu Xing couldn't tell what was different. So he looked at the other person again. It happened that the other person was also looking at him. And their eyes met for a moment. He Xingwen laughed. I've heard of you. Yi Quan coughed. Yes. It's us. The great pioneering team. Wang Lun rolled his eyes. I don't know who just went in and crashed. Yi Quan rushed over. There are people here. Can you give me some face? Do you really think you still have face? Do you think I don't know what the audience in your live broadcast room calls you? Wang Lun and Yi Quan fought in a mess, and the atmosphere became lively. He Xingwen was not affected by the chaos at all. Let's go together. I just want to see how difficult the hell difficulty is. Yi Quan heard this in the melee, and heard a voice from afar. How difficult is it? You're giving up at the start. Wu Xing suppressed the strange feeling and explained. The hell difficulty has strengthened the original Ring Clan and Star Gap. Li said quietly. We can't beat the original Ring Clan and Star Gap, let alone the Ring Clan and Star Gap with enhanced IQ and force. Guess what kind of failure we just got? He sighed and said, at the beginning, we were directly killed by the Ring Clan and Star Gap together. It's okay. Let's try again. Oh, Wang didn't seem to be affected by the failure at all, and said confidently, aren't there two new players? He glanced at the nicknames of the players above He Xingwen and He Tong. Wang Xiaoming, Ming Xiaowang. Join? These two names successfully made the scene silent. Chapter 225 Global Public Beta 49 Hell Difficulty Dungeon Journey. Before the atmosphere turned from silence to awkwardness, someone broke the silence with difficulty. So, we're just going to call you Xiaoming, Xiaowang. With countless players pouring into the game, players have encountered all kinds of names that are hilarious. But these two names are different. Rather than being funny, it's more accurate to describe them as tacky. He Xingwen nodded. Very self-aware. I'm not good at naming. I can see. Wang Lun took a deep breath, forced the topic back to the point, and shared with He Xingwen the experience of the last failure. Before you came, we just tried the Dungeon of Hell difficulty, and didn't get any useful experience, because we were killed just after we figured out the situation. Wu Xing suppressed the strange feeling that Wang Xiaoming brought to him, and inserted the conversation from the last dungeon. After we enter the dungeon, we will be randomly assigned to the Star Gap and the Ring Clan, and then we will have nearly 10 minutes to move freely, looking for ways to escape or counterattack. After 10 minutes, the Ring Clan and the Star Gap will break the confrontation and join forces to hunt down the players. Yi Quan added, when the Ring Clan and the Star Gap are free. For us, basically we will die as soon as we meet. There is absolutely no chance of counterattack. Li thought, I think the difficulty of hell is not suitable for our current level. We are too far behind the boss. Wang Lun, is there an upper limit on the number of people in this dungeon? If there is no upper limit, perhaps we can consider using numbers to make up the difference. By the way, We don't know if players can be resurrected after dying in the dungeon, because we all died last time and didn't have a chance to verify it. Wu Xing, but in the dungeon, there shouldn't be unlimited resurrection. Right? If it is possible to resurrect, then our death won't be considered a failure to clear the level, because we can still be resurrected. Fortunately, our failure penalty is not that we can't enter the dungeon within 48 hours. Li murmured. Yi Quan responded quickly, it's okay. We brought Huang with us. Even if we fail, the failure penalty will not be randomly assigned to the worst option. After quickly summarizing the lessons learned from the last failed clearance, Huang opened the dungeon again. The scene slowly changed, and the dungeon was successfully opened. After several other players were involved normally, He Xingwen and Yi Tong were still standing in front of the dungeon, and the golden light surrounding He Xingwen flickered, as if asking for credit. Fortunately, although they did not enter the dungeon automatically, the dungeon did not reject them. He Xingwen stepped over the box and walked into the closed loop. The planet covered by white mist rotated slowly, and as He Xingwen's distance from it shortened, the ongoing dungeon scene unfolded. Huang, Wu Xing, and Yi Quan were in Shirong, while Li and Wang Luan were in Xingzig. From He Xingwen's perspective, their time passed very slowly, as if it was slowed down dozens of times, and they had not yet discovered that He Xingwen and his friends were not in the dungeon. He Xingwen's sight went back and forth between Shirong and Xingzig, and finally fell on Xingzig. Although he was more interested in both, there was only one Ring clan, while there were hundreds of civilizations trapped in Xingzig. In terms of quantity, the latter was more attractive. He Xingwen continued to move forward, so the slowly passing time was suddenly moved forward, and the view from the dungeon was lowered until the scene in front of him was replaced by the familiar void. Everything returned to normal, and the dungeon officially began. Li looked around at the players on the Star Gap, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Why do I feel that the landing location is not random? When we first came into contact with the Ring Clan and the Star Gap, it was this location assigned. And now it is still this location and number of people. Isn't it too coincidental? Wang Luan didn't have time to pay attention to this kind of problem. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he seized the time and released the skill animal voice. Just like the scene that happened in reality, he was dragged into a special state and witnessed a strange scene. Wang Luan fell to the ground, and Li took out the shovel from the space ring and reminded Xiao Ming and Xiao Wang, don't stand there. Dig quickly. We only have 10 minutes. Speaking of this, Li put the shovel back again. I am such a fool. He took out a mechanical product from the space ring and put it on the ground, ready to wait for Wang Luan to complete the preliminary preparations of softening the ground, and then directly open the way violently. From his personal experience, if they use a shovel, 10 minutes is not enough for them to dig a hole. While Wang Luan and Li cooperated tacitly, He Xingwen did not stand there stupidly. His eyes swept over this large star gap, and the presence of golden light made him see at a glance the veins of life surging in those lands, gathering in the depths of each star gap, like a strong and beating heart. He Xingwen clicked on his character template. His character template is similar to that of the player. This similarity means that on the basis of the player's current foundation, he has more parts that the player does not currently have. On his skill page, there are 10 professions. In addition to the 3 initial professions and 4 advanced professions, there are 3 professions that players can learn only after the exploration degree on the continent increases. They are the monks of the Diamond Empire, the great scientist profession left in the Salpha Federation, and the undead in the Valley of the Dead. However, just like all the professions that have appeared in this game, it is very difficult to obtain, learn, and advance these 3 professional systems. At present, the most difficult thing for players is how to obtain this profession. This is a profession that the current players have not yet opened. After all, the Diamond Empire and the Kingdom are currently at war. The current exploration level of the ruins of the Salpha Federation is very shallow, let alone the scientist profession. The player has not even found a few broken scientific instruments. As for the undead, how to impress an undead is the biggest problem that players have to face. But not yet open does not mean that players will never be able to open it, at least in the eyes of the game's main console. These 3 professions have met the most basic conditions and appeared on He Xingwen's player template. There are only 10 professions on He Xingwen's player template, which does not mean that these 10 professions are everything. It's just that the new professions outside these 10 professions are truly out of reach for players. Perhaps, When the spiritual energy revival enters the next stage, and players truly grasp the ether, they may be able to find new professions outside these 10 professions in the new world. And for He Xingwen, all the skills of these 10 professions have been unlocked. How lonely it is to be invincible. This is why I first said, I want to play a holographic game. The real reason. But who would have thought that after that, He Xingwen's life and the world would unfold in such a fantastic way, but only deviate from the original path. He Xingwen's fiery young heart finally revived in the full skill panel. He first used the ultimate move of the great scientist profession etherization. If this is a real world gap, then this skill will be useless, because the characteristics caused by the world gap not yet bordering the world are destined to one point. The ether here is not the ether familiar to the Federation, but this copy is another world built by you, and it is impossible to reproduce such a special point of the world gap. Therefore, the skill etherization can be used. The originally uncontrolled ether suddenly became active and began to collide. It transmitted information and assimilated the unfamiliar ether. In this copy, an ether environment sufficient to cast spells was constructed. This is the premise for the release of other skills. An environment surrounded by abundant ether. Just like the mainland. The players guessed correctly. This dungeon was beyond their level, and the hell difficulty was impossible for the current players to overcome no matter how many players there were. Because in the dungeon, players could not be resurrected infinitely. If it was a simple difficulty, the players might still be able to pass it. But Wang Wang and his team were so stubborn that they insisted on trying the hell difficulty. So there was nothing they could do. If there was no interference from He Xingwen and his team, they would have given up the attempt to form a team to enter the hell difficulty dungeon after a few more failures. But now with the interference from He Xingwen and his team, they should have wisely given up trying the hell difficulty immediately. Because they will see with their own eyes what they have to do to defeat the star gap in this dungeon. He Xingwen didn't think so much. In fact, he didn't even think too much about the problem of being exposed. He was just curious about the skills of these 10 professions. After ensuring that the surrounding ether had built an environment sufficient to support the casting of spells, He Xingwen released the ultimate skill of the Forger Mechanical Army. Unlike the players who dared to call it a mechanical army for making some messy mechanical creations, and different from the dwarves whose combat effectiveness declined due to the loss of collective education, it was a full-level full-form mechanical army. That was the real confidence of the dwarf kingdom that once attracted the attention of the forces on the continent. Of course, if the player uses this skill normally, then first of all, he has to meet an astonishing astronomical figure. Basic resources are the foundation of the mechanical army of the dwarf kingdom, including but not limited to the needs of many ores such as silver mines. The dwarf kingdom relied on the mineral veins on the top of the mountains, and made these battlefield terminators with the whole country's strength. A simple player probably can't do this. This game is always so realistic. However, He Xingwen is not a simple player. Although he doesn't carry so many ore resources with him, he has taken advantage of the game's main console. Therefore, the skill mechanical army was successfully released. And all this actually took only a short minute. Before Wang Luan was immersed in the strange sound and scene, Li put the mechanical creation he took out on the ground, while He Xingwen and Yi Tong stood aside and watched. Then, the sound of mechanical friction came one after another. The ground began to shake. Fuck. This copy is too much. We just entered the game. And Stargap reacted so quickly? Li stood up while cursing the copy and looked towards the place where the sound came from. A black line appeared in the distance. And soon, those things quickly closed the distance. Li's eyes were fixed on those things. He took some time to restart his brain, then turned around and shook Wang Luan frantically. Fuck! Wake up! Come out and see the mechanical army. Wang Luan's head was shaken into a thrilling arc by him, and the force was so great that people couldn't help but worry that Wang Luan's head would be shaken off in the next second. He Xingwen cast his eyes into the distance. What should the mechanical army look like? It should be that as soon as it appears, people will know that this thing is the legendary mechanical army. Galloping on the ground is an army. A real army with a complete system. Steel and machinery, magic patterns and ether constituted those huge steel bodies, and they were divided into several legions with different functions. Machines controlled machines, cavalry, artillery, heavy cavalry and even bombers. Machines were hovering in the sky, and armor was galloping on the ground, forming a black line on the horizon. This is a complete version of the mechanical army. An army that does not require the participation of dwarves. The army surrounded the star gap selected by He Xingwen. and they launched an attack. There were constant roars, smoke and dust, and almost in an instant, the land of the Star Gap was plowed by heavy firepower. Wan Luan, who was finally shaken awake by Li, was dying. What happened? Li stopped shaking him at some point, staring at the distance in amazement, and was speechless. This. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Wan Luan. I think we are already in the illusion of the Ring Clan. A question mark appeared on Wan Luan's head. Impossible. He had a severe headache and said slowly, I don't know if the difficulty of the dungeon is too high. And the skill animal voice didn't work. Everything was the same as before. But suddenly all the sounds disappeared. At this point, Wan Luan covered his head and said, Is it my illusion? Why do I seem to hear the sound of artillery? Li looked at the black steel army covered in dust in the distance, and swallowed his saliva. Maybe it's not an illusion. Look! He turned Wan Luan's head, and asked him to look at the army in the distance. Dust can't cover such a large number of troops. The steel-cast machinery shines brightly under the light, demonstrating the power of machinery. Wan Luan covered his head, and slowly opened his mouth. What is that? Mechanical army. He Xingwen joined the conversation and said, Do you want to go over and take a look? Wan Luan and Li turned their heads to look at He Xingwen, their faces full of confusion, as if they had just realized their existence. Li, where did the mechanical army come from? Wan Luan, I remember that the dwarf's mechanical army didn't look like this. Right? He Xingwen casually used two druid skills, inducement and woodification. A small tree incredibly grew out of the gap between the stars under their feet, and grew into a towering tree in an instant. The rigid plant had just completed the budding branching stage, and it came alive. The towering tree had wooden features, which looked like a tree man, but was actually an infinitely weakened version of the tree man. Far from being comparable to the tree man, it bent down, moved its branches, and placed all the players on the scene on itself, then strode forward. The ground gave it endless power, even if this piece of ground was also an intelligent creature. It could not prevent the plant from gaining the power of life. It walked very fast, crossed several pieces of land under its feet, and approached the direction of the mechanical army. He Xingwen even found time to answer their doubts. I'm talking about the mechanical army of the Dwarf Kingdom. The current dwarves are actually a weakened version due to various factors. Wan Luan kept shaking as the tree man moved forward. He looked a little confused. Oh, so it sounds like the dwarves were awesome back then. Li was different from him. His thinking was very straight. Fuck. What the hell are you doing? Can this game be cheated? Wan Luan was startled and reacted. He instinctively looked at He Xingwen and his players' nicknames, and the players' unique template faces, and said, I think we may really be in an illusion. The running tree man arrived at the destination and put the players on the ground. The players faced the mechanical army, and the results of the previous round of bombing at close range. The pure machinery was filled with the breath of war machines, and these war machines were endlessly arranged on the gap between the stars. It was hard to imagine anything that could stop them from moving forward. The star gap in front of them had its excess parts cut off, just like real land, with hidden treasures and a still beating heart dug out. It seems inaccurate to describe it as a heart, because it is a huge white crystal buried deep in the body of Star Gap. Half of it is exposed to the players, and the other half is still buried in the ground, maintaining the life of Star Gap. Why not guess something more imaginative? He Xingwen glanced at the scene in front of him, and did not act in a hurry, but said to Li and others, for example, I am a lucky person who has opened an adventure? Wan Luan muttered, the luckiest guy I have ever met was killed in a wave in the last dungeon. Li followed up with a complaint, besides, with the character of the planner, no matter how lucky the player is, it is impossible to destroy the balance of the game. Wan Luan, now think about it. You did appear too quickly. We just entered a dungeon, and you arrived. Li, so, this must be an illusion. It seems that the psychological shadow left by the Ring Clan on the players will not be healed in a short time. Well, if you want to think so, then think so. He Xingwen is not interested in the heart of Star Gap. He is more interested in the civilization collected by Star Gap. He Xingwen cast his eyes towards the earth that was cut open in front of him. Do you know where the Star Gap keeps the civilization? Although they believed that they were in an illusion, Li and Wan Luan were very interested in the next illusion. Of course, it could also be because they had no way to escape from the illusion. Li looked at the magical scene in front of him and said, Inside my body? Yes. Each Star Gap has several civilizations stored in it. He Xingwen paused and looked in a certain direction. The Star Gap has reached an agreement with the Ring Clan, Huh? Seeing the blank expressions of Li and Wang Luan, He Xingwen explained, the attack on the Star Gap angered them. So they reached a consensus faster than last time. In other words, they have escaped from the confrontation and can free their hands to deal with the weak creatures jumping on them. The ground under his feet quickly cracked, ready to repeat the old trick and drag these weak intelligent creatures into the land. Before that, He Xingwen used the druid's ultimate move, Nature's Wrath. Although this is the druid's ultimate move, in fact, the one who can really use it is the tree man. The real druid cannot release this skill, and there is an insurmountable gap between them and the tree man in controlling nature. But for players, the tree man is an advanced form of the druid profession, and the game main console has built these two very similar professions into a complete professional system. Of course, the current players know nothing about this. However, one Nature's Wrath is far from enough. After all, there is a continent connected by countless star gap in front of him. He Xingwen's eyes swept over those professions one by one, and he calmly released the ultimate moves of other professions. The tentative attack of Star Gap was interrupted. The forest rose from the ground, and they took root in the land, turning the land that originally belonged to Star Gap into a piece of land wrapped by extremely complex roots. The cracks were filled with plants, and they could not do whatever they wanted. The mechanical army started with a rumble, and the artillery fire turned to another Star Gap, pouring on the land, and the steel ran along the land, constantly expanding the battlefield. A violent ether fluctuation was brewing in the sky, and the familiar ether enveloped the sky above Star Gap, and tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck from the sky. Undeads emerged from the void one after another. The army of undeads was densely packed in another Star Gap that had not been attacked yet. Ghosts floated among them. Huge white bone monsters flew over the sky, casting shadows one after another on the ground. He Xingwen's eyes wandered among the few professional skills that had not been used yet. The Bee's Speaker was a weakened version of the Druid profession. Cross it out. Summoner was an undead profession that was weakened countless times. Cross it out. Berserker. Missionary. What kind of weak professions are these? I can only say that it is no wonder that it was created by Ezigen. The artificial professional system that has not been tested by time is much worse than the professional system that has been tested by time. Fuck. While recording, Li sighed at the scene in front of him. This illusion is amazing. It's a grand scene. Wang Luan murmured to himself, dwarves, druids, undead, mages. He looked at He Xingwen. Isn't this too exaggerated? In fact, there is also a great scientist. He Xingwen blinked at him. The great scientist is an auxiliary profession, so it is difficult for you to see its reaction process directly. But I remind you that this is a world gap. Wang Luan responded quickly. The ether in the world gap is difficult to control. As a professional strategy player, Wang Luan was full of curiosity. The great scientist is an auxiliary profession. Can it create an environment for the use of ether? Li was more curious about another point. He asked cautiously, if it is assumed that this is not an illusion, then what are you? He Xingwen, GM Game Manager. What? There is a GM for this thing? Amid the thunder and bombardment, Li shouted, wait! We only know one GM. Wang Luan, Your Majesty? Li clapped his hands. Your Majesty? Why did you come to this dungeon? He Xingwen casually used official terms to perfunctorily answer them. See if there is anything that needs to be adjusted in this dungeon. Li, who finally caught the planner and administrator, could hardly restrain his impulse. That's too much. This difficulty is unreasonable. Li pointed at himself. You need so many skills to win. How can ordinary players like us beat you? He Xingwen touched his chin and glanced at He Tong. You are challenging a higher level. He Tong, he said sternly. When your level meets the requirements of the dungeon will not be that difficult for you. Li humbly asked for advice. Then, can I know what levels the skills you just used are? I seem to have never seen these in the player's skills. Such as the mechanical army. He Xingwen glanced at the skill list. Those are the full-level skills after the blacksmith profession becomes an advanced profession. There are advanced professions for the blacksmith profession? Isn't this a complete professional system for dwarves? He Xingwen looked at Wang Luan in surprise. Of course, there are advanced professions. The current dwarves have regressed in their knowledge after thousands of years of the kingdom's division. When they have reorganized the dwarf's professional system, advanced professions will appear. Li was shocked. So you mean that these NPCs of the dwarves have to learn now? He Xingwen nodded confidently. Li had nothing to say, and paused for a moment to test. Planner, Do you feel that the game is a little difficult? He Xingwen glanced at him, and said very sincerely, I often feel so. Li was puzzled. Why not set it a little simpler? He Xingwen continued to say sincerely, because this is already the easiest difficulty. Li felt that the planner was fooling him. Wang Luan did not let him continue to ask such meaningless questions. Although Li knew nothing about the truth. As a special member recruited by the Special Investigation Bureau, Wang Luan knew part of the truth. Perhaps His Majesty the King was right. This was already the easiest difficulty he could provide to the players. After all, they were in contact with magical beings from another world, most of whom were immortals. Wang Luan asked what he was concerned about. So, that forest is the full-level skill of the advanced form of the druid? He Xingwen didn't mind revealing some relevant information. That is the natural anger of the tree man. Wang Luan cast his eyes to the area where the thunder roared. What is the advanced profession of the mage? He Xingwen glanced at the skill panel of the mage. The system of the mage is already very stable. It has no advanced profession. Only two different career routes, namely magician and mystic. After satisfying the curiosity of the players, He Xingwen cast his eyes on the trapped civilization in the Star Gap. The trapped civilization is located in a sealed underground area. Of course, the rest of the underground area has been dug up by the mechanical army, leaving only the sealed area intact and exposed to the players, for the purpose of displaying the collection in the Star Gap. One of the walls of this collection room is transparent, and you can clearly see the pure black and flickering light in that space. These skills look powerful, but they can only hold back these Star Gaps for a while, He Xingwen said. So we have to hurry up. Vine stretched under He Xingwen's feet, heading towards the trapped civilization. Chapter 226 Global Public Beta 50 The planner finally behaved like a human being. Li and Wang Luan took a ride on the vines, but they were more curious about other things than being trapped in civilization. Li directed the topic to Yitong, who remained silent. So, he is another planner? He looked at Yitong for 2 seconds, and it was really hard to see more information from his ordinary template face. He Xingwen said casually, he is in charge of the data part and doesn't like to talk much. It turned out to be another planner. This is the first time that a planner has appeared in front of the players, except for His Majesty the King. Li immediately became very interested. What's your name? Yitong. You can call me Yitong. Hello. Li moved his head close to him with great interest, and said in a familiar way, brother, there is one thing I am very curious about. How were you recruited? Why have there never been any insiders of the holographic game on the internet? Yitong solved all his curiosity with one sentence. In fact, I am not only responsible for the data, but also have the right to delete the account. Li retracted his head with a swish and fell silent. Wang Luan knew the answer to this question. In fact, the reason why there was no claiming that he was a staff member of the holographic game project was partly related to the Special Investigation Bureau. The Special Investigation Bureau tried its best to avoid such scams that could not be put on the table. Compared with these small problems in reality, Wang Luan was more concerned about the game itself. Even these skills can't trap Star Gap for how long? He seemed to have a vague idea of how difficult this dungeon was. For Star Gap, a few spells can't defeat them. He Xingwen could hear the cannon fire on the noisy battlefield, and the movement of the Star Gap from the areas not covered by the spells. They were completely enraged. After all, there are not only 1 or 2 Star Gap. This land is so vast, and these spells can only attack a few Star Gap. He Xingwen said objectively, this may make the Star Gap feel pain, but it will never kill them. The vines built a strange staircase along the soil, enveloping the players, and stopped in front of the dugout collection room. The last few branches twisted against the nature of plants, hooking out a foothold in the land. So, in the dungeon of hell difficulty, we have to face such an enemy? Wang Luan had to consider one thing. This sounds completely impossible to defeat. He Xingwen stared at the collection room. There were dots of light in the pure darkness, and those lights were stable and unchanged, confronting the darkness for a long time. There was no trace of intelligent life. Yitong corrected Wang Luan's words and said, you think it's impossible to defeat it now? Li couldn't help but speak again. When the player's level and skills are improved, can you defeat Star Gap? You have no idea of your potential. Yitong said, you will be stronger than them. The problem is that we can't beat anyone now. Li was not inspired by Yitong's words. On the contrary, he was more depressed. The game has been going on for so long, and the players still can't beat anyone. It sounds like we are still very far away from this so-called eventually reaching a level stronger than them. remembering that Yitong has the right to delete player accounts. Li lowered his voice and said to himself, even if the current games cannot give away the dragon-slaying sword by clicking on it, they will try to shorten the time required for players to reach the maximum level. This is an era where entertainment is paramount. There are too many entertainment options in front of people. Entertainment projects that cannot attract the attention of the target group in a short period of time are doomed to fail from the beginning. Players need satisfaction and a sense of conquest, not frustration. Li's voice got louder. I strongly suggest that you launch a setting for experiencing a full-level account in a short period of time. This sentence is ultimately because Li is very envious of the full-level skills that His Majesty the King just released. He Xingwen's attention finally moved away from the collection room. It sounds like you have a very deep understanding of the game. Li coughed. And before he could be complacent, he heard His Majesty the King continue. But there is one thing you don't seem to understand. This is not a game, He Xingwen said. This is an official promotion. An ether simulation trainer. In other words, players can certainly choose not to play this game. But the Earth will not stop exploring the ether and the other world. In fact, the number of people playing holographic games is continuing to grow steadily, and is even slowly approaching the total population of China. In this case, it has little to do with whether the game is fun, and the more things it represents are gradually increasing its weight. Li was choked by the king's words and was speechless. Wang Luan took over and turned the topic back to the game. I seem to have heard some movement. Some big noises. Like some kind of collision. Or some kind of crushing. Reached Wang Luan's ears not far away. That's the sound of the star gap. They control the space to crush the dead star gap, making the skills I released lose their foothold. He Xingwen looked up and said, they are approaching here. It sounds terrible. Li looked up and saw nothing. They were now in the body of a dead star gap. And there was a hole dug above them. It couldn't even be called a hole, because it almost completely opened up the body of the star gap. But from a certain perspective, it was indeed a hole. When they were in front of this collection room, they looked up and saw only a small piece of narrow void framed by the hole above. Hurry up. Those skills can't delay them for too long. He Xingwen stretched out his hand towards the collection room in front of him. I'll open the door. The ultimate skill of the great scientist, etherization in the pure darkness. A wisp of ether suddenly appeared. At first, it was just a small wisp of ether. Imperceptible. But it was extremely energetic. Swimming in the darkness. Touching those lit light spots. Touching the darkness. New ether was born from it. And the concentration of ether began to increase. They collided. Transmitted information. And then filled the entire darkness. In the eyes of the players. After His Majesty the King said that, the darkness in the collection room suddenly turned pure white. The light spots in the pure white became less conspicuous, but they became active. The light spots began to move and converge. There were not many of them, and they were only a small handful when gathered together. But after they gathered together, the light shone brightly. The pure white space gradually dimmed because a brighter light appeared. Under the gaze of the players, the few grains of light quickly outlined a figure. It was more like a kind of light, and objects could not hinder it. He passed through the collection room and appeared where the players were. This was a figure made of light, emitting a soft glow all over his body. The specific appearance was hidden behind the light and could not be seen. The light greets you, the other party said to He Xingwen, a powerful existence. What race is this? Li looked up and down at the newly appeared NPC. Pure energy body? We were born in the light, and as long as the light has not been extinguished, we will not disappear. The other party introduced himself. This is not our true appearance. The figure suddenly dispersed, and several light spots floated in the air, gradually blending into the air, and completely disappeared in front of them. After a moment, the figure regrouped. It is more convenient to communicate with you in this form, the other party said. The fierce collision seemed to be getting closer and closer. Wang Luan looked up and was surprised. The star gap can even collect light? The light and shadow looked up. They betrayed our agreement and trapped us here with deception and sneak attacks. I'm not surprised at all. Li gestured upward. Now is a good opportunity for you to take revenge. We are not good at attacking, the other party said, compared to attacking. We are better at healing. Although they betrayed us, we have no intention of revenge. The other party said to He Xingwen, we are very grateful for everything you have done. If possible, please let us provide some small help. He Xingwen repeated the other party's words in confusion. A small help. A ball of light was born from the other party's hand and floated in front of He Xingwen. Light will become your friend. The light and shadow dissipated in front of them. To be more precise, the other party turned back into a light point and then merged into the air, unable to be traced. What does this mean? Li stared at the light ball and was ready to move. Although he didn't know anything, his instinct as a player made him realize something. He just said that they are good at healing? Wang Luan was more rational. Among the rewards for clearing this dungeon, I remember one is Civilization Inheritance? Ah! Li suddenly shouted, Civilization Inheritance. This means, He Xingwen looked at the sky above, and the star gap that cleared the obstacles surrounded this place, and was about to launch a more thorough attack. Before that, He Xingwen chose to exit the dungeon from the background program. All the players in the dungeon were kicked out at the same time and returned to the other world. Players disappeared one after another in the dungeon, and the scene in front of them turned back to a slow motion of more than 10 times the speed. He Xingwen held the light ball and looked at He Tong. This is the normal process of the dungeon. He Tong said, of course you started this normal process in a not so normal way. I checked the background program. In the held difficulty, the possibility of obtaining civilization inheritance is about 65.2%. In the extremely difficult difficulty, the possibility of obtaining civilization inheritance is about 40.3%. In the normal difficulty, this possibility drops to 13.1%. And in the simple difficulty, the possibility of obtaining civilization inheritance is only 3%. At this moment, a system notification was appearing on He Xingwen's player template. System notification. A new civilization inheritance has been detected. This civilization inheritance has a complete career system. Do you want to open it? He Xingwen didn't know much about civilization inheritance. This thing was created by He Tong, and inserted into the main console of the game. What is usually in the inheritance of civilization? He Tong. It depends on the will of the civilization itself. But in terms of the average quality of the new world, these trapped civilizations will most likely only give some insignificant things, such as some past memories, some treasure maps, perhaps some blessings, various useless knowledge, and so on. He Xingwen stared at the system notification in front of him. What about my complete career system? He Tong. This proves that the moral quality of the civilization is extremely high, and the other party has shared the most valuable knowledge with you. He Xingwen, who didn't come for the inheritance of civilization at all. So, I am the most lucky one? Can you see what kind of career system this is? He Xingwen thought. If it's too exaggerated or inappropriate, just don't bring it out of the copy. Just let it go where it is. He Tong's data fluctuated, and a bunch of new information was refreshed in the database. This class is called the Friend of Light, and it belongs to the field of healing and resurrection. It can fill the problem of too few healers among players. Although players have not noticed this at present, they will always notice this problem after the player's class level gradually increases. A qualified team cannot be without a healer. Of course, the original Druid class can meet this demand, but the Druid's job transfer conditions are too harsh, which leads to new problems. He Xingwen's attention was drawn to a word in He Tong's words. Resurrection? The kind of resurrection in online games? Resurrection that can be used on NPCs other than players? He Tong. A specific concept of resurrection that can only be used on players. Even the race born in the light that you just met cannot revive intelligent creatures without cost. This is another field, He Tong explained. After these things become a professional system, the game main console will control the boundaries and make it an etheric skill that players can learn and master. The game main console is more reluctant to see players have problems than we are. The players who were kicked out of the dungeon met again at the dungeon entrance. Why did we suddenly fail to pass the level? Oh, Huang Wang muttered, but didn't take it seriously. He enthusiastically shared the good news with them. Yi Quan successfully opened the consciousness form in the dungeon. Wu Xing was a little confused. I don't know why. The Huan clan didn't pay any attention to us at all, and let us complete the process of opening the consciousness form. Here, he paused and looked at Li and Wang Luan, who looked erratic. What happened to you? Why do you look like this? Yi Quan counted the number of people. Huh? Where are Xiao Ming and Xiao Wang? They didn't come out? This question successfully attracted everyone's attention. But before the doubts increased further, the air vibrated, and Wang Xiaoming and Ming Xiaowang emerged. Everyone's eyes fell on the light ball in Wang Xiaoming's hand. What is this? Oh, Huang Wang was surprised, brought out of the dungeon. He Xingwen's expression was also a little strange. An unexpected gift. Oh, Wang's eyes widened. Then you are lucky. If the planner's luck is bad, can this game still be played? This thought subconsciously came to Li's mind, and he couldn't help coughing and adjusting his expression. The atmosphere was a bit weird. Wu Xing noticed this at the first time. He looked back and forth between Li, Wang Luan and Wang Xiaoming, realizing that something might have happened in the dungeon that the absent players didn't know. Let me introduce them again. Wang Luan broke the silence and said, "These two are GMs, who are here to observe the dungeon situation. This is His Majesty the King. And this is He Tong." The scene was quiet, and only the void of the world gap that never changed was the same as usual. Wu Xing never thought that he would have an unexpected contact with His Majesty the King under such circumstances. "Your Majesty," Yi Quan exclaimed, "Fuck. The planner didn't even clear the dungeon?" He flipped through the system messages and confirmed that the system notified him of the failure to clear the dungeon when he was kicked out of the dungeon, not the success. Then he expressed the common voice of all players, "Planner Dad, the game difficulty is too high. Please lower it." Li poked him and whispered, "I have mentioned it." Yi Quan exchanged glances with him and confirmed that the other party did not get a good feedback. He skipped the topic as if nothing had happened. "The difficulty of the Dungeon of Hell difficulty is too high," He Xingwen said confidently. "If I lead you to pass the dungeon of this difficulty, it is called cheating." Li whispered, "How can it be called cheating if the official does this? Can it be cheating if it is an official matter? It is called reasonably reducing the difficulty of the dungeon and providing players with clearance experience." Wu Xing coughed and changed the subject. "So, what about this light ball in your hand?" He Xingwen then remembered the main business. "Although I haven't cleared the level, this is the reward for clearing the dungeon. The inheritance of civilization." Yi Quan's eyes lit up. "Planning, Dad," Li said in unison, "for the sake of us accompanying you through the hard work in the dungeon." He Xingwen continued to introduce calmly. "This is the inheritance of civilization left by the trapped civilization. The contents of civilization inheritance vary, but this civilization left behind a complete professional system." "Dad. X2. Yi Quan and Li went forward one by one. If He Tong hadn't been watching them silently, they would have dared to pull He Xingwen's thigh. Wang Luan was also a little eager to move, but he restrained himself and recalled, "I remember that Ray said that they are good at healing? Nurse?" This time, basically all the players present stared at He Xingwen intently. He Xingwen continued slowly, "A grandma's profession that meets your imagination. But I remember that you have all changed your professions." He Xingwen looked around the players present and confirmed this. "So you can be calmer." It would have been better if He Xingwen didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Yi Quan really couldn't restrain his instinct to complain in front of the planner. "Planner Dad, isn't it a bit too?" He restrained himself and swallowed the inappropriate vulgar words and said, "After all, new professions are still being released, and players can only bind one account, and can't open other accounts to change their professions. I think it is necessary to provide players with room for regret." He Xingwen glanced at He Tong. He Tong took over the conversation. "When your level and game exploration level meet the standards, the relevant functions of the game will naturally be opened." Yi Quan moved his eyes to He Tong. "Really? Is it a reset or something? Can you reveal it?" He Tong said in a serious tone. "Combat professions and auxiliary professions can be compatible with two different professional systems, but it does not support learning two combat professions at the same time." Li suddenly asked faintly, "How long will it take? After the player has learned the full-level skills?" From the distance between the player and the full-level skills that Li and his team had learned from the planner before, it seems a bit too far. He Tong glanced at him. "This is not a game in the conventional sense. Then naturally there will be no conventional gameplay." He Tong's glance successfully shut Li up, because he suddenly remembered that the other party could delete the player account. "Then this thing," Yi Quan corrected himself, "I mean, this profession. What are you going to do next?" He said excitedly, "I brought it out. I can't just throw it away. Right?" He Xingwen glanced at the light ball in his hand and handed it to He Tong. The light ball disappeared in He Tong's hand, and a system notification for all players followed. "The Friend of Light profession has been activated. All players who have not yet changed their profession can learn zero-level skills or open this profession after meeting the conditions at the resurrection point, except temporary resurrection points. On the distant continent, players scattered all over the continent stopped their actions almost at the same time and looked at the system notification that suddenly popped up. Fuck. The planner is actually a human being? This is the only profession that can be started directly at the resurrection point. Right? The conditions are met? There won't be any conditions that cannot be completed. Right? This must be a conspiracy of the planner. Could it be that this game has finally started to force players to spend money? The player who was originally near the resurrection point immediately entered the resurrection point to check the details of this profession. An option popped up in front of him. 1. Resurrection. 2. Son of Light profession. The first option is gray and cannot be selected. But the second option can be selected. After clicking on the Son of Light profession, new options popped up. 1. Exchange for 0-level skills. 2. Change to the Son of Light profession. 0-level skills are basic skills that can be learned without changing jobs. And the basic profession of the Son of Light includes the most basic various blood recovery skills. It is so simple that it makes players cry. Compared to other professions, this profession is really fresh and unpretentious. It starts with the blood recovery skills that players need most. As long as you spend credit points, kingdom favorability and kingdom reputation, you can learn it. Is there anything that can better prove that the planner has finally become a human being? Yes. That is the profession of Friend of Light, which can be completely promoted by credit points, favorability and reputation. There is no need to swing hammers, water flowers, and do questions endlessly like other professions. Of course, there is a small problem. Players can only have one profession, and most players have basically switched to other professions, which means that only new players can learn this nurse profession. The problem facing these new players is that they do not have enough credit points, favorability, and reputation to learn these for the time being. By the way, learning a skill will consume all three at the same time, and as the skill level increases, the required credit points, favorability, and reputation will become higher and higher. Of course, for current players, they don't need to consider so much. In short, at this moment, a huge voice echoed in this land. That is, the planner has finally become a human being. Chapter 227 Global Open Beta. Journey to the World's Cracks. Such a big move in the game was reflected synchronously on social media. Amidst all the carnivals, the forum also welcomed the rapid rise of high-rise buildings. The planner has finally become a human being. Original poster. System notification screenshot Friend of Light option screenshot at the resurrection point credit points. Kingdom reputation and kingdom favorability screenshot required to learn 0-level skills. Comrades, I am here to announce a great good news. The planner has really become a human being this time. The planner dad is awesome. Salute to the planner dad for his new life. Can anyone tell me why the planner suddenly became a human being? Did someone have a PY with the planner? Look what I see. A nurse profession that can be spent money. Has the player version finally arrived? This is the first time I have seen such harmonious messages on His Majesty the King's social media. It is simply a celebration for all. Happiness is yours. I have nothing.jpg. So is there anyone who can PY the planner again? Let the planner quickly launch the function of resetting points or changing jobs halfway. Is the planner's behavior intermittent, or has he finally realized it? Who knows? But if this is a sign that the planner is crazy, then I pray to God to make the planner crazy for life. I think I know something. The boss who PY the planner appeared? No. I saw the chat record of the boss in the internal test group. I'll ask if I can release it. Internal test group? Sure enough. Someone PY the planner. What? Can the planner really be PY? Then I suggest to start a crowdfunding immediately. It's just money.jpg. Everyone in China gives me $1. Then I will have 1.3 billion.jpg. If His Majesty the King charged at the beginning, it would be far more than 1.3 billion. I believe His Majesty the King would not be moved by such vulgar money. With the permission of the boss, the screenshot is here. Long screenshot of the chat record. The screenshot is a long chat conversation. China Star, damn. We met the planner in the dungeon. Greenleaf? Big Bear? Dudu? A series of question marks quickly swiped the screen, and different words appeared half a day later. Dukong, what happened specifically? Yi Quan, it's a long story. Wait for me to organize my words. Wang Luan, the planner went to test the dungeon, and I recorded more. The planner used the ultimate moves of several professions in the dungeon, and the scene was very shocking. Notice, recording. The group file has been uploaded. Yi Quan? I typed a long string of words. Why are you trying to steal my lines? Oh Wang, since Wang Luan has already made it clear about the planning, I will briefly talk about the consciousness form. We can basically confirm that the previous method can open the consciousness form. Greenleaf. Great. Yiquan. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed the first time you try. There is no failure penalty, and you can try multiple times. Wang Xian. Wait. I've watched the video. So the new Friends of Light profession comes from this dungeon? Li. Now it seems that the biggest treasure of this dungeon is not the opening of the consciousness form, but the trapped civilizations. Think about it. If you give a professional system to rescue a trapped civilization, how many professions will this game have? Du Kong. I think the planner should have considered this long ago. The drop rate of the clearance reward cannot stably drop the civilization inheritance. Moreover, judging from the video, the difficulty of the Hell difficulty dungeon is probably far beyond our imagination. I have an idea. Du Kong. The reason why the planner suddenly chose to go to the dungeon with the players may be because of the accident in the design of the druid profession that they had to open this new profession to ensure that there would be no nurses among the players. Wang Luan. The accident in the design of the druid profession. You don't mean that no player can change the profession to a druid, right? Dudu. That's really a big accident. We are still trying to connect with nature in the Everfree Forest. According to the druid, if we can't have a kinship with plants, we will never be able to become a druid. Li, I always feel that the relationship between the planner and the game is a bit strange. I don't know if Wang Luan recorded that conversation. I told the planner that the game was too difficult, and the planner told me that this was the easiest difficulty for players. Listen, is this human language? Li, and can't the small problem of the druid's professional requirements be solved by changing the data in the background? Why did the planner go through so much trouble to derive another professional system to fill the vacancy of the druid? Yiquan. It sounds like the planner can't directly intervene in the normal operation of the game. Fuck. When I said that, I remembered the various conspiracy theories about holographic games and planners on the internet. It's really hard not to make connections. Huaxia Star, are you saying that this is not just a conspiracy theory of the game? Wang Luan. Wow. Oh Wang. I heard about these discussions before I even entered the game. It was so widely spread. What impressed me most was that it was actually a different world with a game shell. And His Majesty the King traveled from the different world. After going through countless hardships, he finally found his way home, and then reached a cooperation with the country to develop the different world together. Li, I'm not sleepy if you say this. JPG. I've heard about it too. But the one I heard is different. It said that His Majesty the King got the system. And then, the technology suddenly took such a big step forward, which is simply a discontinuous development. Huaxia Star, it sounds reasonable. Greenleaf, if you think about it carefully, the world is so magical now. And one more different world will not become more bizarre. The screenshots stop here. Obviously. In the screenshots uploaded by the netizen who left a message on the forum, a large part of them are not related to the planning PY. Of course no one noticed this. It was as if no one noticed that this screenshot was released by the Special Investigation Bureau. After the screenshot appeared, the replies to the post became faster, and those familiar player nicknames and conversations greatly stimulated the netizens who replied. Where is the video? Show it to my brother. Isn't this treating my brother as an outsider? Is there any big guy who uploaded the video to the website? I also want to see the shocking scene of the planner using the ultimate move. So, this is not PY. The planner is fixing the bug? Have you found a stable way to open the consciousness form? I want to go to the dungeon. Don't stop me. I want to go to the dungeon to open the consciousness form. Thanks to the appearance of that long corridor. After the demons no longer need to transport players manually, the efficiency of players in the dungeon can be greatly improved. But I still have to queue up. There are too many players. When will it be my turn? Oh Wang posted a post summarizing how to open the consciousness body form. Pointing to the post how to open the consciousness body form, the masters have realized that something is wrong. So I always think that the various designs of this game are rushed. And it should not be my illusion. For example, this dungeon, theoretically speaking, the number of players online at present, at least more than 2-digit dungeons can barely digest the excessive demand of players. Right? As a result, a dungeon was opened. And there is no way to go directly. For example, when the global public beta was just beginning, players directly came up to do infrastructure construction, which was outrageous. This is definitely not a game. If it is a game, such a realistic problem will not occur. In fact, the main problem is that this game has been running for more than a year, whether in China or abroad. There is no second holographic game, which is enough to prove that this thing is not a technical breakthrough at all. It is a miracle that cannot be replicated. Hasn't the official statement been made? And this thing, no matter what it is, it's good to play it as a game. And even if it is a different world, players can neither bring anything back from there nor have any actual contact with them. Isn't it just a game? The video website has the screen recording video address. Although for holographic games, there are many arguments. But without the technical blockade, these arguments can only become gossip and spread in the streets. Compared with those arguments, the relevant videos have caused a new sensation among players. After removing the insignificant dialogue in the video, what really attracts players' attention is the skill release screen and the short few minutes of the screen recording. For players, they have been crushed by bosses, NPCs, and various creatures, and have basically never experienced the power of individual players. Of course, from the current point of view, the power of individual players is very far away from the players. But distance is not the most important issue. The most important thing is that players see the end point they can reach in theory, which is an unquestionable power. After the insignificant dialogue in the first 8 minutes of the video, the barrage suddenly increased, and a long row of high energy ahead quickly swept the screen. A row of black dots appeared in the distance, and the video showed a magnificent sound effect like 1,000 horses galloping. The sound of steel trampling the ground, and the sound of the machinery itself gathered together, like a collision of steel and iron, full of power and unstoppable. The black dots turned into a long black line, and as the distance got closer, this army composed purely of machines emerged. The long team occupied the entire camera lens, and the photographer was also attracted by its unstoppable momentum, and could not take his eyes away from the shining iron sheet. The power is pure and shocking, especially when there are so many of them. The ground and the sky are occupied by the army, and the artillery fire is sprayed on every corner of the ground, showing its strength without any disguise. The smoke of gunpowder accelerated people's heartbeats, and also caused the barrage to start a carnival. Mechanical army? This is the mechanical army that players can use? Is it really not the dwarf army that has arrived? Yes, it is the player's skill. At 15.34 minutes in the video, the planner clearly pointed out that this is the maximum level skill of the advanced profession of the blacksmith. It's just that the dwarves themselves can't use it at present. The dwarves themselves can't use it. No wonder I said I was doing a mission on the dwarf front. Why didn't I see the dwarves use this skill? And they were suppressed by the Diamond Empire. However, after the players and dwarves were formed into different legions, the battle situation on the Diamond Empire side was much better. What a bullshit. I think they are just wasting time. Why don't they just recruit more players to push all the way? As a result, the number of recruited players is actually limited, which made me not sign up. The kingdom doesn't seem to plan to annex the Diamond Empire. Didn't you see that this mission is called the Revenge of the Dwarves? Dwarves? No. Shake my head. JPG. If they had fought back, the mechanical army would have taken revenge long ago if it was this size. After the screen was full of bullet comments, the video slowly moved forward, and the high energy in front was refreshed again. Tiny branches sprouted on the ground. At first, they were so weak that they could not even see their combat power. But there was no time for people to react. In the blink of an eye, the branches sprouted, the trees rose from the ground, and the forest appeared. The dense forest took root in the earth, lush and green, which was a familiar and harmless appearance of intelligent creatures. But here, the ground where this forest took root was penetrated by the roots, and they killed the land in an instant, leaving the ground fragmented. At the same time, in the other direction of the camera, the sky suddenly turned dark. In the gap of the world, there is no concept of the sky. This sky suddenly turned dark comes from the illusion caused by countless lightnings hitting the ground. Lightning as thick as tree trunks fell from above. At a glance, the land was almost covered by countless lightnings, and the ground was plowed. Lightning knows no fatigue. It repeats this behavior. The light from thousands of lightnings falling is enough to illuminate the whole world. Looking back from the camera, you can see bones emerging from the void, skeletons, ghosts, and various undead creatures walking on the ground, forming a mighty army of undead. The camera seemed to be shocked by this scene. It pulled away a bit, and included these four together. The steel machines that brought gunpowder, smoke, and bombardment. The forest growing on the land of death. The thousands of lightnings falling from the sky. and the huge army of undead in the farthest distance. There is no scene that fits the definition of fantasy better than this one. Fuck. Druids are awesome. Mages are awesome. Undeads are awesome. Make one for me too. JPG. Fuck. Can players really learn this kind of ultimate skill? Of course. When has your planning dad ever lied to you? JPG. But it just takes a little time. Then the question is, how can I become a planner? Waiting online. Pretty urgent. Dreaming is faster. No chance. Have you seen His Majesty the King recruit people? Besides, even if there is a shortage of people, it must be directly recruited internally. How could there be a need for social recruitment? I looked at my own skills, and then looked at the skills of the planner in the video. I think we may not be learning the same profession. Coincidentally, the dwarves think so too. The great scientist is a support profession. The planner admitted it himself. Then the question is, the Salfa Federation is in ruins. Can the great scientist profession still be enabled? Since the planner used this profession, it means that it can definitely be enabled. No more talking. I'm going to pick up trash. Wait. I have a question. The last army of undead. Is it the ultimate move of the summoner? Or the ultimate move of other professions? It looks like the summoners. And besides, other professions have nothing to do with the undead. In that case, will the undead be a new profession? This idea is very innovative. Am I the only one who cares about who the new planner, who has never appeared, is? Do you know who His Majesty the King is? I really don't know. Then why do you care about the new planner? Anyway, it's impossible to know who he is. So we have no chance at the hell difficulty. How difficult is the easy difficulty? Point to the next door. A guide has been released. Who has cleared the level? Oh, Huang Wang and his friends. Li and Wang Luan have both activated their consciousness forms. A guide for the easy difficulty has also been released. They are now trying the normal difficulty. It is said that they have already failed once. Where is the planner? Did the planner enter the dungeon with us? You are dreaming. The planner left long ago. I took a look at the guide. Oh, Huang Wang suggested that it is best to enter the dungeon alone. This way, the difficulty of the dungeon is relatively low. If you enter in a team, although the difficulty is the same, the difficulty is obviously increased. In other words, at the same difficulty, the difficulty of the scenario will fluctuate according to the overall strength of the team. Players who have activated the consciousness form cannot enter the simple dungeon. If two players who have activated the consciousness form team up, they cannot enter the normal difficulty. If 3 or more consciousness form players team up, they can only enter the hell difficulty. Is the consciousness form so strong? This dungeon should be easier for the consciousness. After all, the consciousness has no entity. It is difficult to kill the consciousness in the Stargap dungeon. Moreover, at the beginning of the dungeon, there is Shirong, a traitor who stands on the side of the player. If it is a consciousness form, the dungeon will be much easier to fight. But the clearance reward is too bad. Basically, all the rewards are for activating the consciousness form. There is not even a defective version of the mental training system, let alone the inheritance of civilization. The reward of the inheritance of civilization must be obtained by clearing the Stargap route. In fact, the planner has already demonstrated to us how to clear this game. Brain, I learned it. Hand, I learned it too. Game character, you should give me a full level account. After opening the profession of Nani, He Xingwen, who was exposed as a planner, had to make a strategic shift with Yitong. Now we have two choices. One is to return to the mainland, and the other is to go to the New World. He Xingwen democratically asked Yitong for his opinion. What do you think? Yitong could get the answer to this question without even doing any data calculations. You want to go to the New World. Yitong had no opinion on where to go. He just dutifully reminded He Xingwen, but this is a short trip. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and came to a happy conclusion. Then let's go and take a look at the barrier between the New World and the mainland. The devil said that thing is about to fail. Yitong looked at the happy king, and some slight emotional fluctuations spread rapidly in the database. And since the last time, he no longer restrained himself. After all, their relationship was different. He faithfully followed the thoughts that emerged in his database, and gently touched He Xingwen. He kissed He Xingwen. A kiss that was separated as soon as it was touched. And it could hardly be called a kiss. Then, the system warning popped up. System warning. It was detected that the player Ming Xiaowang had overly intimate physical contact with another player Wang Xiaoming. No resistance from the other player was detected. and Ming Xiaowang was not punished for the time being. Warning: this game does not support any overly intimate behavior. He Tong, who did not want to do anything. He Xingwen also received the same system warning. And he coughed. Are we still using the player template? This game is for all ages. However, this function has not been online for a long time, and it is purely automatically unlocked by the main console of the game. In fact, it is a bit redundant, although the game is so realistic that it makes people worry about whether some vicious crimes will occur. The problem is that the player's human form is just a phantom. Their true appearance in this world is a round dumpling regardless of gender, and even without gender characteristics. The advantage of the phantom is that players can naturally enter the game with this layer of skin. But this is essentially a self-deception of the brain, and it does not provide players with any tools to commit illegal acts. But since the main console of the game has unlocked this function on its own, He Xingwen will not cancel it specifically. Who knows if this is a precursor to the player's transformation from a round dumpling to a human? This is not his area of responsibility, although players have been calling He Xingwen a dog planner. In fact, He Xingwen has always felt that the game's main console is the dog planner. He is at most an engineer who is responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the game. He Xingwen and He Tong reached an agreement and changed the new destination. The golden light surrounding He Xingwen flashed boldly, and the scene in front of them quickly changed, and a new scene appeared in front of them. Behind him was a world gap with floating broken land, and in front of him was an empty Zerg world, which was slowly collapsing due to the extinction of life. This is a very slow process, and the vitality of the world itself is enough for him to extend this process to tens of thousands of years, until it is crushed by the world gap and becomes a member of the world gap. By then, the Zerg world will no longer exist. But now, this empty space is brewing dead silence. And there is even a hole that Mangsing suddenly smashed before. A big hole that cannot be seen by the naked eye but does exist. He Xingwen's sight moved up and looked to both sides along the hole. He saw an invisible net woven from dense ether. It was so vast that He Xingwen could not see its entirety when he was in the Zerg world. It seemed to cover the gap in the world. But if he took 2 more steps, he would find that it was not the net covering the gap in the world. It actually covered the Zerg world, and separated the world after the Zerg. Although the Zerg was outside the gap in the world, it was actually part of the continent, and appeared on the continent map drawn by the demon. Strictly speaking, the civilizations outside the Zerg are the outermost part of the continent in the true sense. He Xingwen remembered something. I remember that the player met the 2 new civilizations in the world gap. The new civilization cannot pass through the barrier, but the barrier in front of us is outside the Zerg world behind the world gap, which seems to be a contradiction. The world gap that the player entered is the world gap between the end of the South China Sea and the Zerg world. And the world gap that He Xingwen saw is outside the Zerg world. So here comes the problem. Why can players encounter the Ring Clan and the Star Gap in the world gap between the end of the South China Sea and the Zerg? The world gap is not just a small gap between the South China Sea and the Zerg world. The name of the world gap means the gap between the 2 worlds. As you can see, the Zerg world cannot be connected to the South China Sea, which leads to the world gap between the South China Sea and the Zerg world. He Tong, the Zerg world and the South China Sea are not connected, which leads to the world gap. So to be precise, the Zerg world is like a circle center, and the 360-degree bordering area with it as the center of the circle forms a world gap. He Xingwen understood that the Zerg world is a point surrounded by world gaps. On the way of jumping grids, players crossed the Zerg world and the barrier that was insurmountable for the civilization of the New World, which led to their contact with the new civilization. At this moment, there was a big hole in this ether-woven network. He Xingwen, from this gap, it's really amazing that this barrier can still work. He Tong scanned the data of the nearby area. In fact, this is not the only gap in it. He Tong reached out and held He Xingwen's hand, and walked forward in the void without a foothold. Golden light spread under He Xingwen's feet. He Xingwen was like a golden egg at this moment, emitting a dazzling light in the void that others could not see. It ensured He Xingwen's safety here. He Tong didn't have these, but for him, the extra protection was very redundant. Data spread all over the world, and the void was not enough to stop him. In an area where no one could see, they walked slowly into the distance. Chapter 228 Global Public Beta 52 Men Star and South China Sea Journey. What does it feel like to walk in the void? He Xingwen, thank you for the invitation. It is actually no different from a normal walk, except that there is no scenery to see. The ground is empty. And I always feel like I will fall. It is not as good as a normal walk. Especially this huge net is located in the gap of the world full of void. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing except floating broken land. It is shockingly desolate. He Xingwen and He Tong walked along this continuously extending net, and soon saw the other gaps mentioned by He Tong. In the net woven by dense ether, there are one after another penetrating holes. The appearance of the holes is very familiar. Exactly the same as what He Xingwen saw in the Zerg world. It is extremely huge and penetrates instantly. Traces of man's star? He Xingwen stopped and looked at the front. The barrier was still extending. Looking at only part of the area, it was difficult to detect that it had so many gaps. The scope of this network is so vast that the penetration gap that looks shocking at a close distance is just a tiny gap to it. And it does not even affect its operation. He Tong nodded and confirmed his guess. Only Mangxing can leave such a trace. He Xingwen thought for a moment and felt that the question should be asked from the beginning. So, where did this barrier come from? Was it set up by the Father God? This barrier appeared in the 5th era, when the Father God had fallen. He Tong said, I am more inclined to believe that this is the will of the world itself, in order to protect those fragile civilizations. He Xingwen's first reaction was that the civilization on the mainland is not so fragile. Right? There are a bunch of intelligent creatures that can fight against players. He realized what this so-called fragile civilization is. Although now, this barrier has become an obstacle for the civilization of the New World to enter the mainland. Its original purpose was to protect the civilizations on the outermost edge of the mainland. Is the direction of this protection wrong? He Xingwen, the creatures on the mainland can pass through unimpeded. But the creatures outside the mainland cannot pass through the barrier to enter the mainland. The civilization on the mainland has no need to expand outward, because the location of the outermost civilization on the mainland is not worth their attention. But the outermost civilization on the mainland will definitely migrate to the interior of the mainland if there are no obstacles, because the mainland has more resources. Once the outermost civilization on the mainland migrates to the interior of the mainland, it will inevitably have a direct conflict with the mainland civilization. For these fragile civilizations, this is undoubtedly a dead end. He Xingwen was convinced. He Tong continued, this is the optimal solution I have analyzed based on various factors. It lacks more critical information, and there is a possibility of misjudgment. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. The reason why this barrier appeared is not important. In any case, it objectively plays the role of isolating the mainland and the New World at present. I am more curious why Mangxing created so many gaps in these barriers. He Xingwen, Mangxing belongs to the civilization on the mainland, and this barrier will not hinder it in theory. He Tong was about to speak when data feedback came from afar, and he turned his head to look up. To be precise, this cannot be considered as above, because the sense of space in the gap of the world has long been lost. And above refers to another layer of space that is a certain distance away from them. There, a huge existence is roaring. He Xingwen looked along He Tong's line of sight. At first, everything was no different from the wasteland he had seen before, until He Xingwen waited patiently for a moment, and then saw a small black dot emerging from the wasteland. The moment the small black dot appeared, it instantly became a boulder, and in the blink of an eye it became a huge existence with a strange shape. It was approaching rapidly, and completed the transformation from a small black dot to a clear appearance at a speed beyond imagination. As the distance shortened, its size also skyrocketed, filling the space in the distance tightly, like a huge planet, even though there was still a long distance between them. The humans who were watching it still easily felt the illusion of being crushed to death. It was too huge, and this sense of hugeness was even increasing as the distance shortened. The golden light wrapped He Xingwen. Motionless, the huge planet whizzed past, smashed through the barrier, and disappeared after leaving a penetrating wound on the top. He Tong pointed at the fresh wound. In fact, Mangxing may not have done it on purpose. He Xingwen, we can easily pass through the barrier because the barrier is almost non-existent to us. But to Mangxing, it is there. He Tong paused before continuing to explain, and suddenly became serious. He looked at the barrier that had just been smashed and stretched out his hand to pull He Xingwen behind him. He Xingwen followed his gaze, and saw that it was still a wasteland. He noticed us. He Tong's calculation data soared instantly. This is not right. The black dot emerged from afar again, quickly closing the distance, and knocked out a second penetrating gap in the barrier. He circled around He Xingwen and the others, constantly appearing and disappearing at a long distance. It's you. The other party greeted He Tong. I ran too fast just now, and almost didn't see you. He Tong and Mangsing had never had any contact. But to some extent, they were not unfamiliar with each other. However, contact with Mangsing was not good news. Because of the special nature of Mangsing, they would not pay attention to other intelligent creatures at all. And when they suddenly began to care, it could only mean one thing. The time had come. The mission that every Mangsing carried, the reincarnation that had been waiting since its birth, had begun. He Tong, are you going to start the reincarnation? I'm lost, the other party said. I have been lost for a long time. I have been looking for the key here for a long time. But I haven't found it. He Tong looked at the gaps on the barrier, and suddenly realized the reason why there were so many gaps on the barrier because this Mangsing was lost. It is difficult to accurately summarize the lifespan of Mangsing. Before reincarnation, they are actually not a complete intelligent creature. This state of not being born can be called an embryo. And after reincarnation, they are the world itself. And the world can be said to be eternal. Or it can be simply destroyed. But after Mangsing completed reincarnation, it itself surpassed the definition of intelligent creatures, and became the sum of all intelligent creatures. The world itself has will. Of course, for three-dimensional creatures like humans, this will can also be defined as a natural law. But for He Tong in the high-dimensional world, the world can indeed be defined as alive. And the time that Mangsing calls looking for a long time must be an unimaginably long time. During this long time, the other party has been persevering in crossing the barrier back and forth, so that there are so many gaps on the barrier. And it is shaky. The key to the reincarnation of the last Mangsing was Li Wang. Or to be precise, it was Li Wang who reached the end of science. Before Li Wang reached that step, that Mangsing would never be able to find the key to open the reincarnation. You can look for it again, He Tong said coldly. I want to ask him. Mangsing, who kept spinning around them, said to He Tong he might know where the key is. He can't talk to you. He Tong rejected him without hesitation. You shouldn't stay here for a long time. It's too dangerous. To be precise, it's too dangerous for this world. Mangsing silently circled around him for 2 weeks before speaking again. You know us. I would not notice your existence for no reason. Especially when intelligent creatures are too small for Mangsing. For Mangsing, there are no accidents or coincidences. After He Tong's database performed high-intensity calculations and confirmed that the probability of the other party leaving on his own initiative was extremely low and the safety of the behavior, he turned to He Xingwen and said, he wants to talk to you. He Tong roughly explained the existence of Mangsing and concluded, so, he is looking for the most critical key. He Xingwen was at a loss for a moment, looking at the cracks in this desolate world. Still a little hard to understand, but it seems there is nothing here. He Tong repeated the facts, so he got lost. If you have to say, then I suggest that he look for it in crowded places. He Xingwen made a random suggestion. At least the probability of finding the key is higher. Crowded places? Man Xing's tone sounded very confused. And he did not suddenly become enlightened. But He Tong did not care. He said very coldly, this is his answer. You can leave. After smashing a gap in the barrier again, Man Xing changed his running direction and disappeared in front of them, leaving behind a barrier that was almost smashed through. In the short conversation just now, Man Xing kept spinning around He Xingwen and the others, so that countless gaps were smashed in the barrier in this area. To be more precise, this small piece of barrier has been smashed through. Of course, the entire barrier is still running, but in front of He Xingwen and the others, an empty area has been smashed out. He Xingwen took He Tong closer to the huge barrier, stared at the empty area where the barrier was originally located for a few seconds, and turned to look at He Tong. These gaps have formed a loophole. He Tong, this area has been invalidated. So, Mangsing's long stay is very dangerous. For a creature that is capable of creating a world, he must be in uninterrupted operation to avoid putting too much pressure on the world. A broken barrier is nothing compared to the danger brought by Mangsing's real stop. But it's nothing to Mangsing and the high-dimensional creatures. For this world, it may turn into a protracted war at any time. He Xingwen sighed. When will the new world notice it? When a lucky person in the new world accidentally crosses this gap without being blocked. It seems there is still some buffer time. He Xingwen muttered, and said, let's go. This short trip is over. Let's go back and clean up the mess. He Tong did not move. In fact, this is not something that requires you to rush back to the kingdom. And the kingdom itself is not suitable to participate in the trouble at the end of the continent. He Xingwen looked at him sideways. He Tong said in a serious tone, the failure of the barrier is bound to happen. And the new world is bound to come into contact with the mainland. This is an inevitable trend after the civilization of the new world becomes stronger. What we can do is to make the contact between the two as gentle as possible to prevent the situation from getting out of control. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong and extracted the key points in his long string of words. Don't you want to go back to the kingdom? He Tong held He Xingwen's hand slightly, and the serious expression faded from his face, revealing the emotional ups and downs that are not common in intelligent life. Although I have many reasons to explain this behavior to prove that it is the best solution at the moment, rather than my personal selfishness. He Tong showed a regretful expression on his face, but I must admit that part of the reason is that I want to continue this short journey with you. Only my journey with you. The commonly seen player template face will only produce the illusion of shining on people with different meanings. Humans are attracted by beauty, but they can't look away because of the soul behind the skin. He Xingwen's heart was pounding, and he didn't even remember the small matter of the barrier failure. He held He Tong's hand tightly, wanting to do something. But then, he remembered the previous system warning, and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that someone would hear him, and said to He Tong, block the view of the main console of the game. He Tong obeyed his order instinctively. Then, his lips softened. The king came up forcefully. Everything was quiet. The players in the distance couldn't be quiet. Just now, the game system suddenly issued a large-scale task for all players. Infrastructure. World Gap Transformation Plan. Dear players, the World Gap has become an obstacle to your exploration of the new world. Go, conquer them, and declare your power to the world. Task requirements. Transform the World Gap. Current progress, 0%. Mission success reward. Open the new world map and hundreds of new civilization forces. Mission failure penalty. The new world disappears from the map. Players were talking about this large-scale mission. Has the nature of the planner's infrastructure maniac finally been exposed? They're starting to transform space? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? No. This mission is impossible to succeed. Right? How can we build infrastructure in the World Gap? Is it to build a city in space? Is the punishment for mission failure too harsh? The new continent disappears from the map? Does this mean that this part of the map will be deleted directly from the database? The planner just started to behave. And he went crazy again? Building infrastructure in the World Gap? Why didn't he let China build a city in space? Is this still part of the infrastructure? How can it be part of the magic category? No. Ether can't be used in the World Gap. And magic can't do this. I said. There must be something wrong with the planner suddenly becoming a human. Is he holding back a big move? Then take back the Friends of Light profession. Discuss with the planner. And let's just pretend nothing happened. Okay. The players briefly thought about the possibility of transforming the World Gap, and then came to a very pessimistic conclusion. The planner is really crazy. The waves caused by the players' tasks are still brewing. The bottom of the South China Sea welcomed 2 uninvited guests. After leaving the World Gap, He Xingwen and his team continued this short journey and arrived at the South China Sea. After the Zerg invasion ended, the South China Sea was forgotten by most people, and even the players' attention was diverted, leaving the sea area to slowly heal itself. The feeling of walking on the seabed is very strange, especially when most areas of this sea area are still lifeless. The top of the ocean is blue, deep and charming, but after going deep into the seabed, the ocean loses its color, at a depth that is difficult for light to reach. It is dark. The player has not gone deep into this area. There is almost no land on the seabed in this area. He Xingwen and He Tong hold hands and slowly sink in the sea. The initial blue seawater makes people relax and comfortable. As the distance dives, the surrounding dead silence becomes more and more eye-catching. The fish disappear, and there is not even a plant in the empty seawater. He Xingwen and He Tong continue to dive, and darkness gradually replaces the light and becomes the main color of this area. It is difficult for human vision to penetrate the darkness, but the golden light around He Xingwen is enough to provide him with a small range of visibility. And He Tong, light can't hinder his vision. In the dark deep sea, some faint sounds finally appeared. He Xingwen searched for the place where the sound came from. A huge rock came into his eyes. There were heavy traces of seawater erosion on the rock, which became the hiding place of some creatures. The small soft-bodied creature hid in the shell and looked out, waiting for food to appear. He Xingwen stopped and distinguished the weak vitality in the mud and rocks. He led He-tong and swam in another direction to avoid the rock. The deep sea is much more lively than the shallow sea. Occasionally, He-shing would even see a flash of light, some kind of luminous plants or animals, attracting food in the dark. Although there are still no large fish in the deep sea, the weak vitality is re-emerging in this area. He-shing took He-tong and wandered around the depths of the South China Sea without a purpose, as if they were just here for a stroll. They walked quietly without talking until they encountered the remaining underwater civilization. He-shing almost thought that all the intelligent creatures in the South China Sea had been parasitized by the Zerg. But it turned out that even the Zerg could not conquer all the civilizations in the South China Sea. They stopped before alarming each other. The huge shell was tightly closed and buried deep in the deepest rocks. He-shing looked at He-tong, and He-tong nodded to prove that this was indeed a remnant of an underwater civilization. There were some small corals next to the shells, which seemed to have just emerged, and were difficult to detect under the shadow of the shells. The appearance of corals attracted some other sea creatures, making this place much more lively than other places. He-shing looked at the spot for a long time, took 2 steps back, and led He-tong away from this area without alarming him. They walked in the opposite direction for a long time, went deep into the trench, and encountered the second remaining seabed civilization here. Some glowing spores floated in the trench, quietly attracting other creatures. Transparent fish the size of fingers shuttled through the trench, taking these spores to more distant places. He-shing changed direction again. The deep sea is full of sporadic seabed civilizations, building sparks in the darkness. New life will be reborn in the embers. Not to mention that the South China Sea actually retains a kingdom. Although it suffered heavy casualties, it did survive the Zerg invasion. The closer to the mainland, the less damage the South China Sea suffered. The Zerg invaded the South China Sea from the end far away from the mainland, and their control over the South China Sea gradually faded as the distance from the mainland shortened. In the sea area close to the mainland, slightly larger fish began to appear, and a new ecological environment was taking shape. It was here that He-shing and his companions encountered Shanghai Asia, a kingdom under the sea that suffered heavy casualties, but still exists. Shanghai Asia is the closest to the mainland. Its people have different forms, but they are mainly soft-bodied creatures. They have little meat and are poisonous, which makes them occupy a special position in the food chain under the sea. To He-shing, the people of Shanghai Asia look more like jellyfish. The soft body has certain mimicry characteristics. Most of the time, they have a round head with a few tentacles. Occasionally, when they are serious, the number of tentacles will increase. They are almost all poisonous. Are they really unrelated to Du Hailon? He-shing confirmed with He-tong in a low voice. He-tong said a cold joke in a serious tone. It's a scam to compare the two. It is worth mentioning that He-shing also saw players here. They were helping Shanghai Kingdom rebuild the kingdom. Of course, if you think about it, you can guess that it must be because the NPC of Shanghai Kingdom issued a task. He-shing did not contact them. After observing the current situation of this underwater civilization from a distance, he left again. They landed in the area where the South China Sea borders the kingdom's waters. A section of the extended city wall separates the two areas here. At the other end of the wall, He-shing could hear the lively shouts of the players. Oh, not the other end of the wall, but inside the city wall. There was an endless stream of players, turning the city wall into a kind of commercial street. Although most players were attracted by the world gap and other tasks, some players did not evacuate. They stayed, no matter what the reason. They stayed in the South China Sea. And it was not just a small group of players. The number of players traveling in the South China Sea is enough to support a prosperous commercial street. He-shing thought that he might understand why Shanghai Asia survived, while a large group of players traveled thousands of miles to the wormhole to kill the Zerg. Another group of players searched for sea creatures near the sea when the Zerg retreated from the South China Sea. Bring them some help before the smoke has cleared. Although humans are always driven by interests, there are also individuals who are not driven by interests. He-shing was very moved, and then issued a demolish the wall task to all players in this area. Demolish the wall. The Zerg has been completely wiped out, and this wall separating the two seas has completed its glorious mission. People of the kingdom, it's time to let the kingdom sea flow into the free sea again. Mission requirements: completely demolish the wall and connect the kingdom sea with the South China Sea. Mission success rewards: weapons produced by dwarves, a certain amount of favorability of all creatures in the South China Sea, a certain amount of favorability of the kingdom, A certain amount of reputation in the South China Sea. A certain amount of reputation in the kingdom. And a certain amount of credit points. Mission failure penalties. Deduct a large amount of favorability of creatures in the South China Sea. Deduct a large amount of favorability of the kingdom. Deduct a large amount of reputation in the South China Sea. Deduct a large amount of reputation in the kingdom. And deduct a large amount of credit points. The business owners of the prosperous commercial streets? Chapter 229 Global Public Beta 53 Beast God Wilderness Journey. The commercial activities relying on the city wall suffered a devastating blow because of this mission. But other players did not care about these. As soon as the mission appeared, the players who were eating and drinking stood up instantly and prepared to demolish. Players may not know how to build a city wall, but how to demolish things. Players have too much experience. The shopkeeper quickly collected the things and minimized the economic losses. Clusters of mechanical equipment of various shapes poured out from the city wall, like the Zerg making a comeback, rushing towards the bottom of the city wall. The ether organization fluctuated slightly, and the player's self-created skills and zero-level skills were covered layer by layer in this small space. During this period, there were also various whimsical methods, accompanied by the white light of the player's death, turning a physical labor into a scene of wits and courage. This demolition process lasted for a while, but because the quality of the dwarf's engineering was so high, a group of players worked hard for a long time before they found that the city wall was not affected at all. Finally, some players went to find the dwarves and the wizards, used magic to fight magic, and removed the firewood from the bottom of the pot, and completed the demolition of the building with external assistance. The huge engineering vehicle hovered on the sea, and the wizard not far away removed the reinforcement spell and alert counterattack spell attached to the city wall the players tossed for a long time. And the little effort did not even trigger the alert counterattack spell on the city wall. The heavy city wall collapsed under the cooperation of the two. The foundation of the city wall was shattered. The wall above collapsed and rolled down, and the collapsed city wall instantly caused a huge impact on the calm sea surface. The two seas that were artificially separated are reconnected, and the seawater from the kingdom rushes eastward and merges into the South China Sea. The seawater rushes, quickly taking away the remaining traces of the city wall. Players are scattered on land and in the sea, watching the confluence of the seas, watching various sea creatures from the kingdom seas swim through the bordering areas and merge into the South China Sea. The kingdom's territory is always full of miracles. Animals and plants are unscientifically crowded in the kingdom's territory, unaffected by the food chain, survival instincts, and even the environment. The kingdom's territory breathes an overload of life, strangely embracing all of this, so that the tree man is deeply attracted by the ecological miracle in the kingdom's forest. The revival of extinct creatures in this territory is just one of the many miracles in the kingdom's territory. And at this moment, countless schools of fish pouring into the South China Sea from the kingdom seas are another of countless miracles. The bordering seas bring fresh vitality to the South China Sea, and the fish schools merge into the South China Sea and disappear in the vast sea. He Xingwen could hear the players not far away talking loudly because of this scene, most of which were about the South China Sea finally becoming lively again. He looked down at the shallow sea under his feet, and fish of various colors swam past in the sea water. Some of them greeted him. A golden transparent fish, the size of a thumb, swayed in the shallow sea. The huge soft-bodied creature hurriedly avoided it and dived deeper. The little fat ball covered with thorns seemed to be in a hurry. The huge sea kingfish stretched its body, almost more than a person's length, with its mouth full of sharp teeth wide open, happily waiting for the fish to come to the door automatically. The small seaweed floated with the waves, and the fish and shrimps that hitched a ride could be vaguely seen on the green leaves. He Xingwen squatted down and put his hand into the seawater. The golden transparent fish gently touched his finger and kept circling around it, which was very harmless. But soon, the lively scene here became deserted, and the big man with the ability to clear the scene appeared. Among the fish, Dujulin's presence was unique. There was no trace of fish near it. If everyone had not flowed into the South China Sea from here, they would not be able to distance themselves from Dujulin, and the fish would be able to stay away from it. The transparent mimic soft-bodied creature swam to the shallow sea, greeted He Xingwen from a distance, and swam slowly towards the depths of the South China Sea. He Xingwen withdrew his hand, stood up, and watched the seabed creatures that should have belonged to the South China Sea return to the South China Sea. The strange scene of the fish scrambling to swim to the South China Sea lasted for a while, until the number of fish in the kingdom's waters returned to normal values, and the scene of large-scale migration of fish slowly disappeared. The players who are most pleased with this situation are the fishermen who keep fishing in the holographic game. Among the billions of game players, there is a small group of players who fish in the South China Sea diligently and turn the holographic game into a real fishing game. Upgrade? Not interested. Adventure? How can it be as fun as fishing? Mission? What is that? If it weren't for the daily missions that must be completed, they probably wouldn't even do the daily missions. It is this group of people who improve the fishing tools, combined with the experience of ether, machinery, and even druids, and with the power of a small group of people, they push the fishing business of ordinary people in the other world into the era of magic and machinery. This sentence means that although they didn't catch any fish, they made back their money just by selling fishing tools, bait, and even fishing experience summaries. These crystallizations of wisdom from players, through the huge business organization of Ezigen, are widely circulated on the continent. This is not the first thing that players have done to have a more profound impact on the other world. Before that, the wine brewed by players and various cooking techniques had already swept this world earlier. The humanities of this world are very complicated. Humans are not the masters of this world. The coexistence of multiple races has led to a huge gap between backwardness and advancement, and between the weak and the strong in this world. But in general, it is meaningless to carry out social reforms in this world, because the only feudal country is currently fighting against the kingdom. Other races and social forms basically do not have oppressive authoritarianism, and do not need to be saved by other races. Therefore, the greatest contribution made by players to this world is nothing more than eating, drinking, and having fun. But this cannot hide the fact that the two worlds are influencing each other. He Xingwen went north along the South China Sea. He exchanged player templates with Yitong, changed template faces and nicknames, and cleverly integrated into the players again. Then he listened to a bunch of players' comments about the planner finally going crazy. He Xingwen, what does the planner going crazy have to do with my king? With this mentality, He Xingwen calmly integrated into the conversation of the players, and scolded the planner together. And the beginning of all this originated from He Xingwen's hitchhiking on the way to the north. This was the first time He Xingwen realized that cycling tools were actually flooding among players. Of course, this is normal. After all, He Xingwen had stayed in the kingdom for many years. The infrastructure of the kingdom comes with a single-person suspension cabin, public transportation within the city, and trains outside the city. The existence of these three provides players with a way of traveling throughout the kingdom. But there are no such transportation facilities in the territory outside the kingdom. So naturally, as the continental map expands, large-scale tasks outside the kingdom appear frequently, and the demand for players to travel around the continent increases accordingly. Players who do not master such high-end technology as space teleportation cannot open a black hole with their hands, like most NPCs, to reach their destination directly. Then, it is natural that cycling-type transportation tools came into being. By the way, I would like to mention here that the dwarves and Ezigen have a cooperation in selling various transportation tools. Ezigen can buy various mechanical and biological transportation tools. After the novice village had the first player village chief, He Xingwen unlocked the players' purchasing qualifications, allowing players to buy other goods from Ezigen in the novice village. But the problem is that after the credit point system was built in the kingdom, players simply did not have enough equivalent currency to buy messy things from Ezigen. Poverty makes people strive for strength. In this case, most players who changed their profession to blacksmiths just picked up hammers and did it. And then these crude and strange-sounding writing tools appeared in front of He Xingwen. The result of players' recklessness is that most designs failed. And the few successful forging products, even the blacksmith himself can't explain clearly how this thing moves. But no matter what the principle is, it can move. And it moves very fast. As a result, this kind of player-made writing tool has spread among players, and various modified versions have been extended. He Xingwen can see that when this kind of transportation tool was first designed, the forger used the car on Earth as the prototype. But the problem is that the two worlds are not even scientifically similar, let alone copying the car on Earth. Even if the technical barriers are overcome, it is impossible to achieve the same effect. Not to mention that players cannot overcome the technical barriers of cars at all. So this thing uses both mechanical principles and ether principles. And finally it miraculously works successfully under various complex internal equipment. Of course, in order to adapt to the internal settings of machinery and ether, the appearance of these writing tools has also become magical. The 4 long legs stand on the ground, and they move forward with a click when starting. Although it looks like a spider, it is still simple. What's even more excessive is that the wheels fly underneath, and the closed body flies above. The two are suspended 1 meter apart, which is a bit unscientific. The most magical thing He Xingwen had seen was a car without even a closed body. Several chairs were directly branded on a bunch of mechanical arms, just like a big turntable, full of people moving sideways on the ground. Human imagination is really a treasure trove that never dries up. He Xingwen, sitting on the big turntable, thought so in the face of the sharp wind. And the players sitting on the big turntable like him were talking enthusiastically. Adu, didn't you change your job to a beast whisperer? When can you get a sub-bear to be our mount? Adu rolled his eyes. Let's talk about reason. I'm a weak veterinarian, and a sub-bear can send me back to the resurrection point with a slap. The big turntable has no closed shell, and looks like some kind of entertainment facility. But its advantages are also very prominent. It can carry more than 10 players at a time, and it is very cost-effective. And precisely because there is no closed shell, the players can get closer, and anyone can talk to each other. Speaking of which, since the global public beta, the Asian bear seems to have not appeared. The Asian bear is originally a temporary labor force. After the global public beta, there are free laborers everywhere. Why does the Asian bear come out? I really miss the feeling of being trampled to death by the Asian bear. If you really miss it, go directly to the forest. Go to the place with the least animals, and I guarantee that you can experience this long-lost feeling again. The speechless player immediately cleverly changed the subject. The planner is crazy. That's right. No matter what kind of conversation was originally going on, as long as this topic is brought up, you can immediately get a wave of approval. That's right. The planner is really crazy. His Majesty the King and the game's official website have been flooded with messages for a long time. And His Majesty the King is playing dead again. Going to the world gap to build infrastructure is outrageous, right? He Xingwen, who was called nodded calmly. This name is not for cuteness, but mainly because nicknames are not allowed to be repeated. There are already players called so He Xingwen had to settle for the next best thing. Hey, the road ahead seems to be blocked. The owner of the turntable, who is also the driver of the turntable, slowed down, raised the cockpit. The position in the center of the turntable looked at the situation in front of him, and said with gloating, Another flying car is broken down. Other players shifted their attention, and asked to raise their positions to get the best position to watch the excitement. After they got their wish and raised their positions, they saw the flying car that was lying at the farthest point of the traffic jam. The flying car is the floating car, with a distance of 1 meter between the tire and the body. I don't know what the players who originally modified the original model into this look were thinking. This kind of car is very strange in all aspects. There are few seats. Only 2 people can sit. It flies slowly, and it often stalls. What's more outrageous is that sometimes when flying, the floating body above will leave the tire range and hit the ground directly like a kite, causing random damage to passing vehicles. On Earth, it definitely does not comply with the vehicle manufacturing safety code, let alone leave the factory. But the other world does not even have laws to manage transportation. So such a car accident machine is also on the road. Since He Xingwen took a ride, 5 of the 10 car accidents he encountered along the way were caused by this type of car. Well, the probability of other car models getting into a car accident is actually not small. It seems a bit too much to expect a car that even the forger himself doesn't understand the operating principle to be extremely safe. The players satisfied their need to join in the fun and started to shout, Let's take another road. I don't think the flying car can be repaired for a while. Other roads are not as safe as this one. If we encounter the border defense troops of the Diamond Empire, it would be too unfair to die and return to the resurrection point directly. Not long after walking north from the South China Sea, we entered the area bordering the Neva Plain and the Beast God Wilderness. The road that the players took was the safest road that many players found with countless deaths, and it could directly reach the cities where the Beast God Wilderness was carrying out infrastructure construction. Even if you don't run into the border troops of the Diamond Empire, it's not a good thing to walk into the southern area of the Beast God Wilderness. There are no roads there, and it's a vast grassland with a vast sky and a vast wilderness. It's too easy to get lost. Let's wait a little longer. Where were we just now? Is the planner crazy? The players who originally wanted to say something were instantly diverted and focused on the topic of the planner being crazy. Transforming the world gap. How did the planner come up with such a task? Can he tell me how to complete this task? Is the planner really sick? A player noticed that He Xingwen was too silent and decided to break the other party's shyness and took the initiative to pass the conversation over. A data. What do you think? He Xingwen thought for a few seconds and decided to set a test scope for the candidates who had no idea about the test questions. I have also thought about how to complete this task. Other players unconsciously pricked up their ears. Although a data and A-air are not special, the previous few stalls of the big turntable were all solved by A-air lightly. Even dwarves may not be able to figure out the various problems caused by the mess of various useful and useless driving devices inside the turntable. But A-air solved it with ease. He Xingwen carefully considered his words. The main problem is how the world gap was created. Players whispered to each other. The official introduction seems to say that the gap caused by the lack of borders between two worlds is called a world gap. He Xingwen, I think the key to transforming the world gap lies here. A player on the side suddenly realized. Let them border. I still think the planner is crazy. Is this a task that players can complete? He Xingwen listened to some discussions that went beyond the scope of the test questions and decided to tell them the solution. Reclaim land. I understand. The players on the side clapped their hands. Fill the world gap directly from the end of the South China Sea? You can do it. Ada. This idea is too tricky. Reclaim the sea directly? Can the land filled in the world gap be preserved? You are stupid. Isn't there an air corridor in the world gap? We can expand directly from the starting point of the air corridor and connect it to the South China Sea. Isn't this a much simpler problem? Fuck. So we blamed the planner wrongly. The planner is not crazy. Not to mention these discussions that will set off a huge wave on social media on Earth. After waiting for a while, the road that had been blocked for half a day was finally unblocked. And the big turntable set off again towards the destination. After bidding farewell to their reluctant companions and repeatedly refusing their invitation to leave contact information, He Xingwen and He Tong entered the northernmost infrastructure city in the Beast God Wilderness. The northernmost infrastructure city in the Beast God Wilderness is the player's first infrastructure site. The infrastructure here is the fastest and has the most complete facilities. Most players who come to the Beast God Wilderness for humanitarian aid for the first time will choose this place as the starting point of the Beast God Wilderness. Urban infrastructure is actually the scene that He Xingwen is most familiar with. After all, there are thousands of cities being built at the same time in the kingdom's territory. And when these infrastructures appear in the Beast God Wilderness, they basically copy the original experience, compared with the special factors of the kingdom, such as mountains, deserts and druids. The infrastructure construction progress of the Beast God Wilderness is very smooth, because the north of the Beast God Wilderness was affected by the chain reaction of the collapse of the Salfa Federation. The works in the outermost area of the north were basically cleared, and the players began to build these cities on the ruins after the disaster. He Xingwen stayed for a while in those cities that already had a certain scale and order, although it is called a city. In fact, just like the cities in the kingdom, the most basic factories, roads, canteens and toilets have been built, but more other buildings are still slowly advancing. In fact, the characteristics of the Beast God Wilderness also once made the experts of the Special Investigation Bureau a little distressed. After all, when the animals in this area can become humans, the idea of developing the breeding industry has suffered a devastating blow. So much so that they are currently beginning to study the sideline of the breeding industry, such as agricultural and animal husbandry products such as wool. Large fields were cultivated. The roads were winding. Players were coming and going. And various vehicles of different shapes were swaying on the grass. It was not that these vehicles did not want to go on the road. It was too dangerous. Because of the high risk of vehicles, many accidents occurred. So that in the end the players reached an agreement on their own that vehicles made by players were not allowed to go on the sidewalk. These movements made the Beast God Wilderness continue to be lively. And these lively activities extended to the deeper parts of the Beast God Wilderness. He Xingwen relied on his player template to visit the factories in the city, and found that the tools produced by the factories in the Beast God Wilderness were also very unique. Because of the raw materials, no mines have been found in the Beast God Wilderness yet. And there are no large forests on the grassland. And wood is also very scarce, so the production is basically daily necessities. Of course, the Special Investigation Bureau has already made plans. When the cooperation between the kingdom and the orcs is further deepened, clothes, shoes, and other daily necessities that require the cooperation of orcs can be produced. He Xingwen has also seen the development plan of the Beast God Wilderness from the Special Investigation Bureau, which is very thorough in developing the orcs. He Xingwen has reason to believe that the fact that orcs can turn into humans has indeed dealt a major blow to the development of animal husbandry in the Beast God Wilderness. After all, animals that cannot turn into humans are not the same as animals that can turn into humans. At least according to the moral standards of Earthlings. There is a huge difference. After He Xingwen took a circle around the northernmost infrastructure site, he continued to go deeper along the Beast God Wilderness. Going deeper into the Beast God Wilderness, the situation became different again. The most obvious point is that there are more orc tribes scattered on the grassland. And here, the contact between players and orcs is also deeper than the northernmost end. He Xingwen even saw orcs helping on the infrastructure site. The huge black bear carried a huge stone on his back and walked on the unfinished ruins. Compared with the tiny humans at his feet, the setting sun illuminated his sharp teeth and thriving muscles. The elongated shadow was a pile of stones, which could be called a modern art photo, perfectly performing the relationship between man and nature. Power and aesthetics. He Xingwen heard a player who saw the scene for the first time whispering, "This is an old player who has been here for a while, orcs from a nearby tribe, hired by the kingdom. Super cost effective." He Xingwen quickly realized that there was not only one black bear here, but the entire tribe to which the black bear belonged was working on this infrastructure site. Therefore, the existence of the big cafeteria is simply necessary. Chapter 230 Global Public Beta 54 Literacy. Orc civilization is in its infancy. Compared with other intelligent creatures on the continent, they still maintain some of the habits of wild beasts. For example, they are more accustomed to their strong original form rather than maintaining the weak human appearance. For example, although cooked food tastes great, they still prefer raw meat with blood. This is a race that is slowly transitioning from the primitive tribal model to the early stage of civilization. Their thinking mode is very simple, and their concept of good and evil. To be precise, they don't even have the concept of good and evil defined by civilized society. This led to many frictions between players and orcs at the beginning of humanitarian aid, which also led to the transformation of orcs naturally integrating into infrastructure after players gained a foothold. After all, when it comes to not using fists, civilized society has an almost overwhelming advantage over primitive tribes. Orcs are attracted by the employment model and work benefits provided by players. Free food and accommodation, meat and weapons, and a bunch of daily necessities. The hungry, poor orcs who have been fighting for prey all their lives have become glorious laborers. He Xingwen happened to catch up with lunchtime and was fortunate to witness the magical realism scene of players eating with orcs. The scale of the large canteen in the infrastructure city on the Orc Wilderness is much larger than that of other infrastructure cities in the kingdom. The reason is also very simple. If the canteen is not large enough, the orcs can't get in at all. The original form of orcs is larger than that of ordinary animals on Earth. And of course they eat more. When the big black bears bent their backs and walked into the cafeteria step by step, the ground under their feet shook slightly. Players and orcs took food at different windows. Players were not very enthusiastic about eating. Although not eating would reduce hunger, the game did not set hunger, and the food in the cafeteria was not delicious. So players came to the cafeteria to eat depending on their mood. But the orcs were full of enthusiasm for eating, and they perfectly implemented the concept that if they were not active in eating, they had problems with their thinking. They immediately rushed into the cafeteria when the time came. The lengths of the two lines were also very different. The player's line was sparse, while the orc's line quickly stretched from the window to the outside of the cafeteria. "Hey! Here?" The player who got the meal-serving task was indifferent to the terrifying appearance of the big black bear, and enthusiastically said to the other party, "Azajan has just transferred a batch of meat. You can try the taste of this meat. If it's okay, the canteen will order this kind of meat in the future." As he said, he waved his hand and released the zero-level spell levitation. The meat mountain pile behind the player trembled and floated 2 pieces of meat the size of a human face, moved to the window, and slapped on the plate. "Not very skilled in control," the player muttered, and then reached out to put fruits, big bones, sugar water, and steamed buns on the plate, and then completed the task of serving a meal to an orc. The big black bear stared at his movements, and when the meal was finished, he stretched out his hand and pulled all the things into his arms, leaving the plate in place. and just left the team. The large cafeteria in the Beast God Wilderness is not only large in scale, but also has a layout that is very much in the style of the Beast God Wilderness. Half of it is filled with normal dining tables and chairs, and the other half is an open space with a few wooden stakes scattered around. At first glance, it looks like a fusion of industrial and retro design, which is very mismatched. The big black bear sat against the tree stump with a bunch of food in his pocket, and the ground shook again. The food was placed on his soft belly, because he was picked up roughly. It basically had no original appearance. Sugar water was poured on the bloody meat. The fruit was soft and shrunk into a small piece, and the steamed bread could not be seen in its original appearance at all. However, the big black bear obviously didn't care about these at all. As one big black bear after another sat down in the cafeteria, they began to eat. This is not a scene worth describing, and it is even a little inappropriate for children. The blood and flesh are secondary, and the main thing is that the black bear's hideous eating scene is more likely to make people feel uncomfortable. After the short visit, He Shingwen continued to move towards the southern part of the Beast God Wilderness. As he went deeper, the connection between humanitarian aid and the orcs became closer and closer. The orc tribes became more and more dense, and the types of orcs hired also increased. At this time, He Shingwen had to admit that the existence of Ezigen was absolutely necessary for this world. The kingdom was able to continuously deliver large quantities of supplies to the Beast God Wilderness through in-depth cooperation with Ezigen and the purchase of large quantities of food. If the kingdom relied on itself, it could certainly do it after all. The existence of ether greatly reduced the difficulty of long-distance transportation, but it was definitely not that easy. The mobilization of a large number of different materials. Just the accounting of materials was enough to give the kingdom a headache, not to mention the collection, mobilization, and transportation. In fact, the materials to support the orcs were not the kingdom's largest expenditure. After all, the agriculture in this world is much more developed than that on Earth, and the unreasonable ether directly promoted the leap in agriculture from the root. After the kingdom's infrastructure began to expand to every part of the kingdom's territory, the Special Investigation Bureau had contact with the mages, and then found out this world is really unreasonable. Turning stones into gold and transforming material forms are basic courses for mages. Theoretically, if mages are willing, they can directly wholesale gold and ore. But in this case, mages are still generally poor, and the Special Investigation Bureau almost mistakenly believe that mages have noble moral sentiments. So they are still so poor under the premise of holding gold mines. Later, after further communication with the mages, they learn the reason. Mages are busy with research and have no time to spend on mass production of such low-level materials. Materials like gold and ordinary ores that can be found everywhere are not in the queue for mages' research. And the high-level materials needed by mages such as magical creatures such as magic whales cannot be made by alchemy. For mages, research is the first priority, and materials that are not needed in research naturally do not need to be mass-produced. Therefore, alchemy is a subject that has not been developed in depth for mages because it is too useless. After understanding the situation, the Special Investigation Bureau, in the name of the king, asked the mages to produce a batch of ordinary ores to support the kingdom's rapidly depleting ore production. That's right. Ores, especially ordinary ores, are the kingdom's largest expenditure. After all, the kingdom is currently building thousands of cities at the same time with the addition of the Beast God Wilderness. This number has exceeded 10,000. The basic materials required are unimaginable astronomical figures. In this case, although the mages disdained it, the Special Investigation Bureau immediately put alchemy on the agenda, asked for a group of mages from the Arcane Academy to support the construction of the kingdom's infrastructure, and began to study the use of magic to manufacture basic materials. The research was carried out for several months in game time, and was declared over. The research was successful. The mage called the dwarf over and used magic patterns and magic scrolls combined with mechanical forging. Under the pressure of not being able to return to academic research without completing the research on basic materials, he realized the design of assembly line production of basic materials such as ore and wood. He Shingwen and his group circled around this large production line countless times, and they were almost drooling at the unscientific world of the other world. They wanted to copy it to Earth and run into communism. Is this reasonable? Directly use ether to shape and produce basic materials out of thin air? What about the core of alchemy, which is equal exchange? The only necessity for this large production line is black blood stone. By the way, after the Zerg was exterminated, the mage and the dwarf made another step forward in the research on black blood stone. Although they have not yet reached the point where they can control the energy of black blood stone freely, at least they have begun to use black blood stone in various mechanical creations. So at the moment, the topic for the dwarves and the wizard is using the energy of black bloodstone to develop forbidden spell weapons. I don't know what other people think when they see this topic. Anyway, He Xingwen moved their experimental field from the city center to the corner of the kingdom at that time. Black bloodstone energy. Forbidden spell weapons. These two words combined together. It sounds easy to kill yourself. The road paved by the players all the way to the wolf tribe. Although the road has not been completed and is only a prototype, the road network running through the Beast God Wilderness has already taken shape. After walking south for half a day, He Xingwen changed to a new means of transportation. After going deep into the Beast God Wilderness, the player's self-made riding tools basically disappeared, because a certain means of transportation completely crushed it in terms of cost-effectiveness, safety and experience. That's right. It's the orcs. Walking on the ground. Flying in the sky. All kinds of orcs can be taken. The price is cheap. The safety is high. And it's also very face-saving. Who doesn't want to ride a horse and an eagle? Thus, in the depths of the Beast God Wilderness, a fantasy scene that can only be seen in the Beast God Wilderness was formed. Not far from the infrastructure city, tall horses kept pacing. Monkeys gathered together to lazily bask in the sun. Giant eagles hovered in the sky. And there were more orcs with strange shapes without names and shaking their heads. Compared to the orcs, the players who were extremely small poured into it. And there was a noisy conversation at the scene. The dust was raised, and the orcs of all kinds who agreed on the hiring price started to move and galloped on the road. After this wave of orcs were hired by the players, the original trading venue became empty, and the next wave of orcs returning filled it again. He Xingwen was stunned and moved by this special riding experience. He took He Tong to the trading place and went straight to the giant eagle. The hiring fee is not expensive. Basically, the orcs only accept food. Other currencies are not valid. The giant eagle is one of the more expensive ones to hire. He gestured with his claws and signaled to He Xingwen that he wanted 6 pieces of meat at a time. The player's life and death were at his own risk. If the player fell off during the journey, the transaction was considered completed. After reaching an agreement, the giant eagle lowered its head and let He Xingwen climb onto its wings. The giant eagle was huge and could carry more than 2 people. He Xingwen regretfully discovered that the orc service awareness was not very good, and they did not prepare a place for customers to sit. And the giant eagle's feathers were really hard and sharp. How could they be feathers? They were completely weapons. It can be said that there is no fixed point on the giant eagle. The neck is a good idea. But the problem is that the neck is much thicker than the player's hand, and it can't be held at all. He Xingwen and He Tong finally chose to sit on the giant eagle. This is the only choice at present. At least it is safer than standing. After the giant eagle took off, they knew why the giant eagle would specifically remind the players that life and death are at their own risk. Because the giant eagle flew too fast. See the scenery? It doesn't exist. The scenery below will pass by in a flash. He Xingwen felt it and suspected that the speed of the giant eagle might be faster than the plane. The most obvious effect of too fast speed is that the wind blowing on the body is just like a knife. Of course, the premise is that in such a fierce wind, there is no player with any fixed point who has not been blown off. The golden light surrounding He Xingwen flashed, and He Xingwen was fixed on the giant eagle, barely avoiding the ubiquitous death crisis during this ride. Relying on being on the giant eagle, He Tong directly gave up his human form and turned into a ball of data. Thus, they became the first passengers in history to arrive at the destination alive on the giant eagle. Fuck. You are awesome. You dared to ride the giant eagle? A passing player looked at the giant eagle flying away and felt respect for He Xingwen and his friends. The giant eagle is expensive and dangerous. You are the first one I have seen to land alive. He Xingwen, what about the others? They all fell off the way. I wonder why he specifically reminded me that falling off is also considered a deal. It turns out that no one has ever arrived at the destination safely. He Xingwen put his arm around He Tong's shoulder to steady himself. But the giant eagle is really fast. From the starting point to the destination, across half of the Beast God Wilderness, the giant eagle only took a few minutes. To be honest, It was much faster than an airplane. He Xingwen was full of emotion, looking up at the nearby wolf tribe. His eyes fell on the player who was chatting with him, and he found that the other party was a little special. The player who connected with him had a stenciled face, holding a blackboard in one hand and a pile of books in the other hand. Whenever he met him in the world outside the holographic game, He Xingwen could accurately identify the other party's profession. But in the holographic game, in the Beast God Wilderness, when he met such an image, He Xingwen couldn't help but hesitate. What are you doing? The other party seemed to have just reacted and gestured to He Xingwen with the blackboard in his hand. The blackboard in the tribe was broken again. I went to number 76B South City to get a new one, and also brought the newly printed books. He Xingwen, ah, you are a new player, right? The other party stuffed the blackboard into He Xingwen's hand, and took him to the wolf tribe with his arm around his shoulder. This is humanitarian aid, part of the campaign, to educate the orcs. He Xingwen followed him. Huh? Isn't the wolf tribe going to unify the Beast God Wilderness? So after communicating with them, they asked to try it out in the wolf tribe first, see how it goes, and then decide how to promote it. He Xingwen finally came back to his senses from the impactful word literacy. Isn't this a big step? Orcs are not even willing to maintain their human form. So why are they suddenly moving on to literacy? Oh, you misunderstood. While greeting the giant wolf in the wolf tribe, the other party explained, it's just teaching the most basic common sense. And with a language communication technique, you can directly understand and read. So why do you need to learn how to write? This is the unreasonable part of this world. Ether changes the world, and also changes the normal society of the human cognition on Earth. At least ether is very useful for laziness. The other party took out 2 books from the pile of books in his hand, and handed them to He Xingwen and He Tong. He Xingwen flipped through them, and saw why the other party chose to use literacy to describe this education process. Because this book is not so much about teaching common sense, as it is about teaching orcs how to live normally in the player's city. This includes basic common sense such as queuing, and not doing things casually, as well as the use of various tools and concepts such as school, civilization, and knowledge. He Xingwen quickly flipped through it, and saw more potential lines behind this basic common sense. After all, in the final analysis, the reason why players appear here on a large scale is to achieve the purpose of peaceful evolution. And peaceful evolution is a beyond containment strategy adopted by countries of different ideologies to promote changes in the other country's system. Note 1. From Baidu Encyclopedia. The influence of civilization, economy and political model is the fundamental purpose of peaceful evolution. As the infrastructure city spread all the way from the Beast God Wilderness, further cultural influences were also spreading quietly in the Beast God Wilderness. The player took He Xingwen and He Tong directly into the classroom arranged for them by the wolf tribe, a stone building that was relatively rare in the Beast God Wilderness. The building was particularly lively. The orcs here maintained their human form, crowded into the large room. And then, they started fighting. It was a fist-to-flesh fight. The tables and chairs beside him were overturned. He Xingwen could still vaguely see traces of the previous blackboard from the wreckage. The player who brought them here bypassed the orcs in the melee, and chose a remote corner far away from the center of the melee. He put his things away, and pulled He Xingwen to follow closely. He Xingwen looked at the lively scene in front of him, and then looked at the player who seemed to be watching the excitement, and didn't mind the trouble. He gave him a puzzled look. Shh. The other party raised his finger, and said in a low voice, I can't beat them. It's sad to say that the players are at the bottom of the food chain. They can't even beat the orcs. Don't think they're fighting back and forth. If they hit me with a fist, I'll have to go back to the temporary resurrection point on the spot. The player took out a handful of nuts, and handed them to He Xingwen and He Tong. Eating nuts while watching the fun, although the orcs' humanoids don't have sharp teeth and claws. Their size hasn't changed. The force. Ouch. Seeing that the chaos was about to spread to them, the player quickly picked up the blackboard and books, and quickly dodged the crowd so skilled that it made people sad. But at the same time, He Xingwen and He Tong, who hadn't reacted yet, were exposed to the orcs in the melee. The fists were powerful, and hit the orcs with the sound of wind. And the orcs who were hit didn't even blush, although it looked like a group of people fighting. In fact, it was a group of giant wolves in human skin playing and joking. Giant wolves playing with each other is called playing. If it was a giant wolf and a player, it would be a murder scene. Seeing that the chaos was about to spread to himself, He Xingwen quickly opened the skill list. He didn't have time to use his skills. Before that, The door of the teaching building was opened. The appearance of the newcomer had not yet appeared, and the chaotic scene calmed down immediately. He Xingwen cast his eyes towards the door. The tall orc stood at the door, looked around the circle, and finally fixed his eyes on the player. I heard they are fighting again. The player holding the blackboard and book started to complain without hesitation. It was Ji who started it first. He was in class, but he touched Hong's hair and pulled Li's clothes. And then, they started fighting, with someone backing him up. The player's behavior immediately changed from just watching the fun. He walked around the classroom and pointed out the ones who had just fought. It's you guys again. You never listened to the class properly. An orc lifted up his messy hair in the fight. I think this class is boring. Why should I listen to you? Another orc raised his head. You can't do this. You can't do that. This emotion quickly spread among the orcs, and they started to shout. This is our territory. You should listen to our class. You have to turn into human form. It's so ugly. Whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. It's obvious that this is not the first time that these orcs have had such a conflict in the classroom, because the player slipped back to the corner very skillfully, and even looked at his daily task daily, teaching to make sure that he had not failed, and then returned to the state of watching the fun. Amid the noise, the orc standing at the door spoke. Are you questioning the king's decision? The noise suddenly quieted down. The other party was facing the light, with a long shadow, and a low voice fell on the ground, stirring up a wave. Come out. The orcs dared to shout at the player, but they dared not say a word to the other party. They lined up and walked out of the door one by one. It seems that although they were very dissatisfied with the class, they at least learned something, such as queuing. The crowd stood in the open space outside. He Xingwen followed the player to stroll outside to continue watching the show, and then witnessed a bloody and violent beating. The orcs turned back into beast form, and the huge white wolf stood in the open space, with an elegant and powerful posture. The beast form of the group of orcs was smaller than him, probably because they were not yet adults. This was a one-sided beating, and the other party crushed all the orcs. Pure biting, pouncing, and collision. Blood with the hair, and wet with bright red blood stains. The player lowered his voice and said to He Xingwen, at least we can be quiet for a few days now. I wonder who will be the next unlucky person to receive the daily task of teaching. You just arrived and didn't know that some players who accepted this teaching task were directly beaten to death. Now it's much better. At least they don't dare to beat the teacher to death. Is this task quite dangerous? He Xingwen was a little surprised. I see that the orcs in other cities get along well with the players. Haven't the classes started in other cities yet? The player knew the reason. Besides, who would like the civilization of outsiders? He Xingwen thought. So, the orcs' opposition is very strong? The player looked at He Xingwen in surprise. Are you a plot fan? He looked at He Xingwen and then looked away, continuing to watch the scene of the orcs being beaten, and said, I don't think it's a big problem. He Xingwen gave him a puzzled look. The orcs are not stupid. The other party complained. They still have some idea whether they can beat the kingdom. After beating the group of orcs, Aya turned into a human again and walked towards He Xingwen and his friends. They are still kids. Aya glanced at the newly appeared players He Xingwen and He Tong, and then set her eyes on Endudu again, saying, it will take some time. Endudu smiled slightly. It's okay. We have plenty of time anyway. For players, as long as they issue tasks, everything is easy to say. As for what the orcs think, where these dissatisfactions come from, whether it is related to the orcs' internal decisions, etc., the players don't care. To be more precise, when the orcs were still angry, struggling, hesitating, and even thinking about corresponding countermeasures because of the kingdom's peaceful evolution strategy, the players already knew the final result both from the perspective of the game and from the perspective of historical evolution. Chapter 231 Global Public Beta 55 Ending. He Xingwen stayed in the wolf tribe for a few more days. He was very interested in the changes in the political center of the Beast God Wilderness. Here, you can see the new things brought by the influx of players, and you can also see the original traces of the orcs. The mixture of the two makes this place particularly interesting, even if the orcs are not welcoming to outsiders. Who can refuse the player's shameless and excessive courtesy? In fact, He Xingwen only observed for a few days, and noticed that the relationship between players and orcs is not bad. The farce in the classroom that He Xingwen first saw was probably the most discordant note in this tribe. In addition, the players integrated well. They enthusiastically and unyieldingly accepted various daily tasks, and worked diligently to brush the orcs' favor. It is much easier to brush the favor of the simple orcs than those strange races in the kingdom. After all, not everyone is a mage who only studies. And not everyone is a druid who can't see humans at all except nature. The player's behavior of brushing up the favorability has been rewarded. A small market composed of players appeared in the tribe, and various inventions from the players, as well as food and wine, appeared in the tribe as the favorability between the players and the orcs increased. The trade between the players and the orcs adopted a very primitive trading method, bartering. The players obtained various collections from the orcs, while the orcs received wine, various snacks and various gadgets forged by the players themselves. The attention of the orcs was attracted by these novel things. Under the premise of sufficient food, the spiritual and civilization needs of the orcs appeared to be vented. Various handicrafts that were not well forged frequently appeared among the orcs, opening a window to the outside world for the orcs. However, to be honest, the kingdom itself also suffered from the contradiction of backward spiritual civilization construction caused by rapid development. Because of large-scale infrastructure projects, luxury goods within the kingdom have not been developed at all, and the living standards of most people are maintained at a relatively low standard. Most people here refer to players. At the same time, the upper class of the continent's indigenous people actually enjoy extremely high standards of luxury, just like what players have seen in the capital of the Diamond Empire before. The slave trading places with bright lights and wine are full of the colors of decadence. Whether it is architecture, service or consumption process, it fully demonstrates the upper class living standards of the upper class of the Diamond Empire. And just next to the Diamond Empire, the Beast God Wilderness maintains primitive living customs. This sense of separation between cultures is very common in this world. Therefore, the current living standards and spiritual civilization construction of the kingdom can only be regarded as just starting in this world. But this is enough to shock the orcs who have not yet started. From this point of view, the kingdom's peaceful evolution plan went very smoothly. But from another point of view, the kingdom's peaceful evolution plan also has certain obstacles. Humans will be moved by the world of fantasy, but orcs will not. The characteristics of beasts being stronger than humans make them follow the rules of the tribal system and obey the orders of the tribal leader. Human nature cannot stand the test. But beasts will not abandon the tribe because of language and bait. The literacy class did not go very smoothly, which is due to this. Favorability is favorability. And the orcs who follow the natural rule of the jungle have a very low acceptance of the civilization from the kingdom. Even if these civilizations are essentially for the orcs to get along better with the players, they are still an imposed constraint for the orcs. After another fight broke out in the classroom, and Duda finally gave up this daily task with rich rewards. Of course, it may also be because he was going to do other tasks. In short, and Dudu was ready to leave. However, before leaving, he had a simple communication with the orc. I'm going to number 76, Beast South City. Aya, who had just beaten the wolf cub, turned into a human again. She was accustomed to the player's style of leaving as soon as they said they would. But she was a little confused. Is it going to be a holiday again? The wolf cubs who were beaten to death cast expectant eyes when they heard this. They were very experienced in holidays. Every time when the players who came to class quit, they would get a day off without class until the next player to class appeared. No need for a holiday. Isn't Ada free? And Dudu pointed casually and said, let him come to class. A task notification popped up in front of Hixingwen. Daily. Teaching. Orcs need some basic common sense to better understand the kingdom and get along with players. Task requirements, in a specific building, classroom. Teach no less than 30 underage orcs about the contents of the basic common sense textbook. And the class time is no less than 30 minutes. Special reminder, this task can be completed once a day. Task completion reward. Mission failure penalty. Hixingwen didn't care about the reward and punishment. He glanced at the mission description and turned to look at Ndudu. Ndudu smiled brightly and winked at him, indicating that the good things should be kept within the family. Hixingwen accepted the mission. It was a daily mission anyway, and would not affect his short-term trip. I know you are a plot party. After Aya left, Ndudu patted Hixingwen on the shoulder and said in a low voice, but you can't just look at the scenery and not take the mission. This mission has a lot of rewards. You can just mess around first. Ndudu taught Hixingwen some tips on how to slack off in this mission, including practical methods such as how to chat and mess around, and then left. So, He Xingwen took office and became the new teacher of the literacy class. He Tong prepared a detailed class outline for He Xingwen, which thoroughly deconstructed basic common sense and listed the knowledge points. The fact that a player was appointed as the teacher of the literacy class did not cause any disturbance in the wolf tribe. Compared with the literacy class where people fought every other day, the players who were scattered in the tribe and were particularly diligent in helping the orcs attracted more attention from the wolf tribe. Therefore, He Xingwen was able to take 2 days of classes without any disturbances, and continued to talk about how to integrate into civilized society based on the progress of Endudu. He Xingwen, order is very important. The wolf cub below, but players have no order at all. He Xingwen, by using different tools, we can do things that we couldn't do before. The wolf cub below, is this because players don't have sharp teeth and claws? We don't need your tools to do things that you can't do. He Xingwen, different civilizations have different ways of getting along. The wolf cubs below, the orcs' way of getting along must be to fight. So, they fought again in front of the teacher. He Xingwen understood the orcs' disobedience very well. He did not follow the outline given by He Tong from the beginning. Instead, he chose to slack off in class, thinking let's just hang out together, and planned to hang out until he left. But the orcs were obviously not very cooperative. He Xingwen picked up the blackboard and prepared to move away from the center of the chaos. With a pop. It was not known whether it was because the chaos was out of control or whether the wolf cubs had some idea. But a leg suddenly stretched out towards He Xingwen, and then kicked the golden light that always lingered around He Xingwen. A crisp bone fracture sounded in the noisy fight. He Tong, who was standing on the periphery, frowned. He clicked on the skill list, selected the basic skills in the monk profession, added a strength buff to himself, and then walked into the crowd of people in the melee. He Xingwen thought about it, and put the blackboard and the book back. The noise gradually quieted down, replaced by various moans. He Tong walked through the orcs lying on the ground and walked to He Xingwen's side. With obvious unhappiness in his tone, they are too ignorant. He Xingwen glanced at He Tong's character panel, and the temporary strength enhancement buff was hung on his character panel. It was simply a system with unparalleled power. The orcs lying on the ground were ready to move. The human form greatly reduced their combat value. After being knocked down, the orcs instinctively wanted to change back to the beast form and defeat the opponent with a more powerful form. I'm fine. He Xingwen saw the orcs' eagerness, but they seemed to have something to do. The orcs lying on the ground couldn't control their impulses, and several giant wolves broke free from their human skins and pounced on He Tong. He Xingwen mourned for a few seconds about his lost daily life. He Tong turned around and went to the wolf pack without retreating a step. The wolf pack had no concept of fighting alone, especially when the enemy was not weak. The narrow terrain restricted the deployment of the wolf pack's combat plan, but also presented the enemy to the wolf pack at close range. Even if they were just a group of immature wolf cubs, they could still clearly show the orcs' brutal power when they waved their claws and took advantage of their strong bodies. The sharp teeth could easily leave holes representing death on the fragile human body, and the sharp claws could take away large pieces of flesh and blood with a light wave. This was the natural advantage of the orcs. Compared with them, humans were too fragile. This is also one of the reasons why it is difficult for players to defeat orcs. The orcs' bodies are their best weapons. He Tong's player template has countless skills that can easily solve this small problem. But he didn't do that. He just added a physical enhancement buff to himself on the basis of the original strength buff, ensuring that this body would not die directly after colliding with the orcs. And then began his performance. That can only be called a performance when any fight develops to the point where He Tong did. It has already left the level of fighting and entered the palace of art, in front of sharp claws and strong power. He Tong is like a butterfly dancing on the tip of a knife. As long as he takes a wrong step, he will fall from the tip of the knife at any time. But he didn't. He stepped on the tip of the knife with every step, passed by death, and then stabbed death with a backhand. For the orcs with excellent physical fitness, the counterattack from the players is very weak. If these weak counterattacks hit the same point every time, they can no longer be called weak. The wolf cubs fell one by one, making real cries of pain, and temporarily lost their fighting power. He Tong rushed through the group of orcs, stopped at the door of the classroom, and met Aya, who had been watching for an unknown period of time. In the quiet scene, only the cubs' cries of pain echoed. As far as I know, the players are very weak. Aya looked at the two players again. It seems not so. Before He Tong could answer, Aya invited, let's have a fight? He Tong looked at He Xingwen. He Xingwen signaled him to do whatever he wanted. Anyway, seeing that the vest was about to fall off again, there was no need to worry about the lice. So let it go. Who made He Tong look so happy fighting? They moved to a more open area, and the orc who was lying on the ground screaming in pain insisted on watching the fight with his injuries. The open area was quickly surrounded by orcs and players who heard the news. What? This player is so powerful. He defeated a group of wolf cubs? Is it possible that he dug out a sacred weapon from the ruins of Salfa? It is said that he did it with his bare hands. Bare hands? You are kidding me. Is the gap between the internal test players and us so big? Don't listen to his nonsense. The internal test players can't defeat orcs with their bare hands, let alone more than a dozen orcs. Rumors stop at the wise. This is because the player's fighting power is exaggerated. So, this Aer wants to fight this orc now. Who will win? The correct question should be, is there a possibility that the orc will lose? Small bets are good for your mood. Big bets are harmful to your body. Open the market. Under the watch of players and orcs, He Tong and Aya started a brief exchange. Before the exchange began, no one thought it would eventually turn into a ring match. Until He Tong, who looked unremarkable and bore the nickname Aer, beat several orcs in one go and alarmed the Wolf King. The crowd of onlookers inside and outside confirmed in disbelief that they were not dreaming. He Xingwen didn't expect it either. It was expected that Aya would be defeated, even if He Tong didn't use other skills, but only increased the player's strength to the standard of ordinary orcs, and increased the player's physical strength to the point where he would not die at the first touch. His computing power was enough to leave the orcs far behind. That's the problem. He Tong defeated the opponent by calculation, which showed that he defeated the opponent by taking advantage with agility and reaction, rather than by head-on confrontation. This aroused the desire of most of the onlookers. This fighting style easily gave them an illusion. It seemed that as long as the reaction was fast enough, and the speed was fast enough, this overly flexible player could be dragged into the blade and then defeated. So the next moment after Aya was knocked down, a new challenger immediately appeared, vowing to prove the strength of the orcs. After the onlookers found that this Aer not only did not lose, but even defeated the orcs, they immediately started text live broadcasts on various social media. The title of the forum was directly "The Hot Man Who Defeated the Orcs by Strength Appears," which quickly triggered new heat. Original poster. Screenshot of the battle scene. Screenshot of Aya being defeated. Screenshot of the crowd of onlookers. I posted this thread just to ask, who is this Aer? The spiritual energy revival has begun, and the ancient Chinese Kung Fu will finally enter the world stage? I am going to criticize the original poster. The title is too imprecise. What do you mean by defeating the orcs by strength? It's as if players can defeat the orcs by just using crooked methods. What? Chinese Kung Fu actually exists? The original poster is a title party. Fuck. It's true. The video site has uploaded the video. Video address. Give me the world coordinates. I'll join in the fun. This player has never been heard of. I'm afraid he really had some adventure of becoming a martial arts master in one day in the ruins of the Sarfa Federation. No. The Sarfa Federation is a place for science. How can there be such an adventure of becoming a martial arts master in one day? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? I watched the video. The fight was too dangerous. I always felt that I would be bitten to death by the giant wolf in the next second. It really looks a bit like Chinese Kung Fu. From the video, it seems that this player did not use any ether skills. He just relied on his reaction and agility. At related departments, don't hide it. Tell us directly. Chinese Kung Fu really exists. Isn't this reaction and agility a bit against the sky? Can humans achieve such a reaction speed? Aer narrowly escaped from the giant wolf's mouth. GIF. Wait. Why are there more orcs coming up? Original poster. I posted this post too early. Comrades. In just a short time, he singled out 3 orcs. Round fight? Wonderful fight? Stop talking. When did he start accepting disciples? What is the full name of our master's martial arts? What are the criteria for accepting disciples? I'm packing up and preparing to become his disciple. Wait. Aer. Does he have a friend called Adada? OP, I didn't notice. Anyway, he was the only one fighting. I met them when I took a ride to the Beast God Wilderness. Aer doesn't talk much, but I suspect that he is almost at the maximum level of the forger profession. The big turntable stalled several times along the way, all of which were solved by Aer. Adada is better than him. The idea of filling the sea to solve the world gap mentioned in the forum before was proposed by Adada. Fuck. Who are these two? So awesome? Wang Lunlun, no. I looked through the internal test group and didn't see the nicknames of these two players. They are not internal test players. What is Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon? I have understood the essence of China. Original poster, damn. 5. I can see that Air's fighting style is that you look at him as if he will be killed in the next second. But in fact, he can still beat 5 orcs alive and kicking. It can't be considered alive and kicking. He has injuries on his body. Why doesn't Air use a blood bottle? Didn't he bring one? Who can go up and give one? I think this is the demeanor of a master. You see? Some people in the forum say that Air is a blacksmith. He didn't use a mechanical creation once during the whole process. This is the demeanor of a master. To defeat the enemy in an upright manner. I declare that Air is my new idol. In order to promote Chinese Kung Fu, Air chose to debut as an idol. Touching. OP, no. This is not over yet. These orcs are too shameless. They are really fighting in a round-robin manner. I am numb. I even suspect that we couldn't beat the orcs before because of the wrong method. Why are the orcs so easy to beat in the hands of the opponent? That's not the case. Just watching the process. I was nervous the whole time. I always felt that he would be hit in the next second. But he was able to dodge. He dodged several times, and was fatally injured by a millimeter. Otherwise, why did the orcs come up one by one? Isn't it because he looks easy to beat? OP, wait! Something seems wrong. Suddenly a group of giant wolves came and surrounded this place. The orcs are shameless. They must win. Are they too competitive? Protect our Air. OP, damn! The Wolf King is here. It's over. I saw Ada. They left with the Wolf King. The competition was eventually terminated due to the intervention of the Wolf King. But the news that the player had defeated the entire wolf tribe by himself was still spread by the malice of the players. And even became an unsolved mystery in the history of holographic games. Until the end, no one found this mysterious player who seemed to be a martial artist. The conversation took place in the tent. Several complete huge animal skins were placed on the chairs in the tent. And the processed animal heads were hung on both sides. They were the trophies of the tent owner, as a collection to show his martial arts. The animal skins were very soft to the touch. And although the animal heads were a little hideous, they were well processed, and even had a bit of wild artistic atmosphere. He Xingwen's eyes paused slightly on the vast tent decoration before looking at the Wolf King sitting on the chair. Lai was also pondering. The scene was quiet for a moment. There were only a few human-shaped orcs left in the tent. And most of the giant wolves that remained in their original form stayed outside the tent, leaving room for this conversation. In silence, Tong took out a stack of papers from his space ring and placed it in front of the other party. Xingwen's eyes followed Tong's hand, paused on the cover of the stack of papers, and took in the familiar title. It was indeed familiar. He had personally handed the other 3 parts of the agreement to the dwarf, the mage, and the druid, and completed the expansion of the kingdom's territory recognized by the game's main console by signing. In other words, it was an annexation agreement that included the rights and obligations of the orcs. Tong put down the paper, retracted his hand, and looked at Xingwen. Xingwen raised his eyebrows slightly, and roughly understood why Tong went all the way to the end. This was definitely not out of an inexplicable desire to win or lose. Intelligent creatures may have this thing, but intelligent life will only objectively measure choices, and will not act impulsively. Tong could probably figure out what he was thinking. So he winked at Xingwen seriously. This was an expression he almost never made. It was oddly cute. Xingwen, who had a built-in filter, drew a cute conclusion from this action. He coughed and put aside the irrelevant matter of Tong didn't discuss it with him in advance. Although he was here for tourism, it was no problem to finish the plan that had been laid for a long time. Lai flipped through the thick stack of agreements and frowned immediately. The king asked you to come? He looked at Tong and Xingwen. I thought he would be more sincere. Intelligent creatures always repeat stupid choices. Tong is used to it. He can even clearly outline every sentence of the conversation until the other party has to make a choice. The orcs have only one choice. Whether it is war or negotiation, it is nothing more than a more tortuous process to reach the end. But it will not have any impact on the final destination. Tong's database outlines the next dialogue options and begins to repeat this boring process. The king has brought you food, civilization and peace. I think this is enough for you to feel the king's sincerity. Lai grinned and showed his white teeth, but he wants more. Before their conversation continued, He Xingwen interrupted the conversation. It seems that during this period, some people from the Diamond Empire have come into contact with you, causing your attitude to change again. By the way, introduce yourself. He Xingwen extended his hand to the other party. Your Majesty. You know, the king of that kingdom. Chapter 232 Global Public Beta 56 Annexation of the Beast God Wilderness. He Xingwen's frankness about his identity caused the conversation to deviate from the original direction. After all, the players who came on behalf of the king and the king who appeared in the Beast God Wilderness in person have completely different meanings. Lai stood up and shook hands with He Xingwen. This is also one of the new things brought by the players to the Beast God Wilderness. After a large number of players poured into the Beast God Wilderness, the original civilization of the Beast God Wilderness was strongly impacted by the new civilization brought by the players. Lai's tone softened. I didn't expect you to appear here in person. He loosened his hand and sat back on the huge chair, saying meaningfully, after all, before this, you almost never left your kingdom. The orc on the side put another chair opposite the Wolf King, and He Xingwen sat on the chair and passed this small test. So, I came for you. Lai's expression paused slightly, and heard the overly young king's voice with a smile continue. I also come for peace. He Xingwen leaned forward, not holding back his aggressiveness. Of course, with the kingdom's territory occupying half of the continent and at war with the Diamond Empire, even if He Xingwen was not aggressive, in the eyes of others, it was hard to find a word other than ambitious about him. He Xingwen led the conversation. I was very satisfied with the feedback I got from you before, but from the conversation just now, I have to change my mind. It seems that the orc's attitude towards the kingdom has changed. This is a rather aggressive start for a conversation, but considering the power of the speaker, most people can forgive its aggressiveness. After all, the weak always have very few choices. Lai had to explain. We still believe that the kingdom is well-intentioned, but this is a very difficult choice. After all, the Beast God Wilderness. He Xingwen interrupted him and stated the reality. The kingdom can bear the pressure of going to war with two forces at the same time, and you can't afford the consequences of going to war with the kingdom. Lai took a deep breath. Orcs are more irritable than humans, and they are less likely to be roundabout. Even as a genius ruler rarely seen in the Beast God Wilderness for thousands of years, Lai is not a qualified politician. While Lai was adjusting his mood, He Xingwen continued, if there is no kingdom, then after the unification of the Beast God Plain, the problem you will face is how to fill the entire Beast God Plain with orcs, and how to dispel your neighbor's covetousness of you. I don't care what the Diamond Empire says, and I'm not interested. He Xingwen said simply and clearly, either sign this agreement and become a member of the kingdom, or reject this agreement. He Xingwen smiled at Lai. Wait for the kingdom's army to set foot on the territory of the Beast God Plain. He Xingwen gestured to the other party. You can make a choice. Lai glanced at the thick stack of paper in front of him, and then at the young king. After a brief pause, his attitude became worse. Aren't your troops already on the territory of the Beast God Plain? He Xingwen thought about it, and nodded in agreement with him. Indeed, considering the situation in the Beast God Plain, if a war breaks out, the players currently in the Beast God Plain will become the main force. This statement reminded Lai of something, and his expression became more and more ugly. I heard that the distant kingdom territory is crowded with countless players. He Xingwen, after all, they once stopped the Zerg in the South China Sea. Lai stared at He Xingwen and said, there are too many of them. He Xingwen, maybe it is true for the mainland, but there is a wider world outside the mainland, isn't it? The news that players jumped the grid at the end of the South China Sea was widely spread on the mainland. After all, the players' movements were too loud and difficult to ignore. The conversation fell into a brief silence here. He Xingwen waited patiently for a moment, and his attention soon turned to other things. His eyes fell on a decoration in the corner of the tent. It looked like a human head, engraved with lifelike fear. This kind of decoration is not common in this tent, because the other party's trophies are mostly beast-shaped orcs, probably the enemies defeated by the other party when they unified the Beast God Wilderness. And this is the only human who is worthy of being displayed as a trophy. He Xingwen became interested. His eyes lingered on the fearful head for a moment, and then fell on the soft animal skin wrapped around the head, on which there was a complex badge. The badge was filled with a heavy sense of history, complicated and luxurious. Perhaps because He Xingwen stared at it for a long time. He Tong explained to him, This should be the logo of a slave trader. Slave trader? He Xingwen turned his head and looked at He Tong. Ezigen is not involved in the slave trade. There are still a large number of slave traders on the mainland, including smaller slave traders and slave traders who have formed an industrial chain. Most of them come from the Neva Plains, where they capture other races on the continent and transport them to countries that allow slave trade, earning huge profits. Before the Diamond Empire unified the Neva Plains, many human countries on the Neva Plains were the largest slave trade areas, and humans, orcs, dwarves, and even intelligent creatures such as the underwater kingdom in the South China Sea were all goods for slave traders. Even mages have been captured by slave traders, not to mention druids. As long as the profit is high enough, slave traders dare to risk death to capture intelligent creatures and mark them as slaves. Of course, compared to mages and druids who are too risky, slave traders prefer orcs who are not too risky. He Tong said, after all, unlike the Arcane Academy and the Endless Forest, the chaotic situation in the Beast God Plains is a natural hunting ground for slave traders. He Xingwen frowned. The kingdom, He Tong said firmly, the kingdom does not allow slave trade, and slave traders have never entered the kingdom. Although they are very enthusiastic about this new market, they are also very enthusiastic about trying various ways to enter this new market. After all, the emergence of a new kingdom often means that their customer base has expanded again. Most of the slave traders' customers are upper class. Well, let's put it more clearly. The Arcane Academy, druids, the former dwarf tribe, and the human kingdom of the Neva Plain are not only their commodities, but also their customers. The reason why the Salpha Federation is not their customer is because King Li does not like the slave trade. And the reason why the Dragon Clan is not their customer is because the Dragon Clan does not need slaves at all. The undead don't interact with the outside world at all. For this continent, the existence of slave traders is protected by the laws of the slave trading countries. He Xingwen heard this. So in other parts of the continent, slave traders are allowed? Lai, who was still pondering just now, didn't know when he focused on their conversation. He Tong reminded He Xingwen, at present, the only other area outside the kingdom is the Diamond Empire. And the Diamond Empire does allow slave trade. The Beast God Wilderness was excluded from the target customers of slave traders because of poverty. And the remaining forces either disappeared or did not contact the outside world. In detail, the only area outside the kingdom that is still engaged in slave trade is the Diamond Empire. He Xingwen reproduced the map of the entire continent in his mind, and found that it was indeed the case. Then the problem is much simpler. He Xingwen said in a relaxed tone, notify the Diamond Empire to ban slave trade. This doesn't sound so simple. Even Lai, who is not a politician, can easily come to this conclusion. He Tong habitually filled in the blanks for He Xingwen. It may be difficult to stop slave traders by prohibition alone. After all, this is a highly profitable trade. He Xingwen nodded, but did not continue speaking. Instead, he looked back at Lai, who had been listening for a long time. Have you thought about it? Lai paused for 2 seconds and did not answer his question, but suddenly brought up a digression. Slave traders are rampant in the Beast God Wilderness. They wantonly capture orcs of different original forms, and sell them as pets and slaves. In fact, it is not just that. In places where light cannot reach, darkness often settles more purely. It's just that for this king. He has never seen the darkness that has settled in the deepest part. He doesn't know the true appearance of the continent. Maybe he knows the bones behind the food chain of the survival of the fittest. Or maybe he has never thought deeply about the true appearance of these bones. This decoration placed in the tent of the Wolf King as a trophy is already very meaningful. Lai didn't tell those tragic and unfortunate stories. For them, this is not so special. This continent is like this. He asked the other party, if slave traders cannot be banned, what are you going to do? You also saw it. He Xingwen gestured to the outside. I believe that in the contact during this period of time, the other party must have deeply understood this point. Players are keen to help others. And he only needs to mark the health bars of all intelligent creatures engaged in slave trade and turn them into red names. I believe that it won't take long before the high risk of this profession will exceed the slave trader's desire for profit, and then slowly disappear from this continent. Lai was silent for 2 seconds, picked up the stack of agreements in front of him, and read it through. I have no choice. He put down the information and took out the pen beside him. This is also a new thing brought by the players after they poured into the Beast God Wilderness. one of the basic materials produced by the production. Before writing, he paused for a moment, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing and signed his name on the agreement. A notification popped up in front of Hixingwen. The expansion of the kingdom's territory has been detected. Is it necessary to carry out targeted upgrades in this area? Hixingwen recalled the scene of the last targeted upgrade. Although there was a lot of noise, and even the direction of the mountains on the top of the mountains had changed. It was caused by the existence of the Zerg. Now the Zerg has been completely extinct. In theory, there shouldn't be the same big noise as last time, right? Hixingwen glanced at Yitong. Yitong nodded. Hixingwen looked back at Lai, took the agreement, and shook hands with him again, a very wise choice. Then he went straight to the point without any politeness. Since the Beast God Wilderness has become the kingdom's territory, some things may happen next. Hixingwen thought about the wording, small changes. Lai didn't understand what he meant, until the Beast God Wilderness slowly shook. In the continuous earthquakes, Hixingwen continued calmly, regarding the other contents of the agreement. The kingdom's administration will communicate with you in the follow-up. The orcs outside the tent were a little restless. Hixingwen stopped talking, and handed the agreement to Yitong. Send it back to the kingdom. Yitong took the thick agreement, and the paper disappeared from his hand, and emerged in another place on the continent. Lai's eyes fell outside the tent. Seeing that Hixingwen had nothing to say, he invited him. Why don't we go and see what happened? Something happened in the territory of the Beast God Wilderness that was beyond Hixingwen's expectations. Hixingwen stood outside the tent, looking up at the road that appeared out of thin air, and couldn't find the right words to describe his emotions at the moment. I can only say that there will always be a little surprise. This time, the expansion of the territory did not cause any big commotion. But there was only a sky road across the Neva plain. The sky roads of the 12 cities on the God's land are all connected to it. Its end point is in the area where the Beast God Wilderness borders the Diamond Empire. That is, the west of the Beast God Wilderness and the east of the Diamond Empire. The point with the shortest straight line between the 2 points in the true sense. Apart from this, there were no other changes in the Beast God Wilderness. Just like the last expansion of the kingdom's territory. Obviously, the treatment of automatically building a city is limited to the gods' falling land. And the Father God has not prepared any surprises for them in areas outside the gods' falling land. But the appearance of this road is already a big deal. The Diamond Empire immediately launched various attacks on this unknown existence that appeared inexplicably in the sky. Unfortunately, their attacks did not affect it. The players who witnessed this aerial road appearing out of thin air talked about it. A road? But why is there a road? And it crosses the Diamond Empire? Does the kingdom want to gain air superiority in the war with the Diamond Empire? The problem is that the kingdom is not seriously fighting the Diamond Empire at all. Is there a better way to gain air superiority than the dragons? The dragons are currently staying in the kingdom. So is it unnecessary? I just tried it. And the single-person hovercraft can go on the road directly. And it has a built-in protective shield function. And the attack of the Diamond Empire has no effect. The novice village received a message from the administrative administration. The orcs signed the agreement and officially became part of the kingdom. Next, the kingdom will support the wolf tribe to complete the nominal unification of the Beast God Wilderness. Since ancient times, the Beast God Wilderness has belonged to the orcs. After the orcs became part of the kingdom, the Beast God Wilderness has also belonged to the kingdom since ancient times? The logic is very reasonable. I was wondering why this road suddenly appeared. It turns out that it is because the Beast God Wilderness has become the kingdom's territory. So this is to improve the transportation route? Thinking about it, it seems to be true. Isn't there a train from the land of gods to other areas? The Beast God Plain is too far away. We can't go by land, so we can only go by air. Right? Support the wolf tribe to complete the nominal unification of the Beast God Plain. I smell a breath of interest exchange. They are just one step away. Right? Wait a minute. The novice village has received another notice on the necessity of completely eliminating slave traders on the continent. Slave traders? There are slave traders in this game? Isn't that nonsense? When Ye was on a diplomatic mission to the Diamond Empire, he also went to see the slave market in the capital of the Diamond Empire. Business is booming. Huh? There is also a bounty mission to eliminate slave traders in the Bounty Hunter of Azagen. The vortex caused by Hixingwen's contact with Lai is slowly brewing. The emergence of the mission sounded the doomsday horn of slave traders. There is a gap in force between players and slave traders. After all, the richer slave traders can afford to hire more bodyguards. However, the players have become accustomed to the feeling of being crushed by their individual strength. So they chose to form a group from the beginning, and use cooperation to find the traces of slave traders and start the hunting time. This must not be a good experience for the slave traders, who have always been in the role of hunting. After all, now it is their turn to become prey. After completing the work outside the travel plan, He Xingwen had no intention of staying, and even did not show courtesy to the Wolf King, who had just become his nominal subordinate, and was ready to leave. Lai was very enthusiastic to retain He Xingwen. After all, they still had too many things related to their interests that needed further confirmation and discussion. But He Xingwen refused him very firmly, and shared the contents of the 2 stone tablets standing next to the monument with him. Observe the laws of the kingdom, and the punishment of the laws of the kingdom will be handled by the Holy Guard. He Xingwen reminded the other party, at present, there is no intelligent creature that can defeat the Holy Guard. Lai read the laws of the kingdom and felt that there was a big problem. These laws seemed to be a little. He Xingwen spread his hands and interrupted him. Laws are laws, and they will not be modified because of anyone. And the political system of the kingdom, He Xingwen said confidently, in this system, the king is the redundant one. Lai. For a moment, I didn't even know who the other party was implying. He Xingwen seemed to have not noticed the question marks on his face at all. You have to get used to the kingdom without a king. He Xingwen, who had a cognitive shock to the Wolf King, took He Tong and left a lot of government affairs to Queen Zhi, and set off quickly. They changed their nicknames and template faces and integrated into the players again. There are already players walking on that new road. The player who was traveling with me sighed. I really hope that the planner will build such a road on the border between the Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness, so that we don't have to take such a dangerous means of transportation. Another player made an envious voice. It's great to go directly from the kingdom to the Beast God Wilderness. The big turntable spun mercilessly, brewing the opportunity for the next shutdown. But what about that heir who made a lot of noise? Why is there no follow-up? It's really strange to say that the players were almost digging 3 feet into the ground, but they couldn't find this player. If there was no video recording, I would have thought it was an illusion. Impossible? The player's nickname is right on top of my head. How can I not find it? That's why it's strange. Now it's spreading in Shandu that there are actually ghosts in the holographic game. Heir is the obsession left behind by a player after his death. He is floating in the holographic game and only wants to defeat the NPC. Seeing the conversation unfold in a weirder direction, the player driving the big turntable quickly stopped the big turntable. The sound in front of the player came into the ears of the player. Mechanical friction. Physical collision. Human shouts. The sound of weapons breaking through the air, mixed together, playing the sound of a chaotic battlefield. The players reacted instantly. This road is not on the front line between the Diamond Empire and the dwarves. Has the battlefield expanded to this direction? It sounds like a small-scale conflict. Another player poked his head and said, I can't see what's happening in front of me. How about we get closer and take a look? The players' eyes flowed between each other, and the fearless players reached a consensus. The stop big turntable moved forward at a slow and quiet speed. The conflict not far away came into their sight. It was indeed a small-scale conflict. The battlefield between the kingdom and the Diamond Empire had not yet extended to the border between the entire Diamond Empire and the Beast God Wilderness. This conflict should be an accident. But this did not prevent the two parties from fighting to the death when they suddenly met. The players huddled in the big turntable, watching the excitement with relish. I heard that the Diamond Empire and the dwarves fought fiercely. Now it seems that the hatred is indeed deep. Should we go up to help? What? Does anyone think we can beat the NPC? Don't think that these are just the border guards of the Diamond Empire. Their army is very well organized. Such a team usually has a monk and more than 2 knights. We can't beat them at all. Let's see if there is any chance to pick up the leak. This small-scale conflict has few participants on both sides. It seems that they met by chance when scouting the enemy. He Xingwen saw the fighting style of the Diamond Empire for the first time. The monks who chanted in the back stacked buffs for the combatants, while the knights with blood power charged directly in front. Their individual strength is higher than that of ordinary humans. In addition to the tempering of their own flesh, they cooperated tacitly when charging in front, with the cooperation of other humans using various weapons. They fought back and forth with the dwarves. The Diamond Empire is not a human kingdom with only cold weapons, although the South Federation has become a ruin. The Salfa Federation once existed. And the Diamond Empire is also a country that has fought head-on with the Salfa Federation's ether hedge weapons. That defeat greatly promoted the upgrading of the Diamond Empire's weapons. And the ether turned the battle into an occasion for magic and machinery. The dwarves were impatient with the ever-extending confrontation time, and began to throw out more mechanical creations to cause effective attacks. Objectively speaking, the dwarves are not weak. Their forging talent is second to none. After the kingdom provides enough ore resources, each dwarf has a sufficient ammunition depot, and the combat effectiveness of the fully armed dwarves should not be underestimated. This only proves another thing, that humans are not weak either. Although in the conventional concept, feudal dynasties can mostly be described as decadent and backward. The Diamond Empire is not a conventional feudal dynasty. It is a human empire located in the magic world. Before the kingdom's sudden rise, an emperor who was worthy of being recorded in history spent 20 years lying dormant, removing the dust of decay from the country, and making all preparations to announce the voice of the empire to the world. The sudden rise of the kingdom interrupted its plan, and turned its preparations into the confidence to confront the kingdom. He Xingwen must admit that he was surprised by the fighting power displayed by the Diamond Empire. In just a short period of melee, this small conflict ushered in a turning point. The players who were hiding aside waiting for the opportunity heard a hurried sound of footsteps. It sounded like the reinforcements of one side had arrived in time. Chapter 233 Global Public Beta 57 Self-Created Skills. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, a large number of disorderly players emerged from the rear of the conflict area. The Diamond Empire team then slowed down the frequency of attacks, shrank the team, and prepared to leave the battle. During this period of close contact, they fully understood the combat effectiveness of the players. They had almost no combat effectiveness, but they were still very difficult opponents. After all, the fact that they would not die was enough to make them invincible. One of the players, who was watching with He Xingwen, proudly claimed credit. I shared the location with other players. Others were not surprised by this development. The Diamond Empire team is going to run away. Just leave them behind? Monks and knights are special missions, and the points for capturing them alive are much higher than ordinary battlefield assistants. Wait a little longer. See how the Diamond Empire team reacts. Maybe we can pick up a leak? It sounds like they are even very familiar with this process. He Xingwen calmly mixed in the crowd, recalling the relevant reports he had read about the battle between the dwarves and the Diamond Empire. Because the purpose of this war is not to occupy the Diamond Empire. It is purely a war of revenge for the dwarves. So the kingdom did not go all out, and the people of the kingdom did not participate in this war. Most of the dwarves who knew the conspiracy behind the division of the dwarf kingdom became the main force in anger. And the players. As He Xingwen frowned and continued to dig deep into his memory, the situation of the small-scale conflict in front of him changed rapidly. After realizing that there were quite a few players coming to support the dwarves, the Diamond Empire team immediately decided to make a tactical retreat. But by coincidence, the direction of their tactical retreat was exactly where He Xingwen and other players who were on their way were hiding. They actually got a chance to pick up the leak, and the players could still let him run away. The players who were hiding in the bushes were delighted. After the Diamond Empire team got close to them, they stood up from the bushes and faced the enemy head-on. He Xingwen, who was still distracted, was dragged by the players and appeared in front of the strategically retreating Diamond Empire team. The smoke of gunpowder that was close at hand was accompanied by the sound of wind and spread in front of everyone. The sudden appearance of the players was not expected by the Diamond Empire team, but the instinct tempered on the battlefield made them counterattack immediately. The monk in black robes raised his voice, and the ether vibrated around him, puffing up his black robe. The knight in silver-white armor swung his sword backhanded on the steel chariot, sweeping away a group of players. The ordinary soldiers between the knights and the monks took out their weapons. The ether vibrated, the machines creaked, and in an instant, huge energy burst out between the players, and the scene was lit up with white light. The players were not without reaction. Some were madly throwing out machines. Some were releasing various self-created skills, and some were holding weapons to fight. Some of these players were standing still to output, and some were flexible and shuttled among the crowd. Only a few people fought directly with the NPCs. Obviously, most players were very clear about the gap in strength between the NPCs and them. However, among these players, there was a more eye-catching operation. The driver drove the big turntable directly and was ready to crash into the crowd, and was stopped by a bunch of players. Catch them alive. Stop! If they die, you won't get that many points. The players coming to support from afar had already rushed over, fearing that the team would run away. In this chaos, He Xingwen, who didn't move much, was actually not conspicuous. After all, no one could tell whether the players standing still were just slacking off or just standing still to output. In the computer age, most players with poor hands lack the awareness of game operation. In the holographic game age, game operation has become a difficult skill that combines physical and brain reactions for players. So is there anything wrong with me standing still to output on the battlefield? Is it my fault that I didn't react quickly enough? He Xingwen didn't react so slowly. He just spent some time looking for skills that wouldn't make him fall out instantly among countless skills, preparing to deal with the chaos in front of him. This is a bit difficult, because most skills can directly clear the field, making it difficult for him to pretend to be a player with no combat power. Sometimes, being too strong is also a sweet trouble. He Xingwen's eyes turned and fell on the skills outside these professional systems. The so-called skills outside the professional system are the highly praised self-created skills function of the holographic game. It is famous for its amazing freedom. Sand sculpture players have created various zero-level skills. There are many self-created skills that are amazing at first glance, but they are limited by the current level of the players. No matter how amazing the self-created skills are, they cannot show their true strength. Therefore, for the moment, self-created skills are still seeds that have not yet sprouted for players. And there is a long way to go before they can bear gratifying fruits. It is precisely because of this that the weak, pitiful and helpless players formed a forum to share their own skills in order to increase their only weight. They spontaneously uploaded their own skills based on the principles of mutual assistance, voluntariness and sharing. The forum has now become another semi-official forum for the holographic game. He Xingwen's full-level player template is filled with the self-created skills of various players, including various forms of these self-created skills at different levels. He Xingwen has a good idea. Who said he can't disguise himself as a player? This time he will definitely not be so easily exposed. Blood mixed with the sound of wind. The players who stand still and output are the primary target of the Diamond Empire team. And now, the knight riding the steel mount has chosen He Xingwen, who is standing still. In the past experience of fighting, he is very clear about the lack of players and combat skills, of course. Any race that will not die can have the confidence to despise these things. But this will inevitably further reduce the combat ability of players. So after he swung the sword, he didn't even look back to see the opponent's reaction. He was very sure of the opponent's fate. Players who stood still and reacted slowly couldn't avoid it at all. So he continued to swing the sword towards the next target. His sword swinging was a second slower. The long sword was frozen by something slightly, slowing down his sword swinging speed. After a second slower, a slight numbness passed through the long sword into his hand, and his sword swinging speed slowed down again. The knight subconsciously wanted to turn his head to see what happened, but the steel mount that was moving rapidly suddenly accelerated, and the knight who turned his head subconsciously didn't control the steel mount under him in the first time. The mount jumped out from under him, and the knight paused briefly in the air. The players on the side didn't know what happened, but they would never miss the opportunity to make the other party lose their mounts. And they swung a bunch of weapons at the other party. In the blink of an eye, there were several sharp edges in the direction where the knight fell. The knight who fell from the air simply threw down his long sword, and the ether kept vibrating on his body. The attacks of those players didn't even break through the knight's defense. He landed safely and shook his hands. The slight numbness had disappeared. The knight condensed a sword of light made of ether in his hand. In fact, this was the best weapon for the knights. His eyes were fixed on the player standing behind him and attacking. He didn't forget the cause of this series of accidents. He Xingwen smiled at him and released the next series of self-created skills. Mechanical Riot, Ether Storm, Earth Frozen. A primary version. Nonsense. What's the difference between using a self-created skill at the maximum level and using a professional skill at the maximum level? Aren't they both writing I am a planner on their heads? Those amazing self-created skills are as good as professional skills after reaching the maximum level. But at the initial stage, they can't even beat an NPC. So He Xingwen assembled his self-created skills together to form a combo. This should at least hit a critical hit. Because of this small-scale conflict, there were machines scattered all over the ground near them, all contributed by arrogant players. These scattered machines swayed together, which was the first form of mechanical riot, mechanical attraction. The only use of this skill at the initial stage is to make machines gather together. like being sucked to a magnet, forming a group in all directions, which is very suitable for recycling garbage. A small ether wave appeared on these machines. This is the first level form of ether storm. Ether wave, which is used to make the ether wave in the designated area. The process of releasing the self-created skills takes a lot of time. And before that, the enemy will not stand still. At least this knight was stunned for a second because of He Xingwen's sudden smile. And after realizing that the machine next to him began to move slowly, he quickly reacted. He held the sword of light made of ether and swung it at He Xingwen. The distance between them was not far, and there was no need to charge. Just a few steps closer to complete the attack. The excitement at the scene never disappeared. After the knight responded, other players also responded, attacking each other in various ways. The knight waved his hand casually, and white light flashed wherever the sword of light passed. He Tong stood behind He Xingwen, looking very much like a standing output, but actually he was slacking off. After all, if he was allowed to output, this knight might fall to the street in the next second, because of the obstruction of those players. The self-created skills released by He Xingwen were barely completed successfully. The swaying machinery brought etheric fluctuations, and built a mechanical obstacle in front of He Xingwen. The knight ignored it, and chopped it down with his lightsaber. The sword of light fell into the soft ether, and the knight frowned, realizing something. He simply didn't waste time in these obstacles, and went straight to He Xingwen. Although this garbage dump was between him and He Xingwen, it was actually just a small railing. He could bypass it by just taking 2 steps to the side. The knight rushed to the side and bypassed it. His foot slipped, and he managed to stabilize his body before falling. At some point, a thin layer of ice appeared on the ground, just on both sides of the garbage pile. This is the second level form ice surface structure of ice-sealed earth. It is a little more powerful than the first level form. It can form a small thin piece of ice on the ground, although it can be crushed by stepping on it. Walking on it unexpectedly can at least play the role of slipping. This slip caused a very short delay for the knight. The knight, who reacted quickly, stood firm in the next second and launched a charge again. Then he found that the pile of garbage had moved back to him from the side, blocking his way again. This whole process seemed long, but it actually took only 3 minutes. But these 3 minutes were enough to keep the other party here. When the mess of machinery blocked him again, the knight realized something and turned his head to look behind him. The dwarf approached him unknowingly. The other members of the Diamond Empire team had already escaped, and they did not fight with the players present at all, and retreated directly. Only he was held back by the opponent, and did not have time to escape. The Diamond Empire team might be able to fight against the dwarf team, but a knight would definitely not be able to escape easily in this situation. The dwarves rushed forward and captured the knight alive after the knight struggled in vain. The rest of the players rushed forward and surrounded He Xingwen. Fuck. Brother. You can do it. What kind of skill is this? So imaginative? Why haven't I seen it before? Looks familiar. Seems to be a self-created skill? Self-created skills? Aren't those 0 level skills a joke? This doesn't look like 0 level. The other party looked at the nickname above He Xingwen's head, Grapes. Your self-created skill should be upgraded. Right? That's right. After his naming ability dried up, He Xingwen chose to use fruits as his nickname. Otherwise, calling him Ah-san always feels weird. He Xingwen is reviewing the self-created skills he just used. The whole process used 7 or 8 low-level self-created skills. It is impossible to kill the NPC. He tried his best, and could only slightly block the opponent. The game environment for players is too hot and humid. He Xingwen sighed and answered the other party's question perfunctorily. I've upgraded. These self-created skills are used together, and the effect is quite good. A player sighed. Does the boss have any way to quickly upgrade self-created skills? You call this situation of barely hindering NPCs a good effect? He Xingwen suddenly felt a little sympathy for the players, and even began to reflect on the playability of the game. He Tong took over the conversation and said simply and clearly, use more, practice more, and think more. This method was copied from the forum. A player muttered, I saw it in Wang Lunluan's strategy before. The players surrounded He Xingwen for a while, but soon their attention was diverted because the dwarves returned to the camp to calculate the rewards. The players followed the dwarves towards the dwarf army. After bypassing the traces of small-scale contact battles in various places and trekking for a distance, the players arrived at the dwarf army. Outside the border of the Diamond Empire, a mechanical production line was established in a grand manner. The camp with various infrastructures was like a city rising from the ground. It covered a vast area and was well equipped. The dwarves with serious expressions lined up to patrol the camp. The atmosphere in the camp was very serious, except for the players. The existence of the players completely eliminated the war atmosphere and solemnity that the camp should have, probably because the order of the players was too difficult to manage. So the dwarves planned all the links that came into contact with the players in the same area to ensure that the order in other areas of the camp was guaranteed. So when Yixingwen and his team arrived at the dwarf army's garrison, they saw a large group of players jumping back and forth in the area next to the entrance of the camp, accepting tasks, handing in tasks, calculating military merits, and exchanging rewards. This makes it look more and more like a quest area specially set up by the planner for players. The dwarf, who brought the human knight back to the camp, was warmly welcomed. A bunch of players came after hearing the news. They first kept a distance to admire the captured knight, and then tried to get close to the player who was said to have defeated the knight single-handedly. Surrounded by so many players, Yixingwen was unable to move. It's only been more than 10 minutes. And the rumor has become that I defeated the NPC single-handedly? He looked ahead, and the dwarf took the captured knight into the area with strict military discipline. And he didn't even want to look back. Yixingwen's ears were covered with countless questions. Boss, are you accepting a disciple? Boss, which self-created skills did you use? Boss, do you have any experience to share? Boss, can you tell me why you are so good? Did you really capture the NPC alive with your bare hands? There are so many players. I want a list of self-created skills. Yixingwen opened his mouth, but couldn't find a chance to interrupt in the midst of so many voices. The player who parked the big turntable in the parking area in front of the camp turned his head to see the surging crowd, swallowed his saliva, prayed for grapes, and sneaked into the camp to update his points. Although Yixingwen's performance at the end was so outstanding that it eclipsed other players, the other players who participated in the battle did not work in vain. In fact, because they captured a knight alive, their performance evaluation of this small-scale conflict was also raised, and each player who participated in this small-scale conflict could get a lot of points. Points are the quantitative values of the player's combat exploits, which are mainly used to exchange various dwarf-made forging products with dwarves. The names of the equipment at the front of the exchange list are shining in the eyes of the players. For current players, they are all artifact level. Due to the improvement of the production line, the production of exoskeleton armor has increased massively, so that it has fallen from the altar among players. Players who have been in the game for a few months can obtain exoskeleton armor simple version through various channels. The official version of exoskeleton armor is distributed first to the citizens of the kingdom. Due to its many functions and limited production, the quantity is very limited and has not yet flowed into the hands of players. Yixingwen was so annoyed by the noise of the players that he simply chose a self-created skill to amplify his voice. I will post a message on the forum later. A huge sound echoed at the scene, and Yixingwen's surroundings instantly became quiet. Then a volley came from a distance, raising smoke and dust, breaking the silent environment. Yixingwen turned his head and looked at the opposite side. A garrison camp was also built opposite the dwarf camp, where the army of the Diamond Empire gathered. Yixingwen's sight went back and forth between the dwarf garrison camp and the Diamond Empire garrison camp. The two were separated by a distance, located on both sides of the border line, and in the open space between them, there were traces of the battle. The volley just now was a warning from the Diamond Empire garrison camp. But why are the two garrisons so strangely confronting each other? The Diamond Empire has such a long border line. Can't the dwarves attack from wherever they want? It's okay that the defenders can only passively defend. But why are the dwarves, the attacking party, so passive? If the dwarves are stubborn and can't think of this. But Yixingwen has set Yen to be the commander-in-chief, and it's impossible for Yen not to think of this. I always feel that there is something he doesn't know here. Yixingwen's thoughts stayed for a moment on the strange confrontation camp, and then returned to the present. A large group of players are eyeing him covetously, and can cause irreparable damage to his physical and mental health at any time. Yixingwen escaped with difficulty by saying go offline, and post on the forum, and return to reality. Although the other world is so colorful, the familiar real world can make Yixingwen relax more. The curtains are closed, and the light of the computer is dimly lit in the room. The room is dim and quiet. After Yixingwen returned to reality, data flowed out of the computer, lit the lights in the room, and opened the curtains, allowing the vivid city night scene outside the window to come into view. The TV turned on automatically, and the sound of the news became the background sound flowing in the room. The invisible data finally formed a human figure. Perhaps because the player templates had changed too much recently. Tong chose an ordinary template face for himself this time. What are you going to do? He operated the computer and let the page open automatically, revealing the lively network world. The player's gaming experience seems to be a bit bad. Xingwen sat on the computer chair, turned the chair, and humbly confessed in the brightly lit room, I use 7 or 8 low-level self-created skills to barely leave a human with blood power. Humans with blood are not a great profession in the other world. On the contrary, they are at the bottom of the food chain. So, the statement that players can't beat any NPC is an extremely honest description. Because they can't even beat humans in the other world. It's not your fault. Tong, with the conditions you provided them. Their gaming experience is not high. It's entirely because they haven't found the optimal solution to use them. Xingwen put his foot on the ground and stopped the spinning computer chair. Humans are humans. You are you. You are not comparable. So it's too much to use the system's requirements on humans. The optimal solution is not something that can be easily obtained by everyone and then used to change the status quo. Tong laughed. At present, self-created skills are the best choice. Its upper limit is high enough. As long as human imagination is not exhausted, they can create miracles that other races cannot do in the self-created skills given to them by the main console of the game. What they lack is how to use this treasure trove. The computer cursor on the forum posting page moved, and the text appeared on the computer screen. A post titled simply discussing the use of self-created skills appeared, opening another door to players' imagination and creativity. A few years later, people may be surprised at the immaturity of the players who first came into contact with this game at this stage. But in the early days of the game, even the internal test players, who were called masters, were groping to adapt to this game. And the inherent stereotype cognition of computer games was still constraining their thinking. Until someone broke this mental stamp. Chapter 234 Global Public Beta 58 New DLC, Players Version. Forum. A brief discussion on the use of self-created skills. Original poster TZ. Many players are curious about the self-created skills I used before. I will list them, which are basically from the self-created skills of players that have been announced so far. Source. Lightning. Ether acceleration. Mechanical attraction. Ether fluctuation. Ice structure. Levitation. The first two self-created skills are used to reduce the speed of NPC sword swinging, and ether acceleration is used to accelerate the NPC's steel mount. Mechanical attraction is used to form obstacles. Ether fluctuation is used to hinder the NPC's lightsaber, and ice structure is used to trap. To create time for me to use levitation. When the NPC slips, use levitation to move the pile of mechanical obstacles back in front of me and continue to form an obstacle to my progress. The main purpose of these steps is not to kill the NPC, but to delay time under the circumstances at that time. At that time, the reinforcements of the players and the dwarves were attacking this team. If the dwarves were given a few minutes, they could meet the retreating Diamond Empire team with the help of the players. So the first step of this plan was to attract the enemy's hatred. After the enemy's attention fell on me, the second step began, making it impossible for the enemy to kill me in a short time, so as to achieve the purpose of delaying the enemy. This is the first time I have seen a player react so quickly. I posted directly when the forum just started discussing. Follow the boss in the front row. There are many hidden talents among players. There is Air, who seems to be a martial arts master in front. And there is a boss who uses his own skills to hold back the NPC. I have a feeling players are going to rise. Players will not be slaughtered anymore. Don't have a feeling. The version of players is coming. It has been said for a long time. But players still can't even beat NPCs. Who said that players can't even beat NPCs? Didn't you see the video of Air defeating so many orcs? I suspect Air is the planner. Otherwise, how could we not find such a big person? Isn't this too much for the planner? He has nothing to do but to fight with orcs? Who said he has nothing to do? Maybe he just went to play fake games to stabilize the emotions of players? It's as if the planner cares about the emotions of players. You think too highly of the position of players in the planner's heart. Is going off topic a skill that forum users must have? What's wrong with Air? Does it have anything to do with the topic of the post? Stop talking nonsense. Okay? Give the stage back to the host. Turn on the lights, and start your performance. I watched the video. This is the strength that a normal player should have. Errors direct and reckless players are indeed very abnormal, when you think about it carefully. Wang Lunlun, did the host combine his own skills? This requires too much calculation. I tried it before. And the strength of the self-created skills at level 0 is too low. And the cost-effectiveness of using them together is too low. So I gave up. I watched the video. And the host's self-created skills should all be above level 1. The last ice surface should be level 2. Otherwise it would be impossible to achieve this effect. But this prerequisite is difficult for most players to achieve. I talked to a few friends and found that their self-created skills are similar to mine, most of which are level 0. Several commonly used self-created skills are level 1. And some do not even have level 2 self-created skills. I estimate that among the current players, only a small number of the most experienced internal test players can match such a set of self-created skills, like the OP. The master is not optimistic. I think what the master said makes sense. I have a bunch of level 0 skills, and it is useless to combine them. I watched the video again. The OP has a very good mentality. The environment nearby is so noisy. And the NPC came with a big knife. The OP can still release the self-created skills calmly. And the timing of each skill is just right. I can understand why Luan said that the amount of calculation is too large. At least you have to start calculating the next step before the NPC takes action, so that the effect of the combination of self-created skills can be played so smoothly. So it's that ordinary players can't do it? I'm not surprised at all. After all, the game planners enjoy torturing players. You know what? I've gotten used to it after dying. If one player can't do it, countless players can do it. Unity is strength. This strength is steel. I actually sang along. Original poster. My first post is to explain how I did it, not the main content I want to talk about. I think that the original potential of self-created skills has not been tapped. If the career system designed by the planner is a towering tree that has long been finalized, then the self-created skills are the skill system designed by the players themselves. You all know the nature of planners. If you just follow the path given by the planners, there will be no future. But if you create your own skills, although it is a bit difficult to get started, it depends on us what it will become. This is why I personally prefer to use self-created skills. Of course, part of the reason is that the emergence of the self-created skill sharing forum provides me with a platform to turn ideas into reality, allowing me to select suitable self-created skills to form a skill system. I know that many players are aware of the special nature of self-created skills, but most of them have embarked on the path of creating a super awesome skill, of course. I have tried it, but I realized that no matter how awesome the self-created skills are at a low level, it is difficult to cross the level limit. So what? Why is the OP still interrupting the chapter? So what? What about the rest of the chapter? Why is it gone? Fuck. I just started to open up the Ren and do meridians, and suddenly I was held back? Boss, is there a power outage? The takeaway has arrived? Huaxia Star. I can't find any information about which area in China has a power outage. I think the OP just wants to interrupt the chapter. Yi Quan, I seem to understand something. The OP means to design a suitable skill system for yourself first, and then use these self-created skills in a targeted manner to upgrade them as soon as possible. Greenleaf, I think this idea is very interesting and feasible. After all, there are all kinds of self-created skills shared in the forum now, and you can completely select suitable self-created skills from them and combine them into a set of combos. Greenleaf, you are not in the novice village, but you are offline? That's too much. Greenleaf, there are so many things to do in the novice village. Wang Lunlun, but there is a problem. The self-created skills shared on the forum are all level 0. The upgrade of self-created skills is not just to increase attack power, but to change the entire skill in all aspects. Therefore, it is difficult for players to know the specific appearance of the level 0 self-created skills after upgrading. For example, the level 0 Ether Hand. After upgrading, it becomes the level 1 Levitation. The main function of the Ether Hand is to gather the ether into a hand shape. Apart from the appreciation value, it has no other function. But the Levitation can control the ether to move heavy objects weighing less than 50 kilograms. Before the Ether Hand was upgraded, no player knew what it would change after the upgrade. I think this problem arises mainly because the self-created skills at level 0 are really useless. If the player chooses a bunch of skills at level 0, and then finds out after upgrading that the skills are not what they originally wanted, wouldn't that be a trap? The author, I just thought of a new idea and stopped to sort it out. Although self-created skills are very common among players, their essence is actually based on the two level 0 skills of the mage profession: analyze spells and construct spells. In other words, we deconstruct known spells, and then construct a new spell framework based on this, and finally turn it into a self-created skill. I have learned about the relationship between mages and self-created spells. They must understand the ether well enough, be familiar enough with the spell construction framework, and have a stable enough connection with the ether to do this. Most mages can only design their first self-created spell after becoming high-level magicians. So, I have an idea that the player's self-created skills are all level 0 at the beginning. It may be because we don't understand the ether enough, are not familiar with the framework of spell construction, and the connection with the ether is not stable enough. So the self-created spells are useless and need to be upgraded, that is, repeated use, and further understanding of this self-created spell can gradually improve the effect of the self-created spell. But the self-created spells of high-level mages will definitely not need to go through this process like us. Otherwise it will be too low. In other words, self-created spells are not necessarily level 0. It's just that when we created spells before, we didn't meet the standards of self-created skills. So a bunch of useless level 0 skills appeared? Wang Lunlun, I understand why the self-created skills change so much after upgrading. Because when we first created our own skills, we did it completely blindly. So the level 0 self-created skills that came out in the end were ambiguous and had no specific effect. Does this mean that the skills we created before were all non-standard products? Wait, the more I hear, the more it sounds like something from a mage. Study hard and make progress every day. In other words, if we want to create awesome skills in a standardized way, what we need to do is attend classes, read books, and do homework. China Star, to expand on this, it means taking classes taught by mages, reading books on creating spells, and constantly deconstructing spells. Funny.jpg. In this case, why don't I study hard with the mage? Because the mage's lessons are getting harder and harder. If you could understand the questions, would you not study with the mage? Oh, I remember. I can't even understand the questions given by the mage. What is the basic anchor point of the secondary operation of ether in the ring framework? For a moment, I even suspected that I was taking advanced mathematics. Despair.jpg. The author, this is just a new idea I just thought of. After all, different paths lead to the same destination. Mage is the orthodoxy in the field of magic after all. And we still have a lot to learn. The current ability of players is not enough to directly construct self-created skills that meet the standards. But it doesn't mean that those 0-level skills are useless. We can't directly construct qualified self-created skills, so we can upgrade them slowly. And 0-level skills can also move toward standards step by step. Therefore, the key is to build the player's personal skill system. Select different self-created skills. Use them repeatedly. Understand the spell framework. And form coordination. I understand. I will match my skill tree now. Wang Lunlun, I have another question. Are those self-created skills you used before a skill system you chose for yourself? These skills don't seem to have much lethality when combined. Original poster, my self-created skills are composed of different categories of skills, such as control, elemental, etheric, and attack. Rather than directly designing a universal skill system, it is better to adjust the skills you use according to different situations to achieve different purposes. This is more flexible. So the essence is here? Ask a big guy in the front row for the skill system equipment. I want to know more about how the master categorizes these self-created skills. Original poster, this is a good question. I will sort it out and post the general classification of these self-created skills on the forum. Fuck. The master is awesome. The master is so selfless. The replies in the post are still being updated. He Tong has opened another post, categorizing and combining all the self-created skills currently shared by players, and providing the most basic skill systems. He Xingwen sat on the computer chair, thinking about a very simple question. Can this improve the player's gaming experience? The handwriting on the computer page kept emerging, and He Tong had no doubt about it. I've learned about the games on Earth. This is one of the familiar ways of playing for players, by matching equipment and combining skills to find ways to maximize attacks. They will exert their ultimate combat power in this situation. The dense text was arranged, but He Tong didn't rush to send it out. Instead, he stopped and continued. I help them sort out the self-created skills of all current players. Most of these skills are useless. If you don't mind, maybe you can use His Majesty the King's account to share some basic self-created skills with them? Although Tong said so, He Xingwen, who even used the player template, obviously couldn't have self-created skills. So this job was ultimately done by Tong. Tong directly exported a bunch of suitable self-created skills from the database to improve the player's shared self-created skill library. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds and made a request. Share some self-created skills that are not level 0 with them. He Xingwen said. At least let the players beat the humans from another world. In the history of holographic games, people call this day the starting point of a new chapter of the game. And this so-called new chapter is the beginning of a process from a player who can't beat anyone to no one who can beat a player. A few hours later, the post of the self-created skill classification and basic skill system posted by the player TZ ignited the entire forum. This is an unimaginable workload. The total number of self-created skills he classified is about 4 digits. And the front page of the post is covered with dense text. And the progress bar can't be dragged to the bottom for a while. This is the first time I have seen that the main post content needs to be turned over in the forum. How long have you sorted it out by yourself? You didn't really classify all the self-created skills? I thought your last post was just a casual talk. Before clicking on the post, let me see what the stupid netizen said. After clicking on the post, pass the water to the boss. Fuck. In the last post the OP said that these self-created skills were roughly classified. I thought it was really a rough classification. Now I scroll down and see, is it a direct summary? Finally, a basic skill system was given? Is this a big shot? Love it. Although there are many talented players. This is too exaggerated. Right? Is the OP a researcher? Has he been studying this stuff since the internal test? Otherwise, it is impossible to come up with so many things in a few hours. Right? Even if the OP's IQ is as high as 250. This is purely boring and repetitive work. Right? IQ can't make up for the time spent. Right? Could the OP have designed some one-click classification software? Big Guy is awesome. Wan Lunlun, I read it carefully. It is very detailed. I feel it is not something that can be done casually. Strange. I have never heard of the player named TZ during the internal test. Why have so many big guys that I have never heard of appeared recently? Is it a good time for big guys to come out recently? Yi Quan. The suggestion for this basic skill system is 2 control system self-created skills plus 4 self-created skills of different elements and 2 offensive self-created skills, plus a basic etheric self-created skill. This way, different skill systems can be matched to adapt to various situations. I will try it. I still think it is too exaggerated. How long will it take to classify thousands of known self-created skills into different categories? Are all big guys so selfless and dedicated to others? Wait a minute. I think I saw His Majesty the King issued a notice of official website update? The game is going to be updated again? No. What notice is issued for official website update? No one is paying attention. I clicked on the update notification and took a look. Screenshot of the content update introduction of the holographic game official website. Amidst a bunch of insignificant official website page adjustments, a new page suddenly appeared. Am I the only one who saw this official recommended list of self-created skills? Column? Fuck. His Majesty the King is so fast in linkage? The boss posted a post about the self-created skill classification. And His Majesty the King added it to the official website right after? I feel something is wrong. How can the planner, who doesn't care about the players at all, react so quickly? Wait. Have you checked the official website? Oh my god. Is the planner acting like a human again? What? What happened? Official website screenshot. In the column of the official recommendation list of self-created skills, there are 2 subpages. One is the classification of self-created skills, and the other is the official recommendation. And in the official recommendation column, a long row of self-created skills are neatly listed, the kind that players have never seen. I just glanced at it and saw level 1 skills, level 2, and level 3 self-created skills one after another. Can you believe it? There is not even a level 0 self-created skill. I directly pulled up the table to compare. And the self-created skills in the official recommendation column are all new. Click on these self-created skills. And there is also a teaching process on how to import the skills into the game. Oh my god. Is this still the planner I know? I suspect that the previous main planner was fired. Be brave. I suspect that His Majesty the King was abused by NPCs when playing the game. The planner has issued a general amnesty. Celebrate together. Wait a minute. The planner has come up with a batch of high-level self-created skills. And TZ has provided a skill system matching table. So these two combined mean the player version is finally here? No more talking. I'm going to choose my own skills. Remind other players not to use all the official self-created skills. TZ has made it very clear. Forming a system is much better than having a bunch of self-created skills. I tried it. And the self-created skills were successfully created. But the problem is that the ether points don't seem to be enough. These high-level self-created skills consume too many ether points. I remember that level 0 skills do not consume ether points. Level 1 skills of professions such as forgers do not consume many ether points either. Wan Lunluen, I tried it. Combined with what TZ said in the post just now, I suspect that the reason why these high-level self-created skills consume so many ether points is related to our unfamiliarity with the spell framework of self-created skills. Yiquan, in layman's terms, a car without a key consumes more energy when starting, while a car with a key requires less energy when starting. It doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as you kill monsters, you will get ether points. This thing is easy to accumulate. So, is there really no one discussing the relationship between grapes and the planner? I just said that there are not so many hidden talents among the players of this game. Not necessarily. Maybe there are really players who concentrate on research and don't want to be famous. In fact, it is very simple to analyze the relationship between grapes and the planner. You can just go online and see if you can still find grapes. Right? When the players were in a carnival because of the pity of the planner and updated their own skills, He Xingwen had already discovered the problem. He seemed to have been exposed again. So he had to change the template face and nickname again. Next time. I hope the vest can last a little longer. He Xingwen has given up the beautiful wish of not losing the vest. And reduced the difficulty, after all. We are here to travel. Right? He Tong didn't have much hope for this. Sometimes, it's hard for humans, who are too outstanding to hide themselves among their peers. He Tong was serious in flattering He Xingwen. He didn't think it was flattery at all. Because that's what he thought. Do you plan to investigate why the dwarves and humans are just boringly confronting each other here? But there is no full-scale attack? He Xingwen originally thought so. But after He Tong asked this question, he changed his mind. I don't need to investigate. After all, you must know the reason. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the lively dwarf camp, and we are here to travel. Not to work. I don't want to spend too much time on work. He Tong did know the reason. It may be a little unexpected for you. There are traders in the Diamond Empire. He Xingwen was indeed surprised. But considering that it was a human empire with a long history, he was not very surprised. The other party found Yin and negotiated with Yin on behalf of a certain force within the Diamond Empire. Of course, it can also be understood that he betrayed the Diamond Empire. He Xingwen seemed to understand the reason for the current situation. The dwarves are putting pressure on the Diamond Empire and waiting for them to have internal strife? He Tong said calmly, after all, your goal is to split the Diamond Empire, not to conquer it. This is the premise of all combat plans. And it is also the reason why the dwarves are not in a hurry to launch a large-scale attack. They have no demand for the territory of the Diamond Empire. A large-scale attack has no other meaning except unnecessary casualties. Instead, it will stimulate the emotions of human unity to resist the enemy. But the army is eyeing outside the border, which is another matter. In particular, the Diamond Empire just peacefully unified the entire Neva Plain not long ago. Such a short period of time has not allowed those countries that have been peacefully unified to forget the time of independence. It sounds like they did a good job. After He Xingwen gave this evaluation, he put the matter behind him. Since things were going normally, there was no need for him to interfere with Yin and the dwarf's plans. After all, he was really here to travel. Chapter 235 Global Public Beta 59 Hidden Mission Civilization Fault. The crowd of players merged into the most lively area of the dwarf camp. I'm here to update the merit points. Have you updated today's daily tasks? Team up. 2 is equal to 3. Be more conscious. Don't use missionaries and summoners. Mages are preferred. I'm here to hand in the task. Exchange points for me first. The description of this task is not very clear. Are the points for defeating and killing the same? I'm here to repair equipment. Where is AI Jijin? I'm still waiting to buy something. He Xingwen and Yi Tong mixed in the crowd, occasionally hearing terms such as grapes and self-created skills from the players' discussions. The storm caused by He Xingwen's previous behavior was slowly spreading, and the new vortex had just been born and had not yet formed a scale. However, the vortex will spread, sweeping up the tornado and engulfing the entire continent. He Xingwen prayed sincerely for the aborigines of the mainland for 2 seconds, then put it behind his mind and looked around the area specially planned for players in the dwarf camp. This is an area connected by several rooms. With dwarves here, there is no need to worry about infrastructure. Although it is just a temporary camp, it has everything. Just like here, different areas are separated, and dwarves are sitting in each area. There is even a dwarf with a lot of equipment behind him. There are flags next to each area, stating the purpose of each area. He Xingwen took a quick look and saw Receive Tasks, Submit Tasks, Points Calculation and Update, Points Exchange Area, Equipment Repair, Ezage and Temporary Shop. There is a restaurant. Wait, did something with a strange style appear at the end? He Xingwen looked at the end of these areas, which was also the most deserted place. It was originally a space, which was transformed into several small business places by the players themselves. With a narrow space, the players created a miniature snack street, filled with all kinds of food, including packaged snacks, freshly baked and soul-cooking food, various drinks, and fruit stalls. He Xingwen was amazed when he saw this. Human creativity and human pursuit of wealth are indeed endless. But the business of the snack street is not as lively as the front. Most players are busy taking and handing in tasks. Only a few players will go to the end and buy something to eat to satisfy their appetite. It is really a lively scene that inexplicably fits the atmosphere of the game. With this kind of comfort in his heart, He Xingwen wandered around these areas. He was not interested in the missions mainly because it was too easy to be exposed. So he just passed through the first few areas and only stopped at the equipment repair area. Although the equipment repair area was not as lively as the place where the missions were accepted, it was still crowded. After all, given the players' boldness in using equipment, it was normal for the equipment to break quickly. However, the dwarves actually prepared a place for players to repair equipment, which surprised He Xingwen a little. In the eyes of the dwarves, the players' equipment was just a pile of garbage. Would the dwarves be interested in repairing garbage? Judging from the dwarves' previous performance, I'm afraid that even blacksmithing itself is more interesting than repairing garbage. With this doubt in mind, He Xingwen approached the equipment repair area. The equipment repair area was no different from other areas, and there were no large repair machines. A table, a chair, a dwarf, and a big hammer were enough. When He Xingwen approached, there was a long line in front of the dwarves, who were repairing equipment. He Xingwen naturally mixed into the team with Yi Tong. The team moved very fast. He Xingwen concentrated on listening to the conversation between the dwarf in the front and the player. The player showed the equipment to the dwarf. Repair the equipment. The dwarf touched the big hammer and glanced at the equipment in his hand. 60 credits to buy a replacement. 80 credits to repair this equipment. The player was confused. What? Is there something wrong with this price? Repairing equipment requires labor and material costs. The dwarf sitting on the chair glanced at the junk in his hand again. I recommend you use your points to exchange for Changhong number 1 next door. The next one. The player who came to repair the equipment walked to the points exchange area with a confused face. Good guy. It is true that it is difficult to change one's nature. This is not repairing equipment. It is simply a promotion ambassador for the points exchange area. He Xingwen heard go to the next door to exchange XXX and never saw this dwarf repair a piece of equipment. No wonder the equipment repair area is not so lively compared to other areas, because this is not a place to repair equipment properly. He Xingwen muttered to himself and looked at the distance between him and the dwarf, because of the dwarf's high efficiency. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 or 3 players left in front of him. He Xingwen was about to leave when he heard new content in the conversation at the front. The player started with the same words. Fix the equipment. The dwarf glanced at the equipment in his hand, but didn't rush to speak. He carefully looked at the thin stick from the appearance. It didn't look like a weapon at all. It was thin and long, without any edges. Like a thin stick, but a little too thin. A little thicker than a finger. I don't know what material it is made of. It is silver white, cold to the touch, without any patterns, and plain. The dwarf stretched out his hand to the other party. The player handed the equipment to the dwarf. The dwarf touched it up and down, then glared at the player. Your weapon looks like this. Are you going to use it to kill the enemy? The player smiled slyly. It's broken anyway. Can you fix it? The dwarf touched it again carefully, thought for a long time and said, Where did you pick it up from the Salfa Federation? What else is nearby? It's not dismantled from large equipment. Right? There are some broken equipment nearby. The other party said honestly, but you also know the situation of the ruins of the Salfa Federation. The destruction was so thorough that you couldn't tell what the broken things were. The one in your hand was not completely shattered because it fell into a dead corner. This is not a weapon. The dwarf put it aside and said, 200 credit points. This thing belongs to me. I worked hard to find it in the Salfa Federation. The other party said, based on the hard work I put in for it. It will cost at least 300 credit points. He Xingwen stared at them bargaining in amazement. And finally the deal was made at a price of 250 credit points. He Xingwen didn't know whether to be shocked that the stubborn dwarves had learned to bargain, or whether to be shocked that the existence of the equipment repair area actually had a purpose. The dwarves were recycling the unknown things from the ruins of the Sarfa Federation. He Xingwen was not surprised that someone saw the value of the Sarfa Federation ruins, but he was surprised that the dwarves were interested in it. It's not that He Xingwen underestimated the dwarves, but considering the dwarves' previous attitude towards the great scientist and the dwarves' stubbornness, it was really surprising that they could react so quickly and start recycling the garbage from the ruins in the hands of the players so quickly. He Xingwen's thoughts diverged for a while, and the two players in front of him were quickly solved by the dwarves, and it was his turn directly. He Xingwen looked up and looked at the dwarf. The dwarf, who was waiting for He Xingwen to take out the equipment to be repaired, gradually became impatient in the stare. He Tong waited for a while, and seeing that He Xingwen had no intention of turning around and leaving, he chose a tattered wreckage from the ruins of the Salfa Federation, and then let it emerge under his hand as if he had taken it out of his space ring, and handed it to the dwarf. The dwarf, whose anger value was about to be full, was stunned, and his attention shifted to this tattered wreckage. The so-called wreckage means that what he has in his hand is only a small half of the complete body. The tattered wreckage is about the size of a palm, with obvious tear marks on the edges, and the remaining small piece is covered with complex etheric patterns. It is obvious that it is not a common commodity. After the dwarf looked at the wreckage, he repeatedly checked the details of the wreckage, and finally cast his eyes on Yitong. Where did you find it? What else is around? Although the dwarf is stubborn, he is not stupid, especially since this thing is obviously an important part. Theoretically, there should be a laboratory around it. Yitong, there are still a lot of rubbish around the ruins of the Salfa Federation. A player who had been listening for a long time said, Is it the treasure caves that appeared before? I heard that those treasure caves lead to deeper places. The dwarf showed an obvious excitement and gave Yitong a huge number, saying, If you bring back similar debris from there, I want it too. The other players in the team were all excited by the number and started to make a fuss. We can team up and go together. Yes, I heard that the deeper you go into the ruins, the more dangerous it is. There are dangerous gas leaks, and the protective equipment that is still in operation has the risk of collapse. Bring more people to feel safer. Of course, there are also players who are not interested in credit points and only want to go to the battlefield. Are you going to repair the equipment? If not, others are waiting for their equipment to be repaired. He Xingwen glanced at the messy team. He was a little curious about the reason why the dwarves collected things from the Salfa Federation, and he didn't plan to leave. He turned his head to look at Yitong, and said slowly, In fact, we know a little about it. The dwarves didn't believe what He Xingwen said at all. The dwarves knew too much about the player's level, not to mention understanding this wreckage. They couldn't even figure out the dwarves' forging process. Yitong understood He Xingwen's hint, stretched out his hand and tapped the etheric pattern of the wreckage, and said to the dwarves in a low voice, I think this etheric pattern is a bit like... The players behind them pricked up their ears, but the other party's voice was too low to hear clearly. They could only hear what the other party seemed to say. And then the dwarf paused, put away the things on the table, jumped off the chair, picked up the big hammer and said, This idea is very interesting. When the players in the long queue saw that the dwarf was obviously trying to run away, they complained, What? You haven't seen my equipment yet? Isn't it time for the dwarf to change shifts? The NPC ran away? The dwarf waved his hand to the outside and asked them to leave. It's time to rest. Come back tomorrow. Leaving behind a group of dumbfounded players, the dwarf took He Xingwen and the others to the strictly disciplined area in the camp. These areas are prohibited for players to enter. So the order is not that bad. The sound of hammers and machinery running can be faintly heard from a whole row of closed doors, as if they are in uninterrupted busyness. Almost all the patrolling dwarves cast their eyes towards this strange combination. A dwarf and 2 players? This strange combination stopped before going deeper into the area. Wait for me here for a while. I'll go tell Durana. The dwarf told him, and walked into the overly quiet area. He Xingwen looked around. There were all kinds of buildings here, each with different uses. But unlike what He Xingwen saw in the dwarf factory, all the buildings were closed, and patrol teams were densely shuttling between different buildings. The atmosphere was inexplicably tense, probably because the 2 players were too conspicuous here, and the patrol teams passing by would basically cast their eyes towards them. He Xingwen counted numbers silently in his mind, waiting for the dwarf to come back. He Tong was even more silent. In his eyes, the question had already been answered, but he was willing to satisfy He Xingwen's idea of exploration. So he remained silent. When He Xingwen counted to 300, the dwarf just now appeared from the direction where he disappeared, dragging He Xingwen and the others to the deepest part of the military camp. The other party could not suppress his emotions, and said as he walked, "It's really surprising to hear the answer about the ether pattern from your mouth." He glanced at He Tong. "Are you a forger?" He Tong looked ahead and changed the subject. "I rarely see dwarves so serious." The dwarf, who didn't have so many twists and turns, was indeed diverted from the topic, and continued along with He Tong's words, because the latest research needs to be kept confidential. You don't know? Although he said that he wanted to keep it confidential, the other party was so excited that he couldn't hide it at all. "We found something." He Xingwen heard this, and thought seriously for 2 seconds. What did the dwarf find that made him so excited? Did they discover that the father god is Li Wang? Or did they discover that Li Wang's science is the real cornerstone? With this thought in mind, He Xingwen asked, "What did you discover?" The other party turned his head, and blinked at He Xingwen and the others, and stretched out his hand to push open a crack in the tightly closed steel door in front of him. Warm heat came out from the room, accompanied by the arguing voices of the dwarves. He Xingwen looked into the room through the crack in the door. There were various broken mechanical devices in the room, some of which had traces of splicing, and some were just wreckage. Judging from the miserable state of these machines, they should have been found from the ruins of the Salfa Federation. The dwarves were busy around the broken machines, holding various equipment, hammers and screwdrivers, and arguing from time to time. The dwarf did not stand stupidly at the door. He took He Xingwen into the room, walked around the other dwarves, found Duolongna, who was busy on the broken machine, and shouted, "Duolongna, I brought them here." Duolongna looked down and came down with a hammer. "Do you know the ether pattern on the wreckage?" Duolongna looked at the 2 ordinary players and was as surprised as the dwarf. "You can also know these?" Normal players certainly don't know. But they are not normal players. He Xingwen did not answer the question directly, but changed the subject. "Are you studying the things left by the Salfa Federation?" Durona could not bear to hear such words. He retorted with wide eyes, "Who is studying the things of the Salfa Federation? We are studying our own things." He Xingwen glanced at the broken machines around him, and cast a look at Durona that said, "You are lying with your eyes open." The honest dwarf did not realize that he was being tricky. In fact, the fact that they had a sense of confidentiality was enough to surprise He Xingwen. Durona began to shout, "The science of the Salfa Federation is completely different from ours. These things..." Durona drew a big circle to circle all the broken machines in the room. The forging and molding of these things used the dwarven method. He Xingwen almost understood what they were keeping secret. "But you don't know about this?" Durona scratched his head. After the dwarf kingdom split, the dwarf education appeared. "Wait, why do you have so many questions?" When it comes to the key point, Duolongna's vigilance finally came online. He shouted, "I asked you to come here to ask you what the ether pattern on this wreckage is for." He Xingwen achieved his goal. He Tong did not reveal a word, and just used some words like "I guessed it too," and "it looks very similar to that pattern" to evade the dwarf, who was trying to get to the bottom of it. Duolongna asked a few more questions, and soon realized that he was deceived. "I knew it. How could you know these things?" Duolongna waved his hand impatiently outside. "Don't try to get in by any means. I said there is no mission. There is no mission. This is the dwarf's business. Besides, you are so weak that you can't do anything. Let's go." When He Tong was talking to Duolongna, He Xingwen's attention was mostly on the surroundings. He really knew nothing about ether and ether patterns. But this did not prevent him from seeing the information that their progress was smooth from the happy face of the dwarf. As He Xingwen noticed, there was a gap in the education of the dwarves. Some of the advanced knowledge of the dwarf kingdom was lost due to the division of the dwarf kingdom, which directly led to the mechanical army, from a regular army to a group of humanless machines. He Xingwen, how can the Alpha Federation have the dwarf forging method? Dorona ignored him and climbed up from the huge mechanical wreckage again, preparing to continue the disassembly process he had just interrupted. He Tong explained to He Xingwen, it is probably because after the dwarf kingdom split, some dwarves settled in the Alpha Federation and participated in the forging of these machines. For the dwarves, that period was very turbulent. A large number of dwarves had nowhere to go and wandered around the continent, being captured by slave traders. I guess until now, the dwarves have not counted how many dwarves were displaced after the dwarf kingdom split. The dwarf who brought He Xingwen and others scratched his head. For the dwarves, this is not a glorious history. So we are trying to pick up the glory of the past. Although Duolana lost interest in the conversation, this dwarf was obviously very interested. The kingdom has been divided for more than 7,000 years, which is a very long history. He said excitedly, can you imagine how excited we are when we see these machines? More sophisticated quenching methods than ours. More clever forging. His eyes flashed with admiration. We have forgotten how powerful we used to be. He repeated, we are restoring the skills that the forgers used to use from these wreckages and updating the dwarf's forging knowledge. Do you know that Andy Su is preparing to reorganize the dwarf's forging knowledge? We are going to build a dwarf school on the top of the mountains and restart the unified education of the dwarves. Although the other party lacked a sense of confidentiality, He Xingwen listened with relish. If it weren't for revenge, the other party muttered, we will go directly to the ruins of the Alpha Federation. The king said that place is open to everyone. Doran's irritable voice came from above. Why are you still here? Take them away quickly. At this point, Doran snorted, don't say anything more to them. Andy Su said to keep it secret. I know. The other party responded and walked out with He Xingwen and the others. He turned his head and forgot about Duolana's reminder. He introduced the work that other dwarves were doing to He Xingwen and the others. Look, we are trying to restore these tools. It's amazing. We know nothing about the working principles of most of these tools. The so-called science of the Alpha Federation seems to have really come up with something incredible. He Xingwen looked around and took the opportunity to ask, how is your research going? Very smoothly. The other party answered his question truthfully. Dwarves are forging geniuses. As long as we find the remaining traces, we can reproduce the skills and knowledge that the dwarves once used. They slipped out through the crack in the door. Do you know why we have to keep it secret? He Xingwen showed a puzzled expression. Because we are conducting a research that can greatly improve the combat effectiveness of the dwarves. He said to He Xingwen and others in a low voice. As long as we study different samples, we can fill the gap of the dwarves again. Let the dwarf kingdom become a real dwarf kingdom. He Xingwen cooperated. It sounds like a very important research. The other party looked around and lowered his voice furtively. So are you willing to help? A question mark appeared on He Xingwen's head. And then, he saw a task reminder pop up on his player template. Hidden task civilization fault. The dwarves perceived a cruel reality on the wreckage from the Alpha Federation. And their civilization had a fault. Some high-level knowledge was lost when the dwarf kingdom fell into turmoil. The 7,000 years of division made the dwarf forging civilization continue to regress. Although they still hold the hammer and are still the best forgers in the world. Compared with the dwarves themselves, they are moving towards mediocrity and inferiority. The dwarves cannot accept such a future, and they hope to recreate the heyday of the dwarven kingdom. Mission description: find 5 different remains made by the former dwarves in the ruins of the Alpha Federation. Current progress 0/5. Countdown 1 month. Mission success reward: Dwarven friendship. Forbidden spell weapon Black Blood Stone version map quality legendary. Any dwarven weapon of your choice. A certain number of credit points. A certain number of favorability, etc. Mission failure penalty: Dwarven Kingdom reputation cleared. Permanent loss of Dwarven friendship. A certain number of credit points dropped. A certain number of favorability decreased, etc. He Xingwen stared at the mission reward with a lot of information for a long time. Forbidden spell weapon Black Blood Stone version. Is it what he thought? This world's version of nuclear weapons. The subject that the dwarves and mages are studying? He Xingwen saw a small hint from this mission. That is, What prevented the dwarves and mages from completing this subject was that the dwarves' current forging level was not enough. He Xingwen came to this conclusion and casually rejected the mission. As a planner who is disguised as a player template, you must have a minimum awareness it is not human to steal the player's adventure. These task rewards are useless to He Xingwen, but they have completely different meanings to players, and may even change a player's game life. Even if He Xingwen did not intervene, and the player did not trigger this task, the dwarves would still gradually improve their forging level in the research of these wreckages, and eventually break through the research difficulties. It is just a matter of time. After all, the wreckage is there, and the research has begun. Nothing can stop the dwarves from returning to their former peak period, or even going further. Chapter 236 Global Public Beta 60 Journey to the Salpha Federation. After the Salpha Federation became a ruin for unknown reasons, and countless players poured in, this area experienced a process from bustling to dead silence, and then from dead silence to extremely bustling in a very short period of time. And now, a new order is emerging from the ruins. He Xingwen stayed briefly in the dwarf camp, watched the frequent small-scale conflicts between the dwarves and the Diamond Empire, and then set off again, leaving this lively and bloody battlefield. Although the Diamond Empire and the dwarves did not have a head-on collision, such small-scale conflicts frequently occurred on the border of the Diamond Empire. The blood did not dye every inch of the border red, but it definitely dyed the land near the camp red. Unlike players who are used to death, dwarves and humans will not be resurrected. The battlefield is a task and points in the eyes of players, but in the eyes of the natives, it is revenge, blood and death. Humans and dwarves fought beside two immovable camps, and it was hard to say who had the upper hand. After all, the real battlefield is not in these small-scale conflicts, but in the territory of the Diamond Empire in the distance. Those in the shadows are waiting for chips and opportunities that are enough for them to betray. However, Diamond Karen 3 may not think the same as they do. He Xingwen said in a relaxed tone, I doubt whether the ideas of those speculators can be realized. After all, Diamond Karen 3 is not as incompetent as them. Although the Diamond Empire and the Kingdom are in a hostile state, this does not affect He Xingwen's objective evaluation of Diamond Karen 3. To be honest, He Xingwen even suspected that some people had some problems with their brains. Did they forget how Diamond Karen 3 unified the Neva plane? Although the Diamond Empire was pressed step by step by the Kingdom, it was not because Diamond Karen 3 was incompetent, but because the existence of players was too buggy. He was a very outstanding ruler, and the prosperity of the Diamond Empire proved this. At least for now. He Xingwen did not think that the Diamond Empire would split itself under the rule of the other party. Tom glanced at the long queue in front of him. In order to avoid spoilers, he turned the topic to the present. Azajan did a good job. He Xingwen then looked at the long queue in front of him and agreed with this. As He Xingwen walked north, whether entering the Beast God Wilderness or going to the dwarf camp, there was no obstruction. These areas are unobstructed for players due to many reasons such as the vast terrain, lack of manpower, and difficulty in restraining the order of players. Just like the dwarf camp that He Xingwen just left, it specially prepared an area for players to prevent players from wandering around in the camp. In this area, players can move freely. Of course, correspondingly, players are prohibited from entering other places outside this area. But the situation in the Sarfa ruins is different. After He Xingwen handed over the task of managing order to Ezajan, and the business organization took the lead in management, the situation here changed subtly. It's like the scene of a long queue waiting to enter the Sarfa Federation ruins. The ruins left by the Sarfa Federation have no nominal controller. In theory, it is open to all races on the continent, and Ezajan has no management rights. So people line up here, not for mandatory inspection and registration, but to receive a card from Ezajan. This is not a mandatory requirement, and the intelligent creatures entering the ruins have the right to freely choose whether to receive it. Ezajan just gave all the intelligent creatures who want to enter the ruins an irresistible reason. Commodity purchase and sale, emergency rescue, hiring and joining bounty hunters, food, clothing, housing and transportation. Any intelligent creature entering this ruin cannot escape the order constructed by Ezajan services. And the card is the intermediary for these services, tasks and even emergency rescue calls. Most of the other people in the long queue waiting to enter the ruins are players. A small number of dwarves, humans and demons, and perhaps other races. But when the other party's appearance is the same as that of humans, it is difficult to distinguish. Ezajan moved quickly, The long queue kept moving forward. And at the same time, more people lined up behind He Xingwen. The ruins of the Salfa Federation have been open to the whole continent for several months. After the initial wait-and-see, after confirming the authenticity and the wealth contained in it, waves of intelligent creatures came here, so that this place has become unprecedentedly lively. Soon it was He Xingwen's turn. AI Shiji was not used to seeing the players, so he asked a series of questions. After registering He Xingwen's nickname, race, occupation and purpose of entering the city, he took out 2 thin cards and asked He Xingwen to use ether magic on the cards to register the ether vibration frequency. The ether vibration frequency is not unique, and most natives can easily change it. But for players, changing their own ether frequency is beyond their ability. So this has become the most useful identity symbol when registering players. He Xingwen cast a 0-level spell and completed the registration. He was not in a hurry to leave, but looked at the registration process of others. The registration methods of dwarves, demons and humans are different, mainly to ensure that the card can correspond to each intelligent creature. He Xingwen watched with great interest for a while, and when he was about to leave, there was a little disturbance in the registration process. AI Shijin paused and looked up at the human who was registering. Human? The human standing in front of him was ordinary. But he talked a lot. Didn't I just say it? Your memory is not good at such a young age? Then you have to eat more to replenish your brain. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot that AI Shijin's brain seems to be different. Do you have brains? I'm not scolding you. You can't do it. Good guy. Where did this chatterbox who can't talk come from? He Xingwen steps to leave paused, and he couldn't help but stop and look twice more. It was definitely not because he wanted to see the other party get beaten. Azijin was not distracted by his long string of words. He repeated, "Are you human?" I said, "I am human. This is the 3rd time. Why are you still asking?" The other party kept on talking. "Do you want to see if your brain is still there? Maybe it has fallen off?" To be honest, I have experience with this. You know, the parts of the body always fall off without paying attention. Some of them do not affect normal life, so it's okay if they fall off. But some of them can't be ignored, such as the brain. Have you seen a human brain? It's so big, and the outermost cortex will tremble. They rely on the subtle tremors of these brain areas to control the body. Isn't it amazing? He Xingwen looked at him with an inquiring look. Isn't it a bit scary that the parts of your body will fall all over the place if you're not careful? And how did this guy observe the working human brain? I always feel that no matter how I guess, the amount of information is huge. Azijin absorbed enough information from his words. Undead? The other party showed a shocked expression. I disguised so well. But you still found me? You are worthy of being Azijin. Did he have any misunderstandings about himself? How can this be considered a good disguise? He was not seriously disguising at all. I didn't mean to lie. The other party spoke quickly, but for some reason, the group of round people liked the undead very much. I was surrounded by them as soon as I left the undead canyon. I thought they wanted to become undead, but they disappeared after they died. It seems that they are pure elemental bodies. I really want to study them, but there are too many of them. I had no choice but to disguise myself as a human to get rid of these round people. But I haven't left the undead canyon for so many years. It turns out that the undead are so popular now. The world has changed so much. This is endless. Azijin interrupted him. Which branch of the undead? Undead is a general term. Under the general term of undead, there are also specific branches such as skeletons, ghosts, and necromancers. The other party scratched his head, revealing an expression of "let me think about how to make it up," and then said firmly, "Necromancer. I am a peace-loving necromancer. Definitely not the bad necromancer you have heard of before, who digs graves, cuts up corpses, spreads plagues, and controls skeletons to attack humans." AI Shijin didn't give him a chance to talk, and interrupted him and continued to ask, "What level?" The other party showed a surprised expression. "You know a lot about necromancers? But it's normal. After all, some necromancers come from the mainland." The other party's voice suddenly lowered a few degrees. "I have always been curious about how those humans who became necromancers on the mainland did it. After all, there is no undead emperor on the mainland. But I seem to have heard that those wild mages are different from orthodox necromancers. It's really strange. Why can they also control the undead?" AI Shijin had to remind the other party, who had gone off topic. "What level?" "Oh, I almost forgot this question. The other party showed an expression of "I'll think about how to make it up" and said, 3, 4. He hesitated and looked at AI Xijin's expression, as if he wanted to determine which level was better through his expression. But unfortunately, AI Xijin's expression did not change at all. So his eyes slipped and met the eyes of He Xingwen, who was watching the fun. In fact, there were quite a lot of people watching the excitement. After all, the necromancer. That was the necromancer. How long has it been since the Undead Canyon came into contact with the outside world? If nothing unexpected happens, this will be the first intelligent creature to come out of the Undead Canyon. How can the players not be excited? The map of the Undead Canyon is open, but the danger level of that place is comparable to the World Gap. Players died again and again in the outermost layer of the Undead Canyon, and did not go deep into the Undead Canyon, let alone see the Undead Emperor. Although the onlookers were very excited, they still suppressed their impulses. It was also normal because Ezijin was there. If I do something impulsively and cause AI Xijin to lose favor, it would be a big loss. AI Xijin's favor cannot be used for discounts. But after the favorability is high, AI Xijin will randomly refresh cheap hidden products. Regularly clear the inventory. AI Xijin? He Xingwen and the other party made a look, and the other party made a huh sound, which seemed a little confused. But he held it back and casually reported a number to AI Xijin, level 5. It doesn't take an IQ to see that the other party is lying. But AI Xijin didn't say anything. He registered the relevant information, took out a card and handed it to the other party. Leave your soul fire mark. The other party pressed a swaying blue flame on the card, completed the registration process, and then took the card and ran towards He Xingwen and the others who had already walked. Wait! He followed He Xingwen and the others in 2 or 3 steps, put his hand on He Xingwen's shoulder and said, "What are you? It's amazing. I've never seen you like this." He Tong looked at his hand on He Xingwen's shoulder. The other party noticed it. Not only did he not take his hand back, but also looked at He Tong excitedly and said, "Oh, by the way, there's you. What are you?" He Xingwen slapped his hand away, and noticed that other players were eager to move against the undead creatures. So he simply took out a card and activated it with ether. After the card was activated, a light screen appeared above it. Ezijin greets you. Dear guest, what service do you need? 1. Emergency rescue. 2. Remote assistance. 3. Identification of unknown debris. 4. Equipment maintenance. 5. Product ordering. 6. Accommodation options. 7. Purchase and rental of transportation. 8. Food reservation and home delivery. 9. Bounty hunter related services. 10. Other services. He Xingwen was amazed by the service projects covering all fields. Fortunately, Ezijin did not enter the Earth. Otherwise the service industry on the Earth would be severely impacted. However, the other world is obviously hopeless. Ezijin has completely monopolized the commercial activities of the entire continent, including the kingdom. No intelligent creature can isolate it from its influence. He Xingwen clicked on other service options, and the words on the light screen changed accordingly. Contacting nearby Ezijin for you. The words on the light screen paused for 2 seconds, and the figure of Ezijin emerged. Ezijin said with a commercial smile, "What do you need?" "I need an independent." Before He Xingwen finished speaking, the guy started a long speech on the side. "You don't want to ask someone to beat me, do you? I suggest you don't do that. Ordinary people can't beat me. I'm just curious. I really have never seen an intelligent creature like you. Are you a new race? Or are you from outside the continent? I heard that there are many strange intelligent creatures outside the continent. In fact, I was planning to go outside the continent to take a look. But I heard on the way that there are many good things in the Salfa Federation. So I came here. There are so many people here." During his long speech, He Xingwen took a deep breath, glanced at the players who had gathered around, and said to AI Xijin on the other side of the light screen, "No other services are needed at the moment. But I think you may need to send someone to maintain order." As He Xingwen spoke, he stepped back a long way, distanced himself from the undead, and retreated from the players' encirclement. The players who surrounded him looked at him, confirmed that there were only 2 players, and left them alone. The necromancer realized belatedly that he was surrounded by the round balls again. "Why are you here again? I really don't have a mission, and I don't need help. Don't be so enthusiastic." He Xingwen retreated again and again until he was completely out of the chaos. The chaos caused by the undead creatures continued to spread. and waves of players poured in, expanding the encirclement. And then waves of white light of player deaths appeared in the encirclement. He Xingwen stopped and watched for a few seconds, and confirmed that the force value of the undead creature was enough to deal with the small chaos in front of him. And then turned around and continued to move forward. Players who heard the news continued to pour in, and He Xingwen and his team walked against the flow of people. After the South of Federation became a ruin, no cities or roads were left. After He Xingwen and his team entered the ruins, the road they walked on was cleared by players, who poured into the ruins to pick up garbage. The road was bumpy, with collapsed buildings on both sides. The buildings were completely broken. At first glance, it was difficult to discern the original purpose of the building from the appearance of the ruins. They all became ruins composed of bricks and metal debris. He Xingwen looked up at the end of the road. At first glance, it was all ruins mixed together after the collapse. Not only this area, but the continuous ruins extended from here to the end of the South of Federation, which looked like a post-apocalyptic scene, especially when He Xingwen saw various player-made vehicles flying in the air. And then a few of them fell from the vehicles and hit the ruins. This scene looked more like the end of the world. The players who hurriedly took transportation to this side were the ones who heard the news about the undead creatures and were eager to join in the fun. After this wave of players passed, He Xingwen saw the figures of the Kingdom Knights and Ezijin. They were here to maintain order. He Xingwen did not stop. He continued to walk forward along this road since the players had cleared this road. It at least meant that this road led to a certain area. Indeed, buildings soon appeared in front of the road, buildings rebuilt on the cleaned ruins. Ezijin's temporary shop has both accommodation and catering functions. But He Xingwen glanced and saw a row of crooked wooden sheds next to Ezijin's temporary shop. That was the commercial street of the players. Although the appearance is a bit simple, it is very lively and even formed a market. A small number of players, who were not attracted by the undead creatures, gathered here. He Xingwen was about to go over to see what the players were selling, and a certain creature approached stealthily, and he didn't know how he caught up. "You run too fast." The unfamiliar voice said, familiar nagging. "There are too many round creatures here. It's really strange. How did the undead creatures become popular? This new race is not afraid of the undead? The enthusiasm is very annoying." He Xingwen turned his head to look at the speaker, and found that the other party had changed his face. "Why are you following me again?" He Xingwen glanced at him and said perfunctorily, "As you can see, I am a human. You are not a human." The other party repeated, "Humans are not like you. Their vitality is connected to the earth, and it is endless. Besides, the guy next to you has no vitality at all." He glanced at Yitong, thinking, "Is he a corpse? Why can't I see his vitality? Didn't you also say that you are a 5th level necromancer?" He Xingwen said with a hint of meaning, "We are all the same. So don't ask anyone else." The other party showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. "You actually figured it out." He Xingwen, to be honest, no one believes it at all. "Actually, I am not a necromancer." The other party lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I am the Undead Emperor." "Do you know the Undead Emperor? Do you know the specific situation in the Undead Canyon? It's hard to explain it in a short time. Anyway, you know that I am the boss. I am the boss of the entire Undead Canyon." A series of ellipses floated through He Xingwen's mind. He didn't know how the other party had the confidence to say that he was the Undead Emperor. Was he really not afraid of the Undead Emperor's large-scale skills, and came out to talk to him directly? But out of caution, He Xingwen still glanced at Yitong. Yitong gave the answer, "He is not." The other party showed a surprised expression. "How do you know I am not? You have never seen the Undead King." He Xingwen asked the other party, "How do you know we have not seen the Undead King?" Seeing that the other party's expression changed again, as if he wanted to make a long speech, He Xingwen lost interest in this meaningless conversation. "In short, I don't care about your secrets. And you don't need to care about other people's secrets. I wish you a happy time here." He Xingwen and Yitong walked towards the commercial street in front. After taking 2 steps, he felt a weight on his shoulder. The other party put his shoulder and introduced himself. "Embers, an undead creature. I won't go into details about what kind of creature it is. Just know that I am awesome. Although I am not the Undead King, I am 50-50 with him." He Xingwen paused, thinking that this guy was bragging too much. "Anyway, I'm planning to take a walk here. Why don't we go together?" Embers didn't know what He Xingwen was thinking, and continued, "This way you can have a companion. And I'm so powerful. If you encounter any powerful enemies, I can still protect you." Of course. The main thing is that even if you don't agree, I won't leave. So, he smiled brightly at He Xingwen. It's settled. The legendary adventurer team embarked on a journey to explore the continent. People in later generations will always remember this afternoon. The legendary hero Embers and no one dubbed himself. The shame was so high that He Xingwen couldn't help interrupting his sudden aria. And what the hell is the adventurer team? It's the standard configuration of the legendary stories, most often told by those bards. The other party. Excitedly, he said, I've wanted to do this for a long time. Just think about it. The legendary stories we created are sung on the continent. First of all, the adventurer team has long been out of fashion. Secondly, the bards are starving to death. Not many people are still doing this career without a future. He Xingwen witnessed the other party's shocked expression, and it was hard not to be puzzled. How long ago were you an ancient person? Considering that the Abyss of the Dead is a civilization that borders this world in the Fifth Age. He Xingwen changed his question. Is this still popular in the world before the Abyss of the Dead? The other party scratched his head, pointed his finger at the lively market in front of him, and exaggeratedly changed the subject. Wow! Look! There are so many round balls. It is indeed a lot of round balls. Bah! Many players shuttled in the market, building a peculiar ecology belonging to the ruins. Chapter 237 Global Public Beta 61 Deep in the Ruins. Exclusive top-secret high-definition treasure map. Sold at a loss. Buy it, and you will make a profit. Don't miss it if you pass by. Eat and drink well. Please come in. The latest armor. Fully enclosed. To ensure that you can return safely from every adventure. The goods just dug out from the ruins. In a completely damaged state. A challenge to luck and eyesight. The latest equipment for sale by Ezigen is perfectly reproduced. Good quality and low price. You can buy the latest equipment of Ezigen from here at only 1/10 of the price of Ezigen. What are you waiting for? Form a team. Bring your own transportation. Experience is preferred. Novices are not allowed to disturb. A day trip to the underground ruins is about to start. The location of this trip. Warm greetings. Dense flow of people. This market formed spontaneously by players is much more lively than the temporary shops of Ezigen next door. Eat, drink, play. These 4 words form the main theme of the market. As a race that doesn't need to eat, the players' love for food is amazing. A small number of stalls in this market sell various snacks. The atmosphere is incompatible with the surrounding stalls that are as enthusiastic as pyramid schemes. So, where are we going next? Embers' eyes jumped around the market, sometimes staying on things that made him feel novel. And his mouth was not idle. I think we can go directly to the ruins. Although this place is interesting, there are too many interesting things in this world. Do you know the feeling of waking up and suddenly finding that the whole world has changed? New things emerge in an endless stream. But you always have to get used to it. He Xingwen spent credit points to buy various snacks from the vendors at the snack stalls. Hamburgers are nothing. This kind of snack with no technical content has long been reproduced by players. And players have even developed various flavors based on it. What is really amazing is the pastry made from a crop from another world. It has a variety of shapes and a rich taste. It can be matched with various seasonings. It can be called the king of fast food. Fast food here refers to various snacks that can be eaten directly. Perhaps because there is no hunger. Players have no interest in studying staple foods, but are more keen on studying various snacks. He Xingwen stuffed these snacks into Ember's hands, and the long speech disappeared from his ears. He Xingwen was able to continue walking along the market in silence, and randomly stuffed a bunch of snacks into Embers when he was about to finish eating to extend the quiet time. Treasure map? He Xingwen stopped at the stall selling treasure maps. As soon as the player saw the fat sheep coming, he said, "First time here? Don't you know about treasure maps? Let me briefly introduce it to you. Treasure maps are places where players record suspected special items when exploring ruins. As long as you look for them according to them, you will definitely find something." He Xingwen was a little confused. Then why don't they dig it themselves? Why leave the opportunity to others? The other party restrained his overly exaggerated tone and expression and explained. Some of them are because the surrounding environment is too bad and does not support them to continue exploring. Some of them are because they have other things to do and don't have time to check these suspected points one by one. So there are these treasure maps. So, there may not be treasure. Right? Embers interrupted excitedly. Then you are lying. Although I have said so much. Who knows if these treasure maps are just randomly drawn by you? Will anyone really buy this thing? He Xingwen stuffed the snacks to Embers and successfully shut him up. Then quickly walked away from the stall before the stall owner's face became uglier. How is it? He Xingwen walked around the market and said to He Tong in amazement, there are teams to explore the ruins. And there are also people who go to the ruins to engage in tourism. They can really play with everything. He Tong, it's quite lively. Embers swallowed the food in his mouth. So you just want to take a look around? You are so weird. He said it as if he himself was not weird at all. He Xingwen ignored him and continued to say to He Tong, are you interested? He Tong shook his head, thought for a while, and aimed his eyes at the stall not far away and said, it's quite interesting there. He Xingwen glanced at the stall he was looking at, which was a stall selling debris dug out from the ruins. This stall was the same as gambling on stones. The goods were all covered with a thick layer of dust and sold at a uniform price. The players chose them based on their luck and eyesight. The bet was on the player's mentality of buying a magical artifact. After all, it was easy to guess that the debris must have been screened by the stall owner himself. And what was left was what the stall owner considered garbage. But even so, the customer flow of this stall was still amazing. He Xingwen had no interest in gambling. But He Tong could only say that for one reason. After all, the interesting of intelligent life is roughly equivalent to valuable. Cold data will not produce irrational evaluations due to emotional fluctuations unless it has other values. He Xingwen was a little surprised. Is there really a magic weapon in this pile of garbage? He Tonggu was not surprised. There is also a real treasure map in the pile of treasure maps just now. He pointed to the stall where people were busy selecting wreckage. There is a technological product that can still work there. For players, technological products that can still work are basically equivalent to artifacts. Most of the things that can withstand the impact of the devastating disaster and remain in the ruins have the most basic point, extremely strong or with extremely high strength protective devices. And having these two characteristics proves that it is definitely not an ordinary object. Intelligent creatures will not install bulletproof glass on a bowl unless the bowl can produce unlimited rice. Ember swallowed the food in his mouth, looked carefully at the stall in the distance, turned his head to look at He Tong, and finally said to He Xingwen, I think this journey will become very interesting. Do you want to buy it and take a look? I haven't seen anything from the Alpha Federation. I heard that they have developed science. Let me tell you, this word is really strange. Now it seems that this science is very powerful. After they disappeared, so many people came here to hunt for treasures. He Xingwen stuffed him with snacks and blocked his mouth again, then shook his head at He Tong. Let's go. Let's go to the ruins. There was a sudden exclamation from the lively stall behind him, and the players quickly gathered together, talking about the scientific products that could be activated. A new lucky person is born, and perhaps another great player will emerge among the players, writing his own legendary story in the game. But this has nothing to do with He Xingwen. For players, this game, which has just been on the right track, has countless adventures, colorful plots and hidden tasks, unique dungeon settings and daily tasks. But for planners, humans have different joys and sorrows. And I just think they are noisy. Damn. If it weren't so easy to be exposed. I would also like to play games. After leaving the player gathering place, the surroundings returned to silence. The scope of the ruins is too large, and the players who used to only pick up garbage on the ruins have now gone deep into the ruins, so that the ruins outside the gathering place have returned to their proper style. The collapsed buildings, the sinking ground, and the metal buildings were cast into strange shapes because of the huge impact at that moment. Without the roads cleared by the players, the difficulty of walking on the ruins increased instantly. Some collapsed buildings are abruptly high, while some ruins are only half covered. If you step on them, you will fall directly into a natural trap and die instantly. So it is not difficult to understand why there are so many protective equipment in the market, because it is not safe to pick up garbage in this ruin. On the contrary, the ruins are full of dangers. Looking at the situation of this ruin, they encountered a very terrible existence at that time. No wonder there is no one here. For weak humans, this is simply an irresistible natural disaster. It is impossible to be quiet. After eating the various snacks bought by He Xingwen, Embers quickly returned to his talkative nature. When no one paid attention to him, he kept talking. God knows where he got so much to say. It was as if he hadn't spoken for 10,000 years. So he had to seize the opportunity to talk non-stop. Ouch. As he was talking, Embers encountered a natural trap on the ruins and fell into the pit. He Xingwen, who was walking in silence, stopped and breathed a sigh of relief for the long-lost silence. The heavy sound of falling continued. I don't know where this trap leads to. There was steel under the dark hole. I could vaguely see the piles of various wastes below. The shadows were unclear, as if there was a more terrifying monster hidden in the depths of darkness. But if you think about it carefully, there should be nothing more terrifying than an undead creature like Embers. It's better to worry about whether the ruins below have been destroyed by him than to worry about the other party's safety. He Xingwen's thoughts came to his mind. So he took another step. Sure enough, He Xingwen had just taken a few steps when Embers magically appeared beside him again. I observed from below. The space is quite large. Let's go down from here to see the situation inside the ruins? He Xingwen stopped, regretting that he could not get rid of this noise pollution machine in time. Come on. Come on. We have to go down anyway. This hole is here. Isn't it just right? Embers turned his neck left and right, making sure there were no other intelligent creatures around, and calmly took his head off his neck. He Xingwen's eyes drifted over. Embers held his head and blinked at him. I will lead the way for you. You just follow my head. Then the other party jumped down from the hole, leaving his head behind. No. It was him who floated around He Xingwen. Let's go. How are you going to get down? If you jump down directly, you have to be careful. Although I'm fine. Others may die if they jump down. But it doesn't matter if they die. It may be a bit troublesome to piece together the corpse. But if you don't mind that the organs are not original, I can use other things to replace them. No. Thank you. He Xingwen took a deep breath and opened his skill list. He didn't forget that he was still wearing the player template. Although this thing is easy to be exposed in front of players, there is no such worry in front of strange unknown creatures like Embers. He Xingwen used the druid's catalysis skill. The seed sprouted on the ruins. The ruins are not land in the conventional sense. Strictly speaking, this is a strange combination of steel and bricks under the impact of external forces. But this world does not talk about science. Druids are children of nature. Even ruins composed of steel and bricks can sprout the green of life. The head kept chattering. Wow. You are a druid? No. Although I have never seen a druid. A druid should not be like you. Right? He Xingwen wanted to ask what like me meant. But considering the other party's characteristic of not speaking human language, in order to prevent himself from accidentally killing the other party after hearing the answer, He Xingwen swallowed this doubt. The vines extended downwards, weaving a long staircase on the obstacles that grew horizontally, sinking into the depths of darkness. Yellow flowers bloomed on the edge of the stairs, hanging softly at one end, embellishing the cyberpunk-like ruins with soft light colors. He Xingwen and Yi Tong walked down the stairs. Vines covered the dangerous sharp protrusions, and green spread over the steel, quickly covering the area. This thing has a strong vitality. The head floated around He Xingwen and said, It's green everywhere. To be honest, I think this is a bit bad. He Xingwen automatically blocked his chatter and took a look at the skills of the undead profession on the way to the bottom of the stairs. He didn't pay much attention to this profession, because except for the last army of skeletons, the names of other skills of this profession were a bit difficult to understand. But after meeting Embers, He Xingwen became interested in it. The operation of taking the head off his body was really a show for him. He Xingwen's eyes swept through a row of skills of corpse, life, medium limb manipulation, soul slice. And he always felt that each skill name was extremely terrifying. Deep in the darkness, green stretched wildly. The headless corpse standing on the crumbling ground watched this scene, a little distressed. Suddenly, a loud clang was heard from the depths of darkness. He Xingwen drew his attention back from the skill list, looked at the darkness that was close at hand, and casually released an illumination spell. A light shone in his hand, illuminating the darkness. As Ember said, the space below this trap was very vast, and the collapsed ruins formed a complex area here. The steel solidified into strange shapes, with protrusions and spikes coexisting. A slope tilted at 90 degrees across the top, and dense broken edges below. At the moment when the Salpha Federation was destroyed, the huge impact turned this place into a magical realist scene with no rules at all and full of imagination. It was not designed for intelligent creatures when it was first created. From above, there is no place to land in this area. The steel buildings and rubble that solidified at the moment of the huge impact have constructed a strange balance here. But the force exerted by outsiders may cause this balance to collapse at any time. This is one of the most common problems encountered by players who pick up garbage when entering the ruins. This is an underground area that may collapse at any time because of their actions. However, these things at the moment cannot affect He Xingwen and his team. Because a piece of green is spreading here. Vines are growing wildly, climbing along the steel and building debris, and constructing dangerous ruins into a plant paradise. Plants are occupying this space, and a thick green carpet is wrapping the ruins, destroying the original balance. This is the source of the loud noise that He Xingwen and his team heard. Something fell down, causing the collapse of a large area of ruins, forming an echo in this area. The head that was no longer flying around pondered for a few seconds. Wow! If you plan to go around in this way, then I have to say that this is indeed a good idea. But I still have a small question. Are druids so powerful? This is beyond my understanding of normal intelligent creatures. He Xingwen habitually ignored his words, and threw this small reminder behind his mind. The other party did not intend to get relevant feedback from He Xingwen. He became active again, breaking the silence at the scene. Flying around He Xingwen and others, follow me. I'm here. He led He Xingwen and others to the area where he was. Following the green carpet, we walked through the dangerous area that was not originally safe until we saw the headless body standing on the crumbling ground above. That was not the ground, but a connection between two broken buildings. To be precise, the connection led to the entrance of another collapsed building, and Embers was standing on this precarious connection. The original appearance of the collapsed building was difficult to distinguish. It was destroyed very thoroughly. But for some reason, on a certain surface, I don't know if it was the wall or the ceiling or something. Anyway, on a certain surface of this building, a huge hole appeared, and a stone slab of unknown purpose connected it with a pile of ruins under the feet of He Xingwen and others. He Xingwen looked at the distance between them. He didn't know how the other party climbed up, and there was almost the top of the pile of ruins. Ember's head flew up and landed on his neck again. Turning back into a human, he called out to He Xingwen and the others, "Look, there is an entrance here. I don't know what's inside, but there must be something good." He pointed to his eyes and said proudly, "I saw it." He Xingwen doubted what he saw. After all, from the perspective of the undead, the good things he could see should not be good things in the normal sense of intelligent creatures. He Xingwen waited for a while, waiting for the vines to completely cover the ruins. While waiting, He Xingwen asked a question. "You didn't come here for it in the first place, did you?" Ember shook his head. "Of course not. I didn't know there was such a place until I left the Valley of the Dead. Besides, if there is any place on the continent that is worth my special trip, it is only that magical kingdom." He was happily swinging on it, and the stone slab supporting him was also swinging happily. "Do you know that magical kingdom?" Embers continued. He brought the round ball. "I have never seen such a strange creature as the round ball. I think the kingdom that can bring round balls must be very interesting. Unfortunately, he doesn't let me go to the kingdom." "Huh?" As Embers was talking, the swinging stone slab trembled violently and fell off from the connection, taking with it Embers, who was standing on it. He Xingwen looked at Embers, who fell on the green carpet with a pop. He fell a bit miserably, and his body was flattened for more than half. When he fell, his stomach was cut by a sharp object lying on the ruins, almost ruptured, and organs fell all over the floor. But because there was no blood, the scene was not bloody, but it was more terrifying. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to see the scene of organs rolling around on the floor and crawling back into the stomach. The flat-shaped Ember sat up, patted his body, and made himself fat again. Then he opened his stomach and looked at the organs in his stomach, counting them one by one: large intestine, small intestine, spleen, stomach. "Wait, where is my liver?" He raised his head and looked around, seemingly unable to figure out where the lost liver had gone. But he didn't dwell on it for too long. "It doesn't matter anyway. Forget it. Wait for it to grow back by itself." Embers patted his stomach, stood up and said to He Xingwen and the others, "Look, this is what I said. Organs always move around. But it doesn't matter. These unimportant organs can grow back, like the head and heart. It's not okay. If they are lost, they must be found quickly. Otherwise the situation will become very strange. Ordinary people should not have such distress." He Xingwen complained in his heart, and decided to accept the world of diverse intelligent creatures, and not to comment on the strange ecology of undead creatures. They walked along the carpet to the top of the ruins. Embers was still concerned about this. Is the druid so strong? A plant can occupy such a large space. He Xingwen looked at the distance between the two piles of ruins, and the vines spread out the ladder, allowing them to safely walk through the suspended part of the two ruins. Behind the huge hole is a broken laboratory. Of course, it is almost impossible to tell the original appearance of the laboratory now. The instruments and other furniture are fragmented and form a closed space. Maybe it used to have a door, but it certainly doesn't have one now. Countless debris piled up together, and it is impossible to find where the door is. In fact, He Xingwen, who entered this space, couldn't even tell whether they were on the ceiling or on the wall. There were only new ruins behind this hole, and there was no scene that people could smoothly enter the interior of the building as imagined. Broken debris and branches blocked the space tightly. Only the entrance of the cave could provide a foothold. The rest of the room was made of dense walls made of steel and broken instruments. This seems to be a dead end. Embers took 2 steps forward, and with a crackling sound, his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs fell to the ground. He Xingwen's drifting thoughts were collected, and the light shone from his hand again, illuminating the front. It was indeed a dead end. A steel bar of unknown purpose and material was stuck into the ground. Let's call it the ground. The steel bar ran through the entire room from top to bottom. As soon as Embers took a step down, he was cut in half. Wow! The human body is really useless. On the head that was cut in half, Embers opened and closed his mouth and said, "Do you mind if I change to a more useful form?" He Xingwen, please. The organs and the head that fell on the ground jumped together and pieced together a human shape. 2 hands peeled off the human skin from the top of the head, revealing the silver-white skull underneath. The blue soul fire swayed in the skull's head. The skull turned around and opened and closed its jaws. Bones are much more useful than flesh. Be careful when you come down. This pillar is very sharp. How about you get a plant to clear the way? Ember circled around the steel bars and said to the wall in front of him, "It's blocked tightly." It was indeed tightly blocked. It was hard for people to imagine how bad the situation was at that time. But judging from the scene in front of him where the steel, bricks and broken debris were solidified into a seamless scene, it was definitely the end of the world. He Xingwen opened the occupation list and poked into the skills of the great scientist. As an auxiliary occupation, most of the skills of the great scientist are non-offensive. And as a science with the fundamental purpose of studying ether, most of their auxiliary skills directly act on ether. For example, the skill of steelization. The ether was surging and spreading from around He Xingwen. The solidified steel began to shake. No. To be precise, the building began to shake. The skeleton exclaimed, in high spirits, "Wow, what did you do?" Chapter 238 Global Public Beta 62 Hall of Knowledge. Embers felt that this trip was really great. Undead creatures are not welcome in most worlds. But look at what he encountered this time. Enthusiastic round creatures. Well, although their enthusiasm is a bit distressing, Embers has never enjoyed the distress brought by such excessive popularity, which really makes the undead swell. The world has changed again, but Embers has gotten used to it. After all, for undead creatures, the world always changes very quickly. But this time, even Embers, who has lived for a long time, is a little strange. Look at these round creatures. They combine another world with this world so cleverly. He must say, this is amazing. Embers is full of expectations for this trip, especially after meeting the mysterious duo. Look what he saw. The great savior. The vitality of the world is shared with each other, and the surging golden light envelopes each other. He can even smell the remaining will of the gods, and is closely connected with each other. Nothing can prove the other party's identity better than these. Of course, he was also curious about the silent, but lifeless being. It must be a new intelligent creature. Sooner or later, he will know what this guy is. He swore. Just think about it. Not only did he receive an unprecedented warm welcome on this trip, but he also met the savior of this world, and the pilot of another world. Is there a better trip than this? The name of the skill ionization reminds people of the ultimate move of the great scientist profession etherization. It is precisely because of this that He Xingwen chose this skill. It lived up to his expectations. Just like the scene that etherization had played out before. Ether wandered in steel. Or to be more precise, it wandered in all mechanical creations. Then, they came alive. Of course, it was not a real life. But the broken mechanical creations showed a reaction like living things in the information transmission of ether. At first, the tightly blocked wall began to shake. Then the abandoned building where they were located began to shake. And finally, the entire ruins began to shake. The ground trembled, and large piles of ruins fell one after another. The vibration of a piece of ruins triggered a chain reaction. Aftershock spread in the ruins. In the lively player market, all the players who were busy trading, eating, drinking, and having fun stopped their actions and cast their eyes towards the ruins that were close at hand. In the more distant part of the ruins, the black dots that looked like small hills collapsed one after another, and the black dots formed an undulating line, rushing towards them like a tidal wave, like an endless wave, coming head-on. The ground shaking gradually escalated, and the players took a deep breath and finally reacted. Earthquake. The emergency evacuation education from another world made the players conditioned to greet others in the open space. Ezigen reacted faster than them. You know, this is originally a ruin. No matter what the reason for the earthquake, it will cause the ruins to collapse again, and this will become a fatal killing for explorers who go deep into the ruins. The emergency rescue team flew out of Ezigen's temporary shop and went to the densely populated area of the card to evacuate and rescue the people who might be affected. Fortunately, players make up the majority of explorers who dare to go deep into the ruins, compared with other races. In this disaster, the safety of the undead obviously does not need to be worried, so Ezigen can urgently rescue explorers of other races under the current circumstances. What's more, in this world, apart from players, most explorers who dare to go deep into the ruins can open black holes with their bare hands. So although the situation looks dangerous, there are not many victims who are really in danger. In any case, the ground is still in chaos. Most of the areas under the ruins are also in chaos, and aftershocks are also unexpected disasters for explorers who go deep into the ruins. But at the source of the disaster, the scene is not chaotic at all. Everything is in order, and the walls made of mechanical debris and building materials are separated from the tight entanglement in a way that goes against common sense, revealing the space behind the wall, the road to somewhere. This is not the end. In fact, the ruins are still moving slowly, just like putting an upside-down building right. This building, which had been shattered and solidified into an indistinguishable shape by the huge impact force, was rotating at a slow speed. Because of its rotation, Embers, who was in this building, kept falling, and his bones were scattered all over the ground. After falling from above to the ground, and then from the left to the right, and completely losing his sense of direction, Embers turned from a skeleton into a skeleton in pieces, with bones scattered all over the ground, and the skull rolled up and down like a ball. He Xingwen and his friends were in a different situation. The golden light once again demonstrated its all-round protective strength, fixing He Xingwen firmly on the ground, allowing the building to flip 227 degrees without any impact. He Tong gave up his humanoid appearance and turned into a ball of data, which was entangled with He Xingwen, and was not affected by the rotation of the building. When the building finished rotating, the bones scattered on the ground fell into the passage behind the wall. There was no way, because after the rotation, the hole that He Xingwen and his friends came in from became the roof, and the wall that was blocked tightly became the ground, so that the skeleton on the ceiling fell directly from above into the pit on the ground. Embers didn't care about the trivial matter of his bones falling into the pit. The skull floated in the air and said to He Xingwen standing on the ceiling, "That guy has become a strange thing." The data wrapped around He Xingwen can indeed be called strange, but Embers' image is not much better. Only He Xingwen standing on the ceiling can barely maintain a normal style. Embers' attention did not stay on He Tong's new image for too long. He felt his bones. It seems that there is a road below. Wow! What did you do just now? Make such a big noise? It's unobstructed. This is great. The skull flew up and down beside He Xingwen. He Xingwen walked along the wall to the ground, and could hear the other party's words pouring into his ears. But won't it be boring sometimes? I know this feeling too well. After being invincible, it's really boring to have nothing to do. I'm so bored that I can only sleep to spend the long days. Ember sighed suddenly. So, immortality may not be a good thing. And of course invincibility is not a good thing. Wait, what did I want to say just now? He Xingwen ignored him, and followed the hole on the ground into the next level. In the next level, the corridors were severely damaged, and everything was frozen at a certain moment of destruction. It was basically wishful thinking to find something here. Even after the stealing skill was used, it could only barely make the building look like a building, and there was no way to restore the shattered machinery. He Xingwen walked along the corridor on this level. This should be a building for a special purpose in the South of Federation. He Xingwen saw a lot of scientific instruments used for experiments in the broken remains. Of course, now they have all become twisted and damaged. Here, there is a hole to go down. Embers, who was floating on the side, called He Xingwen and walked in a certain direction. A huge, non-artificial hole appeared in front of He Xingwen, and Ember's bones were queuing up and jumping down one by one. Embers boasted to him, "Bones are very useful for exploring the way, and it doesn't matter if they are broken. It is easy to make new ones." He Xingwen and his team entered the next area. There were more surviving experimental equipment in this area. Embers fiddled with these strange instruments with great interest. After I left the Valley of the Dead, I heard a lot about the Salpha Federation. It is said that their science is very powerful. I really can't understand how powerful this thing called science is. What is ether? The definition of ether was given by Li Wang in the 5th era. But it is estimated that Embers was still sleeping at that time. Embers, who missed the entire period of time when the great scientist appeared, had no idea about ether. It is normal to have doubts about the definition of this word. The fragile instrument was smashed to pieces by Embers. Embers was startled and instantly floated back to He Xingwen, trying to cover up. "This thing is so fragile. I just hit it a few times and it broke." He Xingwen ignored him and continued to move forward to the next level. There were more and more scientific instruments in the next level, and it seemed that the further down you went, the less damage was done to the surroundings. Of course, the damaged instruments still accounted for the majority, and the few instruments that could still operate also looked very strange to the Earthlings. They had no wires connected, and the cylindrical shell was full of complex ether patterns, and there were special metal accessories under the shell, very magical scientific instruments. He Xingwen, who lacked relevant scientific knowledge, did not understand how to use the hardware composed of those complex metal accessories. The science of the Salpha Federation, although it is also called science, it is completely different from the science on Earth. It is the science of the magical world. To the players, great scientists are no different from mages, with obscure knowledge, incomprehensible textbooks, and various magical theories about ether. After easily breaking a scientific instrument, Embers lost interest in fiddling with them and became excited to hurry on his way. "There's something good down there," he said with great certainty. "I saw it." He Xingwen became interested in what he saw. What good thing? Embers looked back at the humanoid creature wrapped in data and golden light. To be honest, even for the undead, the appearance of the savior was too weird. A non-living thing. Embers retracted his gaze and continued to float forward, very conspicuous, very large. He Xingwen was confused about the other party's definition of good things. Is this a good thing? Of course it is a good thing. Embers said firmly. It is a very large non-living thing. It is the best control medium for undead creatures. And it has no life. So you can just sit back and enjoy the benefits. Plus it is really very large. Embers' head kept shaking, suffering from the fact that he had no hands and could not measure the size of the thing he saw. The best way to describe it was to use words. Bigger than a dragon. No, just a little smaller than the Salpha Federation. He Xingwen paused, thinking that they had different definitions of the word very large. Slightly smaller than the Salpha Federation, but bigger than a dragon? He Xingwen looked at the size of the ruins, and it didn't look like it could accommodate a dragon. In here? Yes. Embers jumped down to the last floor of the building. His bones had already been scattered all over the ground, helping him to explore the way. The bald skull was still calling He Xingwen. "Come on. It's here." He Xingwen hesitated for a while, and considering that he also opened Muzu, he followed him down. As soon as he landed, he heard a little surprise in Embers' tone. "Hey, my bones are all burned." He Xingwen and him cast their eyes to the front of this area. The area they jumped down was not a corridor, but an extremely huge room. The room was dark and quiet, and some instruments were lit with weak operating lights, dimly illuminating the darkness. The familiar intricate entanglement of steel still exists in the darkness. The devastating disaster destroyed the entire Federation, and this place is no exception. Most of the instruments were destroyed by the huge impact force, twisted into a mess, and stuffed into every corner of the room. To be honest, with this miserable situation, it is really hard to believe that there are still large scientific creations that can operate intact here, especially the technological products that require countless instruments to start. It is estimated that they have been completely destroyed in such a devastating impact. Right? In this case, what is the huge non-living body that Embers mentioned? He Xingwen turned his head and looked at embers. He was rubbing bones with his hands literally. First forming hands with bones, and then rubbing out glowing white bones one by one. This is not a small project. After all, there are more than 200 bones in the human body. Even if the head is removed, there are more than 100 bones. He Xingwen looked around. The dark and broken ruins didn't seem dangerous. Where did your bones get burned? Embers' hands kept moving. White bones were rubbed out of thin air bit by bit. He pointed his head in a certain direction. There. He Xingwen looked in the direction he pointed. That was the center of the room. Broken instruments and steel were entangled. No different from the surrounding environment. He Xingwen took a few steps towards it, stopped at the periphery, and cautiously watched the ruins in front of him. He confirmed with embers. Where is the huge inanimate object you saw? Embers still pointed in that direction. It's there too. He Xingwen. So can we draw a conclusion now? That so-called inanimate object larger than the dragon is the product of some scientific instrument being activated? Embers paused, tilted his head, and showed a blank expression. He really lacked relevant knowledge in this area. He Xingwen did not expect him to answer this question. And he continued, in other words, there is at least one large scientific research product belonging to the Alpha Federation that can operate normally. The data wrapped around He Xingwen slowly flowed from his body to the ground beside him, and reformed a human form. Embers watched this scene with interest. He Tong cast his eyes towards the ruins in front and gave the answer. The outer area of the Hall of Knowledge was preserved here. He Xingwen recalled. The primary part of the Alpha Federation's scientific system? The Alpha Federation once opened this part to players, and it was based on its existence that the players activated the zero-level skill scientific common sense that could be called an encyclopedia. Of course, after the Alpha Federation became a ruin, this skill became invalid. It was actually preserved? In this state, where the entire Federation is almost destroyed? He Tong knew what He Xingwen was wondering about. And he explained, in fact, it was because it was once open to players that it was able to be preserved in this situation. In order to open this part of the Palace of Knowledge to players, the great scientists moved it from the cockpit of Noah's Ark to the outer area of Noah's Arkansas. The Palace of Knowledge itself has been completely damaged. The remaining outer area of the Palace of Knowledge is the etheric information stored in the final medium through the kingdom's etheric matrix. The kingdom's ether matrix? He Xingwen searched for relevant information corresponding to this term in his memory. In order to resist the large-scale invasion of Zerg, He Xingwen built a wall separating the Kingdom Sea area from the South China Sea, as well as an ether matrix originally intended to isolate space transmission. In the end, the wall became a commercial street, and the ether matrix became a semi-finished product. The base station was originally planned to be built along the periphery of the entire continental framework, but because of the rejection of other forces, only one ether matrix was built in the area bordering the kingdom and the South China Sea, until the destruction of the Alpha Federation. The kingdom did not complete the construction of the continent-wide ether matrix for the purpose of isolating space transmission. But it is not that there is no progress. At least a bunch of base stations are located at the junction of the kingdom and the South China Sea and are in operation. After the destruction of the Alpha Federation, these ether matrices became the only remaining ether information storage devices in the world. He Xingwen thought, the final medium means it can still be activated? Yes, but I don't recommend you to activate it in this environment. He Xingwen, so we have to take out the final medium that stores it from here? He Tong answered this question with action. There was a slight movement in the ruins not far away, and the movement soon became louder. The protective equipment that was still in operation automatically activated when it encountered an abnormality. The ether fluctuated, and the flames burst out, building a sea of fire between He Xingwen and the ruins that was not a real flame, but the embodiment of the ether energy body. No matter how arrogant a scientist is, he would not design a pile of fire in the laboratory. It might prevent theft, but it is more likely to burn down the entire laboratory directly. That thing burned all my bones. Embers didn't understand the long conversation between He Tong and He Xingwen just now, but after seeing the firewall, he immediately became excited and pointed out the culprit. It suddenly jumped out and burned very quickly, and the bones were burned in an instant. But the firewall could not stop He Tong's actions. Telekinesis is He Tong's old specialty. He removed the ether crystal from the scrap scientific machine, transmitted the data, and the crystal disappeared out of thin air after the sea of fire, and slowly emerged in He Tong's hand. The square crystal appeared in He Tong's hand. Crystal clear, different from other existences He Xingwen had seen. It looked like a perfect creation, obvious man-made product. What is it? Ember's head moved closer, staring at the crystal up and down. And his tone became serious. Real matter composed of divine power? Is this a product that humans can make? Embers tilted his head. Impossible. He handed it to He Xingwen. He Xingwen subconsciously released the lighting technique and looked at it closely. The color of the crystal slowly flowed, and the inside of the crystal seemed to be liquid. Under the light, the dense lines engraved inside could be seen through the flowing liquid. The lines were extremely complex. From the perspective of He Xingwen, an outsider, they were pure dense lines. He Xingwen pondered for a moment, substituted the thinking of the earthlings, and said unsurely, "Is this a chip from another world?" He thought for a moment. If you regard ether as a network, there is nothing wrong with this description. Embers didn't understand what they were saying. He was shattered by this thing that shouldn't appear in the hands of humans. How long have I slept? Have humans analyzed the gods? He Xingwen handed the ether crystal back to He Tong and said casually, "In fact, thousands of years ago, humans have proved that divine power, magic, and the force all belong to the same substance, which is the source of all energy. Ether." The skull looked confused. Ether? All things return to one? The word the other party said was definitely not all things return to one. But the translation between different civilizations turned it into a meaning closer to the word in He Xingwen's civilization. The other party's confusion only lasted for a very short time, and the dark blue soul fire jumped violently. In a very short time, it turned from blue to red, and then to pure white. The color of the soul fire changed rapidly. He was too lazy to rub his bones with his hands. With a thought, he directly completed the remaining skeleton. The color of the soul fire changed back and forth like a rainbow, and then returned to its original color. The faint blue light flickered gently in his head, and he muttered, "I almost broke through the limit. I was scared to death." He Tong did not pay attention to the energy fluctuations that were suppressed again, but mentioned another thing. "Did you realize that when you use the player skills here, the skill showed an unusually strong reaction?" He Xingwen was stunned, and recalled the huge response of the two skills catalysis and ionization. The vines covered the ruins, which was indeed a bit exaggerated. After all, the last time He Xingwen used this skill in the dungeon, he could only do what a small vine could do. What caused this anomaly? Another overlapping dimension with extremely high ether concentration. He Tong said truthfully, "Normal intelligent creatures cannot perceive their existence. But you are different. The player's skills you used were affected by the extremely high ether concentration, showing a much stronger reaction than normal." Embers assembled his shattered worldview. Overlapping what? Dimension? What is that? What are you talking about? What is here? There are unobservables in the world. They are in the overlapping world with us. He Tong explained simply, "It's just that they were born there, so they have never been noticed." But the Sarfa Federation was not born in another dimension after all. The act of forcibly crossing the dimension left them with imperceptible clues here, of course. The so-called clues are for He Xingwen. For other natives, there is no trace left here. He Xingwen, speaking of which, I am curious about their current situation. Although in the eyes of others, the Sarfa Federation disappeared out of thin air, but He Xingwen knew where they went. The great scientists entered another dimension. When intelligent creatures are powerful enough, they have the right to satisfy their curiosity and desire for exploration. Since another landscape is within reach, why stop? He Xingwen said, "I want to take a look." Chapter 239 Global Public Beta 63 World Projection Journey. Ember said before that invincibility makes life long and boring, and can only rely on sleeping to pass the time. But that is only because he is not strong enough and is still shackled to that line. After that, such a feeling will be born. For He Xingwen, the more the two worlds tend to be balanced, the more he can see. How can the world be boring? It is so vast and mysterious that humans cannot see a quarter of the world in their entire lives. If someone thinks that he has explored the entire world, it can only prove that the world he has seen is too narrow, so that he can draw such a stupid conclusion in his lifetime. Of course, this is by no means to say that Embers is narrow-minded and stupid. As a mysterious undead creature, he has a long time that is daunting. He just hasn't crossed that limit yet. Of course, if you want to be serious, He Xingwen has not crossed that limit either. Apart from the many favors given to him by the world, He Xingwen is still a human being. But he had seen another world beyond the limit in the world of data. He had seen a world beyond imagination. magnificent and magnificent. After seeing a wider landscape, it is difficult to limit your vision to a narrow pond. For He Xingwen, this world has changed from a pond to an endless ocean. And what he is looking at this moment is just a point in the pond that is similar to the ocean. It's nothing great. And it's not that difficult. Wait. So what you mean is, you want to see another world? Embers never thought that one day he would become the most surprised one among a group of people. But obviously, for the other two, he was indeed a little surprised. He Xingwen looked at He Tong. He Tong thought for a moment. The database was running. And he came up with the best solution. My method may not be suitable for intelligent creatures. It is difficult for you to get the visual senses of intelligent creatures from the data. Yu's method is more suitable for you. Ember showed his presence on the side. Wait! I'm still here. Embers only understood He Tong's words roughly. But this did not affect his extraction of the key points. The white jade skeleton approached the one who kept his word among them. And the blue soul fire swayed pitifully. Whatever you want to do. Take me with you. He Xingwen and He Tong cast their eyes at him together. The skeleton was so anxious that it circled around them. Let me see. Let me see what the other world looks like. After looking at him, He Xingwen thought for a moment. And in the other's ghostly howling, he brought up another topic. Are you on good terms with the undead emperor? Ember stopped circling, patted his own skeleton, and vowed, I have a very good relationship with him. Although the skeleton has no eyeballs, Embers vividly performed the cunning appearance of rolling his eyes, which shows that the other party is not low in IQ, but just too lazy to think most of the time. I guessed it. Those round ones. Right? Embers instantly grasped the key point after all. Only the round ones have contact with the savior and the undead at the same time. He took the responsibility. They are too enthusiastic about the undead. I guess they are very interested in the undead canyon. This is not a big deal. Leave it to me, and I will just tell the old man when the time comes. In this passage, He Xingwen extended a question worth pondering. So how do undead creatures reproduce? They should not have reproductive ability? The undead emperor can't have a son. Right? He Xingwen stared at the skeleton in front of him and thought seriously for a moment. He felt that it was meaningless to use logic in this magical world. Even if the undead emperor had no reproductive ability, he could make a living one. No. It's not impossible to make a skeleton. Thinking like this, He Xingwen gave up thinking about this problem in depth. It's not what you think. He Xingwen thought about it, and didn't explain too much in the current situation. He passed the topic by, we'll talk about it later. Ember's attention was not on this topic at all. He kept turning around and couldn't wait to ask the other party, then can we go to another world? You, who is wandering in this world, was fleeced again. This time he changed back to the image of a whale, jumped out of the void, and came to the shallow layer of the world. Ember's attention was attracted by the sudden appearance of the whale. What is this? He approached and circled around the whale floating in the air, reaching out to touch it. And not surprisingly, he touched nothing. The moment you appeared, the world began to break from Yu's body, and an independent world was cut out of the world at a speed that was difficult for Embers and others to detect. The origin of the independent world was tied to you, and you fell into another layer of the world with it. And Embers and others did not notice this process at all. When Embers' hand penetrated the whale and turned his head to look at He Xingwen and others, he discovered the change in the environment. The extra background disappeared, and the surroundings became a narrow circle. And the top of the circle was the whale that suddenly appeared. From a higher angle, it was just like a box tied under the whale. Embers' shocked perception repeatedly exceeded his cognition. What is this? How did it do it? He Xingwen's attention stayed on the golden light that enveloped him. The brightness of the golden light increased again, and it was extremely dazzling in this small space. He Tong turned back into data, wrapped around He Xingwen, making sure everything was under control. I don't want to be chased by this world yet. You complained about the excessive tension of this intelligent life towards this weak life, of course. I don't want to be targeted by an intelligent life. I won't do anything to him. I'm not interested in him. You know my aggressiveness is very low. You said slowly they are safe. So can you collect this overflowing data? This thing is about to penetrate my nerve endings. He Tong, this is to ensure safety. What dangers are there here? You was swimming in the world. To him, those different dimensions were like different states of the same river. The surge when the tide rose, the retraction when the tide fell, and the calm when there was no wind or waves could make the river present different states. He Tong was silent for 2 seconds. You added slowly. obviously still having some self-awareness except me. He Tong and you were having a conversation. And for the intelligent creatures who could not see this conversation, the journey took surprisingly short time. Almost as soon as they realized the change in space, the surrounding scenery changed. The narrow space still exists, and it begins to become transparent, as if it merges into another body of water, presenting the scenery outside this independent world. They saw a city, a huge city located on a ship. It floats in the air, with towering buildings emerging one after another in the city, and aircraft of various shapes surrounding the ship. Occasionally, large aircraft take off from the city and plunge into the liquid. Yes, this ship floats in liquid. Or to be precise, this is a world full of liquid. It has no land, no starry sky, only endless liquid. Further away from this ship, other intelligent creatures can be vaguely seen. They use liquid to construct a strange vortex, and the long strip-shaped flashes in the vortex. While in another place, another intelligent creature uses liquid to pinch shells of different shapes, and they live in these shells. This is not a desolate world. On the contrary, it is very lively. It's just that these lively existences all choose to avoid this huge ship, which is incompatible with this world. This is not a world dominated by mammals. Because of the special form of the world, various invertebrates have evolved a thriving ecological environment. Of course, considering the existence of ether, it is normal that the evolution of organisms does not conform to the scientific laws of the Earth. However, He Xingwen is not here to explore the evolutionary history of intelligent creatures in another dimension. He focuses on the huge ship, Noah's Ark. This translation is indeed very accurate, He Xingwen said with emotion, and then looked at the whale. He doesn't want me to throw him into this dimension. Does he? You said slowly, is he crazy? He doesn't know this. He Tong, you adjust the dimension of your world and find a dimension similar to this one. You complained it's really troublesome. This is the last time. The reward I need to pay for entering this world has been paid. Don't bother me again. The changes in this small space were not noticed by He Xingwen and others, which was beyond their understanding. All He Xingwen and others knew was that the originally stagnant small space was swaying towards the giant ship. Embers was refreshing his worldview. And later, because he couldn't refresh it, he simply stared at the new world he had never thought of. I know there are many new worlds bordering the continent at the outermost edge of the continent, said Embers, looking at the strange buildings on the approaching city. But what is this? What exactly is this world he saw? He Xingwen, if we talk about location, we are still in the ruins of the South Federation. But it is in another dimension. What is dimension? Embers asked. How many dimensions does this world have? That was a bit difficult to explain. He Xingwen thought for a moment. You could also understand dimension as the other side of the world. We live on the front side of the world, and they are on the back side of the world. But if you want to ask how many sides the world has, it depends on how many sides you can see. Ember stared at the world intently. You mean, this is the world projection? He Xingwen searched his memory and found information related to the world projection. Duodi mentioned it when introducing the source of the magician's power. The world projection is the back of the front of the world. All creatures on the front of the world have corresponding projections in the world projection. The projection is closely related to the main body. The energy source of all intelligent creatures comes from his projection. He Xingwen was stunned by this sentence in his memory, and cast his eyes on this world filled with liquid. If the world has countless faces, how can you be sure which one is the world projection? He Xingwen thought. Or, are all the faces the world projection? If he continued to think, he could probably fast forward to the philosophical thinking of which face can be considered the real front. But He Xingwen is not a magician and lacks scientific research spirit, so his thinking was quickly interrupted by the changes in the scene in front of him. After you adjusted the small world he was in, they were finally able to slowly approach Noah's Ark. Of course, before going any further, the small aircraft surrounding Noah's Ark reacted first. Several small aircraft left their original positions and formed an emergency interception line in front of them. He Xingwen's first contact with the South Federation on the other side of the world occurred under such circumstances. The small aircraft maintained a distance, circled around He Xingwen and his team, and then retracted the distance with a cautious attitude. Embers grabbed the invisible barrier, wishing to stick his head out and get close to this new world. Is this the South Federation? He stared at the other party intently, curious about everything in front of him, and asked various questions incessantly. What is this moving thing? Is it a means of transportation? How does it operate in the liquid? It's close. Hey. A screen? The small aircraft did not approach too close. After slightly shortening the distance, it stopped, and then a light screen slowly unfolded on the aircraft. It should be some kind of ether magic. He Xingwen was thoughtful. So on the other side of the world, ether magic can still be used normally? The light screen showed light and shadows made of ether. The semi-etheric great scientists abandoned their flesh and were able to board Noah's Ark to enter this world. So to be precise, there are no humanoid creatures in this world. He Xingwen took the lead in greeting them. I'm here to see how you are here. Considering that you may not know me, let me introduce myself. I am the king of that kingdom. When most people introduce themselves, they will introduce themselves with their full names to facilitate the other party's memory. But for He Xingwen, the introduction of the king of that kingdom is enough. The light and shadows may be whispering, and He Xingwen and others cannot peek into the communication process of semi-etheric life forms. If you look at it with your naked eyes, the lights and shadows don't move. They stare at the screen calmly, and after a moment, they react to He Xingwen's words. The ether ripples, forming information, and projecting text on the screen. All of this is surprising. Whether it is your appearance or your current state. How did you do it? How is this independent space, or the world, constructed? The world within the world. At the beginning of the contact, the great scientists welcomed them with countless questions. At first, Embers was still carefully looking at the slowly emerging texts, until he found that more and more questions were emerging on the light screen. And then he gave up. Embers looked at He Xingwen and said, "Aren't they a little strange?" He Xingwen thought that he might have selectively forgotten his 100,000 whys that were exactly the same as theirs not long ago. These questions can be put aside for now, He Xingwen said in the face of the other party's disapproving expression. Because I can't explain it to you. The questions that emerged continuously stopped and were replaced by other questions that were easier to explain. We first need to determine whether the passage of time is consistent with each other. The great scientist was very rigorous since we left the previous world and changed our form of existence. This world has passed 305 years. Embers turned his head and looked at He Xingwen. Wasn't the destruction of the Salpha Federation a few months ago? There are problems with the passage of time. In view of the lack of comparative experiments and relevant data, we cannot rely on a single copy to determine that the ratio of time passage is faster in this world than in the continental world. The ratio of time passage may also be irregular and random. The great scientist reminded the king you have to hurry up to avoid new problems caused by the different passage of time in the two worlds if you still plan to go back. Embers didn't care. After all, he had enough time to waste on dreaming. But He Xingwen was different. If he went back and found that more than 100 years had passed, and the earth had entered the spiritual era, it would be terrible no matter how he thought about it. Who knew what unimaginable things would happen during his absence? He Xingwen became serious and quickly summarized the current situation of the Salpha Federation, mainly the current situation that nothing was left in the ruins. This is not surprising. The disaster that the Federation was facing at the time made Li Wang decide to activate Noah's Ark, which is enough to prove its destructiveness. That is why we have advanced the plan to change our form of existence. Because of the different time flow in the two dimensions. He Xingwen did not have much time to be polite. He simply and clearly got to the point. How are you doing? 300 years is enough for us to adapt to this new environment. The words slowly emerged. Rigorous and eloquent, this world is composed of high concentration ether. The liquids you can see are actually concentrated by the high concentration of ether. Regarding this point, we have come up with relevant papers to prove the connection between the world projection we know in the original world and different dimensions. Oh, this may be too boring for you. By the way, there are no humanoid creatures in this world. Because of the influence of the high concentration ether environment, all intelligent creatures in this world are energy bodies from the beginning of their birth. The form of existence composed of flesh is simply unimaginable to them. We have looked through the previous records and found some historical records that there is a suspected etheric energy body in your kingdom. I think you may be familiar with energy bodies. This is why we don't need you to prove your identity. Because intelligent creatures that walk upright and have physical bodies are definitely not native to this place. Oh, let's talk about ourselves. Li Wang's research has the possibility of entering the next step here, and we are continuing along the path he designed. Regarding our research results over the past 300 years, I'm afraid we don't have enough time to talk about them one by one. But there is one thing you may be interested in. We are studying how to break through the limitations of the world. He Xingwen was not surprised at the emergence of this research topic. These great scientists have always been like this. They are on the road of exploring ether. If they don't reach the end, they will reach the end. If they reach the end, they will look at a broader research direction. Never satisfied. Never stop. Science needs this spirit. But they implement it too thoroughly, so that it is incompatible with the world. It is worthy of being the science created by Li Wang. He Xingwen's thoughts were full of thoughts. And finally stopped at Li Wang. Li Wang. He paused, organized his words, and said, he completed the final research on ether. A creator god who can create this world. In theory. Has gone further than all great scientists. We have never doubted this. Their tone was so firm that He Xingwen had nothing to say. But the other party still had something to say. And dense text continued to emerge. Our research has encountered some difficulties. Are you interested in this research topic? Break through the world restrictions, and find the reasons why the continent is constantly connected to those broken worlds. Oh! You don't seem to be interested in these. So what about the other world? Are you interested? According to some records of the Federation about the player, we have confirmed that you are in a superposition state of two worlds. Do you want to break it? Make these two worlds completely connected? Oh! Your expression doesn't seem very interested. What about the other point? All worlds connected to the continent are incomplete, and have suffered a devastating doomsday. Let's assume that the superimposed world has some minor problems. Are you interested in exploring and solving these minor problems? These great scientists are even more devilish than the devil, throwing out countless baits to try to get He Xingwen to participate in the research of breaking the world's limitations. And when they said the last bait, they got the desired response. Are you interested? They got to the point. The Earth, a world that has not suffered a doomsday and everything is running normally, does have a little problem. He Tong once told him that the reason why the world where the Earth is located is confirmed to be incomplete is that there is only one civilization in the universe where the Earth is located. In other words, in the vast universe, only the Earth is shining with the light of civilization. How lonely is that? How incredible is it? The continental civilization is so active and numerous that even hundreds of weak civilizations have been destroyed in the new continent. But the universe where the Earth is located has only one human civilization. No one knows what impact this little problem will have on the Earth. Well, to be more precise, on humans. But this will never be a good influence. However, everything He Xingwen has done so far is based on this point: how to save the Earth and the other world, and prevent them from encountering a sudden doomsday in the future. He Xingwen's expression returned to normal. In fact, everything I do is to prevent these small problems from causing devastating effects. It seems that we have solved the problem that we didn't get the answer to before. The emergence of the kingdom has too many incredible things. But if it was intended to destroy the doomsday from the beginning, then all the incredible things are normal. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to know that world will not be destroyed again. You've been here for too long. If you don't have anything else to do, you'd better leave early. He Xingwen originally wanted to see what Noah's Ark looks like now. He could see all kinds of special equipment and projection screens on the huge city from a distance. To be honest, after knowing that the South Federation had spent more than 300 years here, He Xingwen almost subconsciously confirmed that the technology and political civilization of the South Federation had entered the future world. But the limitation of time dispelled his idea of visiting Noah's Ark. I don't have anything else to do. Oh, by the way, He Xingwen remembered what he had just found in the ruins. I found the final medium stored in the outer area of the Hall of Wisdom in the ruins. An ether crystal. We thought nothing was left. It's really surprising. This may be related to the outdated ether matrix left in the kingdom. He Xingwen, what I want to say is that even if you have completely left the continent, there will still be people who study, research and continue to advance the science of the South Federation. That may be a little difficult, but you have created enough miracles. So we are happy to invite you. If some intelligent creatures on the continent have reached the end of the science we left behind, they can come here to learn more advanced science. After all, on the continent, the science belonging to the South Federation can never reach the real end. He Xingwen was stunned by their invitation. So, they are looking for students across dimensions? He Xingwen understands studying abroad. But isn't cross-dimensional study a bit unbelievable? No need to be so surprised. If the other party has reached the end of science, then he should be able to become semi-etheric, which is the premise for changing the form of existence. We just need to leave you a key to ensure that he can accurately cross the dimension with the key and reach this world. We will take time to study the topic of different dimensional coordinates. If you don't mind, You can come again later. By then, perhaps the relevant research has yielded results. So, this contact with the Alpha Federation ended with an appointment to meet next time. When you took the independent world across the river again, He Xingwen suddenly realized that they seemed to have conducted a very remarkable conversation. Embers muttered on the side, "Wow." In their mouths. It seems that going to another world is as simple as eating. I began to be interested in this so-called science. It really deserves those evaluations. He Xingwen found the source of that strange feeling. Even He Xingwen had to rely on Yu's power to find the Federation that had escaped into another dimension. But the Federation obviously didn't think it was that difficult, judging from the other party's attitude. He Xingwen took a deep breath and couldn't help but have a new doubt. How far have they progressed in their research? The end of science? Or a new science that breaks through Li Wang's science and is built on the basis of another world? He always had the illusion that this race would soon break through the void and ascend. Maybe it's not an illusion. After all, their current research topic is how to break through the world's limitations. Who can say for sure that they will never break through the world's limitations? This is different from their transformation of existence and entering another dimension. After all, the other dimension is still in this world. Although it is almost like a brand new world, it is still a projection of the world that is closely connected to the front of the world in a sense. But breaking through the world's limitations is different. The Earth and the other world are two different worlds in the true sense. And breaking through the world's limitations means that they are doing what He Xingwen can do, entering from this world into another other world, such as entering the Earth from here. This will not be the end of their research. After breaking through the world's limitations and arriving at the first other world, they will see the boundless sea that He Xingwen has seen in the data, where Yusua swims. Science has no end, because there is a wider world outside the world. Chapter 240 Global Public Beta 64 The most redundant thing in the kingdom system is the king. Returning to the familiar world, Yu disappeared silently. The broken ruins appeared in front of everyone. Everything seemed to be frozen at a certain moment, and it seemed that they could still smell the scent left by the burning fire. It was as if they had not just crossed the dimension and had a conversation with the disappeared Alpha Federation, but were just in a daze. The strong sense of falsehood brought by the instantaneous change of the scene made it difficult for people not to doubt their own experience. Fortunately, among the three people present, there was no such stupid type. Even Embers, who was a little surprised, had the first reaction after returning to this world. I want to learn that science. He ignited a raging fighting spirit, and these unknowns he had never known were blazing in his boring life, prompting him to sprout an amazing passion. Undead creatures lack enthusiasm for everything that belongs to the short-lived species because of the length and boredom of their lives. Some undead creatures are so radical that they try to end their overly long lives in any way. But if the boredom they define is just because they don't know the unknown existence at all, then they can also give birth to surging passion and cast their sights on a wider field. At least this is the case with Embers, who has rare characteristics of undead creatures: excessive enthusiasm and excessive curiosity. And these two have now evolved into a surging fighting spirit for the unknown. Embers looked at He Xingwen, and the color of the soul fire began to cycle again: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. Where can I learn this science? That kingdom? He Xingwen thought about his question for 2 seconds, and had to regretfully tell the other party. The kingdom also has no systematic science. He turned his eyes to the ruins and gently tapped the ground. In fact, it is here. Everything that the Alpha Federation left to this world is in these ruins. Embers looked around the ruins. His vision was wider than that of humans, enough to take in the endless ruins and the lively explorers on the ruins. Embers, who was full of fighting spirit, clapped his hands. No problem. I will start learning now. A question mark appeared on He Xingwen's head. Then, the ruins began to shake. Unlike the shaking caused by the stealing skill before, this shaking was not the steel that made up the ruins, but something moving deeper in the ruins, causing the ruins above to shake constantly. The time between the two dimensions is not proportional. He Tong faithfully compared the time ratio of the dimension and gave He Tong an accurate judgment. At present, it is a random passage. He Xingwen looked at He Tong. Random passage? The two dimensions are not on the same timeline, and the time ratio cannot be counted. Only when the next intersection occurs, that is, when the creatures of the two dimensions appear again to talk. Can we confirm how long the two dimensions have passed? He Xingwen took a while to understand this sentence. The shaking around continued, and the shaking was very clear. Something was crawling out from under the ruins. Embers of soul fire flickered in different colors, sometimes turning red, as if a raging fire was burning, and sometimes turning purple, as if blood was accumulating. He Xingwen understood this. That is to say, what the great scientist said is right. Although they have passed more than 300 years, and only 3 months have passed here, this does not mean that the time flow of the 2 dimensions is 1:100. Fortunately, we rushed back as soon as possible, and did not stay in that dimension for too long. Otherwise we don't know what will happen. In the violent shaking, He Xingwen suddenly realized the key to the problem. So now, how long has it been since we entered another dimension? He Tong glanced at Embers. On the premise of maintaining the human form, part of his data hovered at the other's feet, ready to avoid accidents at any time. More than 2 months. He Xingwen breathed a sigh of relief. He Tong added, more than 2 months in real time. If it has changed to another world, it is about 2 years. For players, the actual online time of these 2 years, or so, can only be online for a maximum of 12 hours a day. In other words, the time flow of the game that players can truly experience is only 1 year. But this is not the point. The point is that He Xingwen vaguely remembers that their original plan was a short trip. What will happen to the kingdom without a king for 2 years? What will happen if the game loses its maintainer for 2 months? China has lost contact with His Majesty the King for 2 months. He Xingwen did not dare to think about it any further, and subconsciously looked at He Tong. If he wanted to get an answer, there was no better person to ask than He Tong. He Tong was ready to answer this question. But before that, because of further changes in the situation, he had to divert his attention to deal with another small problem. The ruins collapsed. As the tremors became stronger and stronger, some creatures under the ruins climbed up one by one, and the ruins that had been struggling to support finally gave up. The foundations were dug through, and it was a bit too much for them to still stand, along with countless skeletons pouring out from the ground. The ruins collapsed instantly. 2 years later in game time, the ruins of the South of Federation once again ushered in aftershocks. But unlike the chaos 2 years ago, this time the explorers in the ruins seemed too skilled in handling and responding. The sound of boom echoed in the ruins, and one after another of the ruins mixed with steel mixed together to construct a new ruin terrain. He Xingwen was not panicked. In fact, none of the 3 people at the scene showed any panic about this sudden disaster. The data entrenched near Embers jumped up and wrapped Embers with a snap. The white jade skeleton, which was originally somewhat cute, shattered to the ground at the moment when the data surged up. The blazing red soul fire broke away from the skull and continued to expand, forming a blazing flame. In the flame, something was taking shape. The collapsed ruins above fell here. The golden light enveloped He Xingwen, and it was too lazy to even increase the brightness. The heavy objects that fell down fell on the golden light, without any impact on He Xingwen. In the chaotic disaster scene, only He Xingwen was surrounded by an empty space, without various objects falling, and no skeletons crawling out from below. Those skeletons that crawled out from the ruins were extremely numerous and of various shapes, and were adapting their bodies with their fangs and claws, and then they were hit by the collapsed ruins. Most of the skeletons were smashed on the spot, and the bones fell to the ground, still jumping around, trying to reassemble into a skeleton frame. The scene was in chaos, and there were other movements above the ruins. The sound of mechanical operation came from above, and He Xingwen vaguely heard other movements. Footsteps, conversations, etc. Obviously, some existences have quickly locked the starting point of this aftershock and rushed here to prepare for rescue excavation. The data extended from the red flames, stuffing the unknown existence that was taking shape in the flames back into the narrow body. The expanding flames quickly shrank and formed a ghost in a wrong manner. A red ghost. The appearance of Embers can be vaguely seen in his facial features. Unlike the flesh and skeleton, he is obviously more powerful in ghost form. After ensuring that the other party has not become a complete body, the pool of data withdrew from the ghost and retracted into He Tong's body. The ghost woke up from the shackles, and he took a deep breath. The messy composition in the pile of ruins rose up from the ground, was sucked in by him, and disappeared in the red. The golden light that had not shone when the ruins collapsed just now was slightly brighter at this time, maintaining the absolute safety area around He Xingwen. He Xingwen's attention was not on himself. He stared at the large piece of waste sucked into the ghost's mouth in amazement, and suddenly had some trust in Ember's claim that he was 50-50 with the undead emperor. Then his eyes slowly moved up along the ruins. after the piece of waste that originally separated them from the outside world was sucked in by angles. A huge hole appeared above the ruins. A bunch of flying tools and densely packed kingdom knights hovered around the cave entrance. They were originally preparing to conduct rescue excavations at the source of the vibration. But now, they stared at the strange combination below through the suddenly appeared cave entrance in amazement, not knowing whether to attack or communicate. Densely packed skeletons. A ghost and 2 players? What a confusing combination. After a brief moment of amazement, they conducted a tentative communication with this strange combination, and finally changed the dialogue venue to a safe area. The strangely shaped flying machines led the way crookedly in the sky, and the kingdom knights surrounded them in an escorting posture. The skeletons who barely assembled their skeletons followed behind them, and walked out of the mighty momentum with a posture of missing arms and legs. And He Xingwen and others in the crowd were suffering from the noise pollution of embers. I just want to call them out to help me find science. This place is so big. I can't handle it alone. And I didn't expect to make such a big fuss. The red ghost floating beside He Xingwen kept talking. I didn't expect that this power would exceed the limitations of my form at the time. So that the situation was a little out of control. It's really just a little out of control. You see? I'm very normal now. Embers kept floating to prove his safety. So, when do we start looking for science? I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with being surrounded by round people. But sometimes, they are really too enthusiastic. Embers glanced at the surrounding kingdom knights, and made a puzzled voice. Strange. Why are they not enthusiastic about me again? Suddenly they become orderly? He muttered to himself. But didn't take it seriously. He continued to encourage He Xingwen. Let's go find science. How about it? Embers kept circling He Xingwen with a determination to achieve his goal. Judging from his performance, it was hard to imagine that the other party had just taken a deep breath and directly sucked away half of the building. He Xingwen automatically filtered his words, and looked at the changes in the ruins of the Salfa Federation. It has undergone tremendous changes. Of course, considering the creativity and hands-on ability of the players. 2 years of game time is enough for them to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the ruins of the Salfa Federation. The ruins are still ruins. They are divided into countless small pieces by roads and walls. And there are signs next to each small piece. For example, the sign on the side of the demarcated ruins area they just walked through reads Suspected Experimental Area. Danger Level. Entry Criteria: must have an Ego Gold admission ticket. Non-undead must have the ability to teleport. Prohibitions: prohibit the use of large-scale offensive spells. Prohibit killing. Prohibit illegal teleportation. He Xingwen's gaze paused slightly on these precautions. Obviously, the ruins have rebuilt a new order. He Xingwen's order was implemented without reservation. The ruins are open to all intelligent creatures on the continent. So it became a gold mine that attracted countless intelligent creatures. Gold diggers came here from all over the continent, looking forward to the favor of the goddess of luck, so that they can find valuable gold here and change their destiny. The team walked through one planned mine after another. After that, they arrived at another area. He Xingwen's sight paused on this area. From seeing these dense flying tools, and the details that the Kingdom Knights found the source of the aftershock so quickly, He Xingwen should have guessed this long ago China had a hand in it. And at the same time as this conclusion was reached, another point naturally emerged in front of him. China and Ezigen had conducted a certain degree of communication and cooperation during the time when He Xingwen was away. In front of this cleared area, He Xingwen saw old acquaintances. Nulita, Ezigen's leader Du Lei, the Silent Huang, and Yi Xianwen, etc. It was as if all the intelligent creatures closely related to He Xingwen had gathered here from all over the world, considering that he had disappeared for 2 months. Such a grand welcome ceremony seemed normal. After all, He Xingwen could guess with his toes that the Special Investigation Bureau quickly formulated a series of pessimistic speculations and preventive plans after discovering that they could not contact His Majesty the King. He Xingwen's existence is extremely important to the world. And the same is true for the intelligent creatures on these 2 worlds. Anyone who knows the inside story would not want to see the bridge between the 2 worlds collapse now, especially when everything is going on in full swing. Embers keenly noticed that the atmosphere was not right. He stopped talking and looked at the crowd not far away. He didn't find anything worth paying attention to. So he moved his attention back. Science. Science. His voice became the only movement on the scene. So, what does it look like? Embers was confused. How can I find it here? Is the ether crystal you found before part of that science? Embers thought, If it is like this, I can just let the skeleton army clean it up here. The red ghost turned around and looked at the scattered skeletons behind them. If you don't mind, I will call more skeletons. This place is too big. So few skeletons will find it too slowly. The eyes of the others moved from Inbers to He Xingwen. Be quiet. He Xingwen gestured to Inbers. I will solve this problem. Oh, you are so nice. Inbers floated around, not sparing his sweet words. I knew that this trip was my wisest choice. Inbers was chattering over there, and He Xingwen automatically filtered his words, took a step forward, and greeted everyone present. A little accident happened. He casually removed the player template from himself and restored a more familiar appearance to others. Come on. Let's talk about this accident in detail. Nilita whistled at Inbers, a red ghost. How strange. Among all the people, Nilita was the most comfortable. He didn't seem to be affected by the disappearance of the king at all. Of course, we all know that is a demon. He never shows his true emotions on his face. It seems that His Majesty the King has experienced a lot these days. Dulé didn't let the demon continue. After all, the demon couldn't spit out ivory. Azajan made a round. Let's go in and talk. Huang walked quickly behind He Xingwen and whispered, everything is fine in the kingdom. He Xingwen was relieved. I said that the most redundant thing in the kingdom system is the king. He Xingwen's eyebrows moved slightly, and his ordinary template face was frozen with an unbreakable deepness. He didn't speak, at least for the moment. He was not suitable to say anything. Things in another world are more suitable for communication in another world. These skeletons may not be appropriate. Dulé reminded Inbers, you can leave them here. They walked into the newly built building. There are multiple windows in the building, with signs of different responsibilities hanging on the windows. The hall is very large, with chairs and flowers, which looks like a sense of déjà vu. For example, a bank or something like that. Of course, considering that there are no banks in this world, such a considerate and humane setting can only be a commercial organization under Azajan. Because of the clearing, there are no other people here. They walked around the hall and walked into the meeting room. Most of the kingdom's knights stayed outside, and only a few entered the meeting room. The number of people is not important. What is important is the identity of the interlocutor. At the beginning of this conversation, no one present expected that it would change this world so profoundly, even including another world. He Xingwen looked around at everyone present and stretched out his hand to Yitong. A square ether crystal emerged from Yitong's hand, and Yitong handed it to He Xingwen. Everyone's eyes fell on this strange crystal. He Xingwen put it on the table and introduced it to everyone present. This is the outer area of the Hall of Knowledge. Some people didn't understand. Some showed puzzled expressions. And He Xingwen sat up straight. He Xingwen explained to others, the Hall of Knowledge is the library of the Federation. It encompasses the scientific system of the Salpha Federation and the principles of many inventions. It has a huge information branch. When He Xingwen said this, everyone's expression became serious. Even Embers was no exception. The main reason for their gathering here is the disappearance of His Majesty the King. But the secondary reason is undoubtedly that the treasure hidden in this ruin attracted them. When the Salpha Federation existed, people denied, doubted, and even wary of the existence of science. When the Salpha Federation disappeared from this continent, people flocked to it and tried to master science. The reason for these two attitudes is also very simple. People will be interested in pure power, but will never be friendly to another force that holds powerful power. The existence of the Salpha Federation is a powerful threat to all races on the continent except undead creatures. And when the Salpha Federation disappears, how powerful it was, how strong the attraction of science is to intelligent creatures. They will want to become the next Salpha Federation, provided that the reason why the Salpha Federation collapsed overnight was not because of the research of science. He Xingwen continued, of course, I have said that this is the outer area of the Temple of Knowledge, and it only covers the primary stage of science. But it provides a complete scientific system. He Xingwen said, this is of great significance to everyone. That's why we have to talk about it. He Xingwen did not deny this. How to deal with this ether crystal? The scene was briefly silent for a few seconds, and soon became lively. Nublita took the lead in expressing his position. As a citizen of the kingdom, the devil will always loyally follow your decision. Huang nodded slightly, and there was no need to say more. Dulé glanced at He Xingwen and said, Azajan is very interested in it. If you are willing, we can discuss the price of purchasing this knowledge. He Xingwen did not express his opinion, but asked He Xingwen, what do you plan to do with it? He Xingwen, knowledge belongs to all intelligent creatures. There is no doubt about that. If no one has any objections, I plan to share it with the mainland. He Xingwen glanced at He Xianwen and the players. Du Lei glanced at the rest of the people present and thought about who would have an objection. Is there anyone else here who is not the king's own people? In other words, is it possible for His Majesty's enemies to participate in this conversation? Even Azajan is firmly tied to the kingdom. They have signed a series of all-round and in-depth cooperation agreements to jointly develop this continent. Without the support of the kingdom, Azajan would not be able to achieve such in-depth development after all. They are businessmen, not rulers. I don't think anyone will have any objections. Embers, who was ignored by others, said excitedly, let's move to the next step. How to share. How can I learn science? The others looked at Embers again. This guy's passion for science is so overwhelming that it's hard not to notice. He Xingwen made some suggestions. Establish a scientific academy in the kingdom. Open the knowledge hall to all explorers entering the Sarfa Federation. And establish a sharing system to supplement and improve the scientific system. The kingdom will set up a pure research organization. Let's call it the Knowledge Hall. The purpose of the organization is to rebuild the scientific system. It will be stationed in the ruins of the Sarfa Federation and welcome all intelligent creatures interested in science to join. Explorers can donate any scientific instruments they find in the ruins to the Knowledge Hall to obtain further browsing rights of the Knowledge Hall. He Xingwen roughly described his ideas before looking at the others present. What do you think? Embers agreed unconditionally and wanted to fast forward the conversation to the end. I think it's okay. So when do we start learning science? Du Lei raised the question. Does Azajan need to transfer the management rights of the ruins to the Knowledge Hall? A pure research organization? He Xingwen did not make a clear statement. You can cooperate. In other words, at least part of the management rights must be transferred. Du Lei understood the king's meaning and nodded slightly, indicating that he had no other questions. He Xingwen looked at He Xianwen, who thought for a moment. Who will form the management of the Hall of Knowledge? This is something you need to discuss later. Of course not with me, but with Ja and the others. He Xingwen was very comfortable as a hands-off shopkeeper. Any other questions? No one spoke. He Xingwen, then, let's talk about the little accident I mentioned. The prefixes just now were not serious matters perhaps for others. This was very important. But calculating the gains and losses of a quarter of the pond is really meaningless compared to this vast world. What's more, as Du Lei thought, there was no one here who would oppose him. He Xingwen threw out the real topic of this conversation. I met with the great scientists of the Salfa Federation.